Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft here on the Falcoholic Live, presented by FanDuel. I'm your host, Kevin Knight, at Falcoholic Kevin. We've had 2 days. 1 day remains. That's rounds 4 through 7 today, and I'm excited to hang out with you. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit more of a casual show day. We're going to hang out. We're going to discuss these picks. We're going to have a series of guests come throughout the afternoon. I was going to say evening, but I mean it's noon, so definitely afternoon at this point. Eventually, it might get to the evening. We'll see if the Falcons maintain their picks right now. Just to recap, Falcons have 3 picks, on day 3. So, nice and clean there. The Falcons are going to be picking here at 122. So about 20 picks from now, Atlanta will be on the clock, and then we will have to wait. We'll have to wait a while. The Falcons are next up at 2:15 in the 6th round, and then they will be back on the clock shortly after that at 2:31 in the 7th round. So, obviously, day 3, long day, 4 rounds to get through here, but we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna hang out. This is the more casual day. We're gonna get you hopefully some deep cut guests, from previous eras, guys who have been with us before, guys from around the globe, and we should have some fun with you today. We're gonna have Adnan joining us shortly, and then he'll be heading off, obviously, for the Hawks game at a certain point. And speaking of the Hawks, I want to, of course, bring you guys some odds from tonight's game, courtesy of FanDuel. And at this stage, the Hawks remain 1.5-point underdogs to the Knicks, despite leading 2-1. And I think, based on Adnan's take, these Hawks might be dominating tonight, as they have broken the spirit, perhaps, of the New York Knicks. But speaking of Adnan and the Hawks, we're going to go ahead and get Adnan in here. And welcome in, Adnan. Welcome back to the show. How are you doing this morning? Well, afternoon now, I guess, but...
Looks like I got in just in time to see Dermot McCoy's
yeah
slide end.
Yeah, it's like they were like, oh, now that it's day 3, it's okay to take him. Yes, yeah, just so strange. I don't know, man. I'm shocked that someone wasn't willing to take the chance on him prior to now, but I guess that's where we are. So
That's technically a 4th rounder now.
technically, yeah. But yeah, Dermot McCoy, best available player, comes off the board. And I was just telling the people about the Hawks game tonight, and you I know you're jazzed up, I imagine, about last night's draft, and you're probably even more jazzed up to go witness another playoff win tonight. So
I'm nervous and I'm excited. However, the NBA is sending in the extender, Scott Foster.
Yep.
The Hawks are 1-9, and Scott Foster ref games in the last 3 years, and he has a reputation for when one team is down, the NBA sends him in to even up the series.
Yep.
So
yep.
it's not a good phenomenon happening right now. But I feel like if the game's close, all the calls are going to favor the Knicks. But we just have to overcome it.
Yep. You're gonna fight a little bit uphill, but I think this Hawks team might be a team of destiny, and destiny can't be stopped. So, I think the Hawks are gonna be just fine. They're gonna take care of business tonight. But
and going up 3-1 would be big. I mean,
yeah.
even going back 2-2 isn't the end of the world, but you don't want to pass up on this chance.
Yeah, this could be the kill shot. I think it's so tough to dig out of 3-1. And I think the Hawks are kind of coming together at the right moment here. So I'm excited to see how that plays out. But until then, we've got the rest of the 2026 NFL Draft. And how are you feeling this morning after a pretty spicy day 2 slate of picks for our Falcons?
Hey, man, I feel just as good now as I did last night. Also, I do want to say just prerequisite, screw Oscar Delp. He's already playing into that Saints BS of I was never a Falcons fan anyway. All right. Oh, there's Jude Bowery.
There's one of those tackles. That's
the guy we talked about is possibly one of those developmental guys the Falcons could get.
Yep. But, so that's an interesting one. So that's definitely one guy the Falcons could have had an eye on.
Yeah, that's a big boy, man. That's a very big boy. Um, yeah, no, I feel good. I mean, obviously, looking back, seeing the video of the Terrell brothers embracing, it's like on a human level, that's really what it's all about. Can't imagine what it's like for them. I can't imagine what it's like for their family. Big congratulations to the Terrell family, and I mean, yeah, I think they grew up Falcons fans too, if I remember correctly, with the aftermath of AJ Terrell's draft and them like giving the biography of all that. So, man, what a moment that was. And then obviously keeping Zachariah Branch at home. And I mean, we didn't even talk about it last night. We filled the dog quota. Another
That's
year,
right.
another dog quota filled. It started as a joke at the start, but it looks like the Falcons are taking it seriously because every year they're taking at least one Georgia Bulldog, I think.
Yeah, yeah, and I think for the most part, it's gone well. So maybe that will continue with Zachariah Branch here in Atlanta. But yeah, I just love that day too. I think it gives me so much hope for the future of this Falcons team with this new regime. I just feel so mature. Like, yeah, they weren't able to get a trade down done, but again, I know they wanted to. And I think they made that clear. But again, it's something, and the same thing with the Kyle Pitts trade. It's like, yeah, maybe they wanted to do that, but you can't just take, like, I would rather they didn't trade down than take a bad offer to trade down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where you just hope it's a sign of things to come, and that we're gonna take with the. I kept saying this last night, and it's because I feel it so strongly. Stop overthinking. Stop overthinking the draft. Like, sure, maybe you're gonna hit a 3 point. I keep making the basketball reference.
That's okay. It's on the brain. Yeah, yeah.
My mind is fully on basketball right now, as well as the NFL draft. As there goes Darrell Jackson Jr. from Florida
Yep.
State.
Big nose tackle. Also a possible target. Yep.
Yeah, we got to beef up the trenches today, man.
Yeah.
We really have to beef up the trenches a little bit. But it's one of those where it's like, okay, maybe you take 4 3-pointers and you hit on one of them. And sure, that's great. You get the hit. That's just 3 points. If you take 3 layups, you've scored 6 points. It's sometimes you just have to take what the draft gives you. That's what these like best teams that have sort of had sustained success continue to do. They take what the draft gives them, because there's bound to be a third of the NFL teams and GMs who overthink it, and they go with completely out of left field. And then, like, of course that's going to make guys fall. That's why the second round is always so strong in that like mid tier where you have so much first round talent. Well, first round talent that we look at like going into the draft. I know this draft is one of those like weaker ones at the top, but you always have guys you expect in the first round fall into like the mid second round. It made me crazy with Terry Fontenot that he just was so impatient about it in the second round, and he kept like being insistent on trading up in the second round. Trading up from like the mid second round to the high second round is the worst trade up you can possibly have, because there's always going to be so much talent there.
Yeah. Yeah. Just it's just the I know we say opportunity cost around, we throw that phrase around a lot, but it's like the opportunity cost that you lose by trading away all these day two picks. Like, we talk about the lack of depth the Falcons have, and I'm not expecting every day two pick to become a Pro Bowler or even a starter, but like, you need these guys to sort of be the backbone of your team. You're supposed to get a pair of them, at least a pair of them every year. And I just felt like so often the Falcons were giving up 1, 2, day two picks every single offseason. They were trading guys for veterans, and like, that's fine to an extent, but I think that it just went too far, and they got it's bad when you get behind the sticks, to use a football analogy, right? As like, in terms of the draft and like and your cap too. Like, you start to get behind the 8 ball on this stuff, and then just, man, it's rough. It's really hard to recover from that when you do that year over year, and when you do take these big swings, if you don't hit, the damage is magnified in a lot of ways.
Of course. And I mean, look, man, hopefully that's behind us. But again, like, you see it with the current Falcons team, like all of those mistakes. You don't see it right away. Like, you'll see it 2 years, 3 years in, 4 years in, where it's like, okay, like, now this team has no real depth. and that reared its ugly head last year. The Falcons were. I said going into the year, I predicted 8 wins last year. 7 to 8 wins. They ended up getting 8 in a very sort of, they went the scenic route to get to 8 last year. But the reason why I wasn't I was super excited in the spring, and then my excitement fell as we got closer to the season. The reason why is because had you promised me the Falcons would have been completely healthy, it would have been like, okay, yeah, this is a 10-win team. No NFL team is ever completely healthy. This is one of those, like, it's the nature of the sport. There's a reason why they allow teams to roster 53 players, despite the fact that there's only 11 on the field at a time.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things where there's going to be injuries no matter what. Every single team is going to deal with it, every single one. This sport is the equivalent of getting into a car crash week in and week out for these players' bodies. And you need to have good depth. The best teams have good depth, and the Falcons just didn't have good depth, like not anywhere on the defense. On the offensive line, sure, you had Storm Norton at tackle, but then when he went down, you were stuck with Elijah Wilkinson. There's never really been any real depth on the interior of the offensive line, which luckily the Falcons didn't have many injury issues on the interior, but that would have been a problem. There was no wide receiver depth. All of that goes to poor drafting, to poor GMing.
Yeah, it does, and the mistakes compound, and I think we've seen, the teams that typically, this isn't a 100% thing, but like over the past 7 or 8 years that people have really been tracking this consensus board, and you'll hear us referencing it today. The teams that follow the consensus board tend to have better results. And it is a little bit of a wisdom of the crowd situation. You don't want to engage in too much groupthink, because sometimes you will see guys that defy their board placement, and that's part of the fun of the draft. But I think that overthinking it, and also I think teams that sort of think that they're just the smartest guys in the room, it's usually not the case. I think it's important to not overinflate your own evaluation abilities. I think it's something that we all tend to do, in our lives, is think that we know best, or we trust our instincts or whatever. And sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't, though. And ultimately, this is a tough business. Evaluating NFL players, projecting, it's a total crapshoot. And I think if you also go the extra mile of like, we're going to, draft someone exceptionally early based on consensus rankings, you're taking additional risk on, and you're also, minimizing that opportunity advantage that you could have had, because guys that get drafted too early, just it's harder to make up that value. And of course, the value of the draft, quote unquote, is also sort of a made up concept. But like, these teams care about this, and making sure you get maximum value and maximum play for each one of a very limited resource in draft picks, I think is critical to building a long-term contending NFL team.
Oh, absolutely. Like, the draft is it's the gold standard. It has always been the gold standard, just because of the nature of the CBA and the nature of the way that this league is built from a business perspective. You hit on these draft picks. You have salary controlled players for years. Like, the salary cap, I know, is very big. I think it's in the hundreds of millions at this point.
Yeah.
And I know it's being added on to, and the NFL is like, this monster that keeps building and keeps growing and all that stuff. But I mean, there's 53 men on the roster. These player salaries are all skyrocketing. I mean, we referenced Alec Pierce last night multiple times. That salary cap space, it ends up, draining quicker than you can expect, especially when you have multiple really good players on your team needing to get paid. And also, guess what? Every other team has the same salary cap resources as you. There's bidding wars, there's negotiations. It is difficult to try and build a sustained contender through just free agency. That's what the Falcons were pretty much stuck with, given the fact that they were missing on so many draft picks. the real way to success. Hit on these young guys, hit on these draft picks, and have them cost controlled for 4 years, and then you can, utilize some of that money elsewhere. I mean, look at something, for example, like Brian Branch. Let me use the Brian Branch example. He would have been there at the Falcons' second round pick in 2023 when they traded up for Matthew Bergeron. I get it. You have Jesse Bates. But I mean, if you had some, and this is just, I'm not saying anything negative about Jesse Bates. He's great. I'm not saying, anything about, oh yeah, the Falcons need to move Jesse Bates or whatever. But I'm saying you take someone like a Brian Branch in the second round, and he's cost controlled for years, and he's a very, very talented safety. You can sort of utilize that money that was going to Jesse Bates elsewhere on the roster, and you still have an impact player at safety. Like, it's all about the opportunity cost with some of this stuff. And again, like, don't come at me saying that I'm coming after Jesse Bates. I'm just utilizing that as an example to the opportunity cost of the NFL's business model, and while also taking another shot at Fontenot for making a second round trade up, because that's sort of the theme here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there. I think the Falcons, like, you just draft good players, and again, like, scheme fit, team needs, positional value. These are all things that factor in to an evaluation, right? But at the end of the day, if you draft good players, everything, it's kind of the same approach I've started to take in Dynasty, where it's like, I think a lot of us, when we start playing Dynasty football, we just want to take, after like a year or two, we're just like, oh man, I really need a running back. Oh God, I really need a second quarterback. Like, I'm really in trouble. But I feel like when you chase those needs, you really get it into a bad situation, because ultimately, like, sometimes it's like, maybe I have plenty of receivers, but like, you need good assets. You need good players on your dynasty team, because maybe I do get a sixth receiver that I'm not going to start. But if he's really good, guess what? Now I can trade this guy or package him with another player to get that quarterback that I need from someone who's hoarding quarterbacks, or to get that running back that I need. Like, you can build a team in a lot of different ways. And I think ultimately just having valuable players that are good will end up paying dividends in the long run, sort of no matter what your roster looks like or what's going on. If you draft good players, you're gonna be in a good situation.
Yeah, I mean, go BPA. And speaking of which, man, my my dynasty league is drafting, I think, tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh wow. Like immediately after. Yeah.
As soon as there is no time for anything. There's no time for any analysis. There's no time for any like thinking. It's just no. We're going right into it.
Yeah, that's bold. Usually, I think mine's in like May, like late May or something. But yeah, like no like positional analysis. It's like, if you didn't watch the draft, then just you're done.
Hold on, let me see. It actually might be starting tonight after
just immediately, like 6:35 p.m. Is when it kicks off.
No. It's starting tonight at 7 p.m.
Jeez, man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it starts in 6.5 hours.
Is it a slow draft at least, or what's going on?
It is.
Okay. I was about to say, it would be DJ. It's like, all right, you watch day 3 for 7 hours. Now we're gonna go crank out five rounds of rookie mock draft off the rip. So, yeah.
This is our first ever mock draft, like, or not our mock draft. This is our first ever like dynasty league for all of us. So I think we just like. Well, we're not experienced, and we go right.
Total degen behavior right off the bat here, but all right. But had a couple picks here. We had Caleb Proctor, the defensive tackle from Southeastern Louisiana, going to the Cardinals at 104. We had the speedster wide receiver Brendan Thompson going to the Chargers at 105, and then we had the guard. This is someone I'm actually not familiar with. Oh man, I'm gonna absolutely destroy this name. They took it off the screen, so now I'm. Yeah, Fabichi Nwaiwu from Oklahoma, going to the Texans at 106. That's the first guy that I've legitimately never heard of. So we got started early on day 3 this year.
Hey man, up to right on day 4 or right on in round 4.
Yeah. Let's see, Fabici, man. Okay, yes. 191 on the consensus board for Nwaiwu.
Cool.
So, yeah. Cool name. Like it.
I was going to say the Steelers are bringing out all of their drafted players so far. So,
nice.
I think that's the pick.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Or to be announced to the crowd again.
That's fun. I like that.
Yeah, they gave them the steel curtains each, and yeah.
All right.
The draft, I will say that for as much as we hate the extension and how long it takes, the NFL does pageantry really, really well. Especially during the draft, they're very elite at the pageantry portion of all of this, making this into a big show.
Yeah. It's a fun thing. And sometimes some years I'm I would actually like to just watch the coverage, but this is the life I've chosen, so I don't get to really, I get to watch the visuals. I don't get to hear all the stories. I have to go back and see some of it later. But I'd still rather hang out with you guys and bring you guys this tremendous content. So it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, certainly.
And I don't get the appeal of going to the draft. No disrespect to anyone who does, but it's the people, and shout out to all the Falcons fans that have gone out there and are repping the team up in Pittsburgh. But man, I can't imagine going out to freaking Pittsburgh for 3 days to stand out there and listen to Commissioner Goodell read out the names.
Yeah. I think if it was in Atlanta, I'd probably go just because. But otherwise, no. Yeah, it's I could see Steelers fans wanting to go, but you can see the square is not full today. Maybe you go on day 3, that's the secret. You just go hang out on day 3. There's nobody there. It's very chill. I think maybe that's the best way. You don't have to wait 10 hours to get in. You just kind of go and hang out. Have some fun.
Oh yeah, this is half empty.
Yeah. It's also raining, and it's raining here in Syracuse too, so it's probably the same weather there. But yeah,
I'm also not a believer in Drew Aller at all.
Yeah. I mean, this is the next Kenny Pickett situation, right? They're oh, we'll take a quarterback from a local school, and that'll work out for us.
At the very least, they didn't use a first rounder on him like they did Kenny Pickett. But man, I am just. Yeah, I just don't see it with Drew. It could have been worse. They could have been the Rams.
They could have taken Ty Simpson at 13. All right. Maybe someday we'll get another pick here. They're really dragging this out now.
Yeah, anytime it's anything Steelers related, they just, and it's not even the Steelers.
Yeah, they're not even on the clock. They're just delaying.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. If you're going over there, kind of feels like New Year's Eve at Times Square. You're just scrunched in like sardines, and it's I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I get love for the team, but you can love the team from the TV as well.
Yeah, you can love it from your desk, which is yeah. I mean, I'm very happy just sitting here talking to you guys and not standing out there in the rain for many hours. I think that would be, not the most fun thing in the world. So, happy to be doing this instead. Certainly. Man, they are. Okay, maybe we're gonna finally get a pick here, guys. We got 4 rounds to get through. Let's get a move on here. Okay. Yeah.
No, there's an International Fan of the Year.
Nice.
I don't know if they do that for every team or just one guy.
I don't know. I'm guessing that maybe they do it for every team. That could be a fun way for some of these day 3 picks.
Yeah, they have the 49ers Fan of the Year announcing the pick.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a great experience for him.
Oh yeah, no, I would definitely go if I got to announce a pick.
Oh yeah. I'll be up there.
Yeah, call me. Yeah, I got you. I'll announce the 7th rounder. I don't care.
I'll be out there for hours, and
yeah.
I think the Falcons want to see as little of us as possible. Actually,
Maybe, yeah, maybe that. Yeah, we got to earn back our pick announcing rights. So.
No, not enough fluff pieces on the Falcoholic for us to be doing
Yeah,
that.
no, we've got a little developed a bit of an edge, but in our defense, I think it's their fault.
It's warranted and
yeah.
justified.
I don't want to write these hit pieces. Okay, the hit pieces must be written though.
Okay, can you imagine you're up there reading the pick and you're like, why this guy? And then it's like, okay,
who? It's like, can I read this before I walk up so I can try to like pretend that I'm happy if I don't like it, or like do I have to just like open an envelope, or like is this what exactly is going on here? But there goes Grayson Halton to the 49ers. That was a big winner from the Senior Bowl. Definitely more of that like penetration style defensive tackle, a little bit undersized. Very good player though. Then we got the Broncos coming up now at pick 108. We'll see how this goes.
The Broncos take Jonah Coleman.
Another running back. Wow. Everybody who drafted RJ Harvey last year is just like stabbing themselves. Like, it's like, wow, I can't believe this,
Ooh, I remember the fantasy football community was heated about RJ Harvey's usage last year.
Yep, they're only going to be more heated now, so... Yep, it's like, yeah, you know what? Like, when we're on the precipice, like, and we already have, like, 3 good running backs, what we should really do is just take a 4th good running back. That's the Kyle Shanahan way. Yeah.
I mean, Sean Payton was doing that before Kyle Shanahan.
That's true. He was the OG, actually, so, yeah.
I will say, though, shout out to my guy Javonte Williams, freeing himself from the shackles of the Broncos last year and helping win me a big dynasty title.
Yep.
He was immense with the Cowboys last year. I was like, damn, I really took him 5th round in a dynasty startup that first year. I was like, damn, what a bust. And now it's like, well, that was a pretty good pick, actually.
That's the funny thing about Dynasty is like things can change like so fast, where it's like, oh, I hate this pick. I can't believe I did this. And then like 3 weeks later, you're like, oh, I'm a genius, So that's why it's fun though. That's fantasy in general. It's just crazy stuff.
Hey man, also, but big shout out to the Broncos because Bo Nix is also on my team.
That's right.
He was the best pick.
Yep. All right, we got the Chiefs making a pick here at 109.
What? How many more picks until the Falcons?
About 12.
12. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna offer my services in the Discord to write this one out. Too.
Oh, you're gonna do this one too? Yeah.
I mean, just so that I know we're like here and locked in. I don't know if everyone's like, I want to let our co-writers enjoy some of their Saturday.
Yeah. Well, that's very honorable of you. All right. The Chiefs making a pick here. A lot of good players left on the board. There's like, I don't know, there's like 20 guys still in the top 100 of the consensus board, I believe, at this point. Jaden Kennedy going here at 109. Wow. That's crazy. This was a guy that I liked as like a late day 3 slot only player, but very small.
Early day 3.
Yeah, now more of an early day 3 player, so yeah, I like Kennedy. Very good slot corner. Not necessarily someone that he's a functional run defender. But very good in coverage. So, again, I was kind of like, I don't really know why this guy is like not necessarily getting the hype, but definitely someone that I think is a slot only corner. That's where he's played his entire career, but a good player. And yeah, I mean, let's see where Kennedy was on the consensus board.
All right. Dave said he can get round 4, so I got brownie points and I don't have to do the work.
Yep.
Big
Yep.
win, but big win on my end. Right?
That's good. See, this was the perfect maneuvering by you because you're like, yeah, I got you, and he's like, no, I don't need it. You're like, okay, well now I've won in multiple ways. So
Yeah,
great
it's
work
like
by Adnan there. Yeah.
it's like, hey, if you need anything, and it's like, please don't need it. Please don't need
Please don't. Yeah.
it.
I was not serious for the record.
Hey, the only reason why I can make this joke is because Dave's not watching the stream.
Yeah, yeah. Dave loves us also. We've built up a cachet of because Adnan can get away with a lot because he just called Dave old to his face on Thursday's show. So
Hey man,
you know.
I did that Thursday. I did that on day one when I joined the Falcons.
That's why you got hired. Dave likes to hear it like it is. He doesn't like the sugarcoating.
Hey man,
If we've learned anything from the Falcons all these years, is that we really shouldn't sugarcoat
I've
things.
told the Falcons like it is for years, and
Yeah.
people haven't liked me for it. But hey, I've been right.
Yep. I'll never forget when we were walking across the parking lot at Flowery Branch and Caleb McGarry came outside and like we locked eyes with him and we just got this like glare from him. I was like, does he know who we are? Like, or does he just like, who are these randos in the parking lot? Maybe that's just how he looks. He's kind of an intense guy. Like, I mean, honestly, so it could just be like, that's just how he is. Like, that's just how he looks at people. But I don't know. Yeah.
Look, man, I'm not saying that we're like a huge podcast or anything like
No,
that. But I'm certain that players like they hear and they like know of like what's being said about them. Like even if they're not watching it, maybe someone they know is watching it. They're like, "Oh, hey, these guys said this about you," or like these guys said this.
Yeah.
But,
I'm sure they're aware. Yeah. I mean, as much as everyone's like, "Oh yeah, I don't look at social media." Anyone that says that, they look at social media every day. And they probably Google themselves too. So, if they don't say anything about social media, they probably don't care. If they talk about how much they don't look at it, they're definitely looking at it all the time. So, just
no,
saying.
bro, 100%. Like, bro, like what we know for a fact Arthur Blank is watching us, or he knows of us.
Oh yeah, Blank likes the show. I mean, I don't know if he watches it anymore, but he used to. I know for a fact he used to watch the show sometimes. I mean, I'm not going to say with regularity, but he certainly had watched it. Yeah.
He definitely knows of us, and we know that for a fact.
I know that for many reasons, unfortunately. Yeah, he's well aware. I'm glad anybody's paying attention. If we can make any sort of positive impact on the actual team through our coverage, that's my greatest achievement. I know there's been discussions about, our draft takes in the building. I don't think they like make any sort of, I don't think they care at all, like in terms of their board, what we say, but we've definitely heard that some folks in the building have, agreed with some of our takes versus the takes that perhaps, some, that some other people, decided to actually do. So,
Creed Humphrey, yeah.
Creed Humphrey Hive was strong in Flowery Branch. So, not to say that they didn't like the player they got, but I know there were a lot of people that were Creed Humphrey fans.
It's
but
what Brandon said, bro. Like, come on.
UCF legend, okay? First of all, I just want to shout this out. Jalen Hawkins is like just got a huge contract. Jalen Hawkins has become that guy, and like Richie Grant basically was drafted to replace Jalen Hawkins, and that'll never not be funny to me that it was like, oh, actually we had a good safety and we just like decided we were just gonna take somebody else and irresponsibly do so as well. So oh man, all right, maybe we'll get another pick here. It seems like we're gonna get like bursts of picks, like there'll be like 3 or 4 at a time, and then then it'll go to commercial for like 25 minutes again. So we'll see. All right. The Jets are up at 110. Then, like I said, guys, Falcons will be up at 122. So about 12 picks, 11 picks.
All right. Well, the Jets are announcing it right now.
Yes. All right. Let's see.
It is Cade Klubnik. Wow.
Oh, man. Another Clemson player. So Cade Klubnik. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I would not have done that yet. I mean, I wouldn't have been itching really to draft any of these quarterbacks, to be honest. But
yeah, it's outside of Mendoza, it's a really weak quarterback class.
Yeah. I mean, that whole Clemson team even Avion Terrell to an extent. Like, they all kind of collectively had a down year. That was just a disastrous season for Clemson. But there's a lot of talent on that Clemson team. I mean, look at how many guys got drafted, very early. So
I mean, think of how much better they'd be if Dabo Sweeney would actually get with the times and utilize the transfer portal.
He's a conscientious objector, Adnan, to the transfer portal.
My transfer portal is Jesus. Well, that's not going to many games.
Yep. If Jesus is going to come down and show up and play offensive tackle for you, then maybe that'll work out. But I don't think Jesus is getting off his couch to play for Clemson at this point. So I don't even know what they have up there. I don't even. Is it like just a cloud that they sit on? I don't know. But whatever he's sitting on, yeah.
I remember it was one of the most like eye-popping stats to me. I don't know if this is still the case, but this was like as of like a year or two ago, where God, the Jets are really jetsing this draft up too. By the way,
It started so well. Yeah.
It was like a year or two ago where I think it was like a trivia question of who are the only schools that haven't brought anyone in via the transfer portal, and it was Army, Navy, and Clemson. It's like the military service academies, which like, okay, you get like you have to sign up for the military to like be there, and then Clemson, and it's like double. What the hell are we doing here?
Yeah. That's I don't get it personally. Couldn't be me, but
Look, and the thing is, like, the transfer portal that's the person that's suffered in school that have suffered the most. Because remember, Dabo Sweeney was like, he was the next big thing. Like, I feel like he was at one point, when Clemson was going at it with Alabama year in and year out, when they had Deshaun and then they had like Trevor Lawrence, like Dabo was looked at as probably the second best coach in the nation after Nick Saban. And I remember even some Bama fans were hoping for him as like Saban's successor. And now it's like, okay, the rules change, and if you're a dinosaur, you're gonna get left behind. And it feels like Dabo's really being left behind.
Yeah, I think so. And we do see another offensive tackle go here, Cage Casey from Boise State, going to the Broncos at 111. So it's another tackle off the board. Falcons about, I guess it is 10 picks away now. So we'll get a Falcons pick here. Then we won't get a Falcons pick for a while after that. Almost 100 picks, but it does start to move a little bit once we get into these later rounds. The fourth drags a little bit more than the other ones, but hopefully they'll keep us going in the right direction here. But yeah, I mean, it's about that range where we start looking at this board, Adnan, and the board looks great to me. I mean, there's a lot of guys I would be super excited to draft at this point. And to me, it's like I have a hard time seeing them pass on a tackle. I feel like they kind of have to take an offensive tackle, which is, unfortunate because there's a lot of good receivers and honestly good corners too. Like if you just want to double up there, but yeah, Kyle Lewis is still there. I mean, what do you think about how this looks?
Look, man, I mean, Crownover is still there as a potential tackle.
Yeah, that's my number one right now. I would love to see that one.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go interior, I mean, maybe someone like a Brian Parker, although he seems a little light in terms of like weight-wise compared to what they want, what Bill Callahan and Stefanski really want. Sam Hecht is, I think, the best center available right now, at least according to the consensus boards.
Yeah, I can see that.
So if you want to bolster the offensive line, I'm always for bolstering the offensive line. But there's so many. I can't really get mad at them if they just want to go straight BPA again.
Yeah.
Because it's like I mean, you talked about it tonight. You don't want to sort of box yourself in. Where I mean, Xavier Harris is still there. I mean, well, you still need an interior defensive lineman too. So Xavier Harris would also fill a need.
Yeah, that would be trenches too. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe someone like a Jalen Kilgore as well, even though you don't really like have that need at safety.
Yeah.
Keith, I mean, probably not Keith Abney, but he's someone that you mocked like previously.
Yeah.
Like
again in like the second round. Yeah. I feel like Keith Abney and Avion Terrell. Like I think Abney's just like not as good of a version of Avion Terrell. So it's like, but I mean, it's like, look, if I mean, At this point, the value's fantastic.
If someone told you coming into the draft that you'd get Keith Abney in the 4th round, I'm sure you would have been over the moon about
Oh
that
yeah,
cost.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think Kyle Lewis, the linebacker, that one would make a ton of sense if he ends up falling. They do need that linebacker. He's absolutely a Jeff Ulbrich linebacker in every facet. I think again, I could see them taking another receiver. Elijah Surratt, Skylar Bell, Bryce Lance, all those guys are still there. Those are guys that we were interested in the 3rd round. So I mean, if the board falls to you like that, I mean, I wouldn't be upset at all about double dipping on receiver and really just kind of reshaping that room.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is, you as a football team can never have enough edge rushers either. There's an
Yep.
LT Overton right there as well.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
a Connor Liu, the guy that the chat was mentioning earlier today as a potential center. But yeah, there's the board is it begs the question: should the Falcons potentially look to trade back now? Like for this move where you move back, and there's still going to be someone out there that's going to be good probably by the point where you move back on.
Mm-hmm.
If you can maybe get another 6th round pick here, or maybe a 6th rounder again. Like I really want to stack up on some draft picks next year. Like that draft is going to be so strong next year. I really hope the Falcons can find a way to get like an extra pick or two like next year. And I mean they're already going to have some comp picks coming their way for 2027.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they could possibly get a 6th or a late 5th. That's probably the upper end of the compensation they would be able to get from a round 4 trade down. So maybe something in like that 180 to 190 range would be what they're hoping to find if they can find a trade down. But I agree with you. It's just the board looks really good. I think there's definitely some prospects teams might be interested in trading up for. So again, I said before the draft, I would be surprised if they don't trade down at all. And maybe it just ends up being a smaller move later in this draft. We'll see if they can get a deal done, but I would imagine they would like to get another pick. I think they would like that a lot. So, all right, we've got the Colts up here at 113, and then it'll be the Cowboys and the Ravens are the next teams coming up here. So we'll see whenever they get back. Whenever they get back to drafting, that would be really great.
Peter Schrager's on the board, or he's on the ABC broadcast.
Oh, nice. All right.
All right, the pick is in on the Colts selection right now, and they're announcing it from. Oh, Bjorn Werner is announcing it. Okay, from Berlin.
Nice. Yeah.
Man, I remember Bjorn Werner at Florida State. That was a baller back in the day, college.
Mm-hmm. All right, got the Colts selection coming in here.
All right, they're taking Jalen Farmer out of Kentucky, so there goes a guard.
Yep. Okay. He was a top 100 prospect, so that's a good fit for them. 114 here, I think, actually was originally the Falcons' pick in the 4th round before they traded down with the Eagles to acquire Sidney Brown. Traded down about 8 spots there. I think Dallas actually owns it now from another trade, but yeah, this pick has changed hands so many times. Yeah,
it's hard to keep up, especially like when it's day 3, all the trades that happen and all the like shuffling, moving around.
Yep. All right. Yeah, we got Brandon Brassing at the $2. Thank you, Brandon. Kevin, don't forget about your offensive tackle Isaiah World still there. Yeah, I could definitely see them going for World too. To me, it's like I think Crownover I would have higher. But if Crownover goes, then yeah, I mean, I think World is definitely someone we could see in Atlanta. Just I think Bill Callahan just likes those giant dudes. I mean, Crownover is in the same mold, not as enormous, but he's also like 6'7", 336, so he's pretty enormous in his own right, and pretty good athlete too.
All right. Oh wow, they got the Cowboys selection already in.
Yeah.
but we have a Roundup commercial of the weed killing thing.
There you go. Yeah.
It always reminds me of like, well, they're not going to do this until later. I
Yeah.
think in the fifth that they're actually going to announce all the picks, even if it's not Goodell. But
Yep.
then in the fifth, sixth, and seventh, they're just like, okay, here's the tracker. This is who it is.
Yep. Yep. Yeah,
And
they don't show every single one anymore at that point. So
that. Oh wait, nope. They just did that. Did that for the first time tonight. Devin Moore to the Cowboys.
oh, yep, that was a guy that I had sent to the Falcons in the third round previously. So I think this is pretty good value here.
If you're watching ABC, they picked him in the middle of a Manjaro commercial.
NFL Network was not that commercial. So just saying. NFL
Look,
Network
man,
coming correct.
But NFL Network, I have an antenna.
Oh, well,
In
that's a
ABC,
little tougher. The proposition's a little tougher there. Yeah, yeah.
Look, man, I've gotten so sick of like how much Comcast is like charging me
Oh, yeah,
to the
yeah.
point
It's
where
gross.
I just like call them out of anger and I'm like, take out all of the cable stuff. Like I'm sick
Yeah.
of this.
Yeah.
It-
No,
it-
I went to YouTube TV and I've been enjoying that, but it's still, I mean, it's not like it's cheap, but
Yeah, YouTube TV is like $90 a month or something like that, right? Or
I
like
think mine is, yeah, it's something like that. It might be like 80.
because it's gone up more and more. Like YouTube TV used to be like positioned as like the cheaper alternative.
Yeah,
Not-
yeah. That was never going to last. Let's see. Yeah, it's $82 is what I pay for YouTube TV. So
But that's 82 a month. Man.
it is. It is. I do love that it's like I can pull it up on like any computer or my phone,
Yeah.
like, and just have full access, and it works really great. And then we have, there's Elijah Surratt going to the he feels like a Ravens receiver for sure.
That's not a compliment.
Complimentary. Ravensy, as Mark Sisson would say.
If I'm a wide receiver and you tell me I feel like a Ravens or a Titans wide receiver, I would take that as a mess.
I would be scared. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about YouTube TV that's really cool, especially during football season, is like the box. Like you can watch 4 games at once.
Yeah.
And
It's
that's
so like quick. I can just toggle between like 3 or 4 games, and
yeah, especially like it's the gold standard during college football days for sure.
Yeah. And like I have to use, I have to have Sunday Ticket here because they don't ever show the Falcons games. So I will say, since YouTube TV took over Sunday Ticket, it works like a million times better than the DirecTV version. So
I just heard it here first. Kevin has it like that.
Yeah,
he's got that money for Sunday Ticket, for YouTube TV. Like,
I gotta spend these tips on something useful,
Man,
I gotta put all the tips for the whole year go towards paying for my Sunday Ticket subscription. Because they charge you an arm. They give you like the first year is like $200, and they're like, next year it'll be $400. It's like,
that's
okay.
how they do it.
And then it's like, next year it'll be $500. It's like, okay, buddy, like,
it's
relax.
Model. It's why like Amazon will give you Prime for a month free, and they're just counting on you not like getting so used to it and not being able to sort of like live without it, quote unquote. I mean, you can live without without this like stuff, but you don't want to go back to before that enhancement.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's never worked on me. Like, I don't even have Prime right now. I just sort of like, I'll be like, okay, well, thanks for the month. Like, cancel auto renew immediately. But what the one thing that got me with that, the one company that's ever like successfully gotten me is Spotify.
Yeah.
Because I had Spotify like with ads for forever. And it's like it's ass on the phone with ads. You can't even like pick your songs to like play. You just have to pick an artist, and it gives you a shuffle like of the songs. And every 2 or 3 songs, it's like a commercial. Eventually, Spotify gave me 3 months free, and I'm like, okay, this is a whole nother world. I don't mind paying $10 a month for this. And I mean, now it's 12.
Yeah. No, it's. I ended up getting like the family plan where you can get like 3 accounts for like $18. So I was like, all right, I'll just pay that, and then now I can share it with a couple people. But yeah, they just made like free Spotify so terrible that you just that tip my cap business wise. They figured out a way to make that work. And also, welcome in Aaron Freeman. Welcome back to the show, Aaron. How you doing today?
I'm glad to be back. I'm glad you guys are deep in day 3
Yes.
conversation talking about.
We're already there, man. It's been about 15 picks, and
it's only round 4 too. Like there's 3 more rounds of this.
That's what the people are here for on day 3. Okay.
The pros and cons. It's funny because I was in another chat and we were talking about energy drinks, as we were just sitting there like, oh, Celsius. Are you trying Celsius? What about Monster? And like these are they're just the everyday conversations on day 3 where you just like, okay, like, how are you living your life as we spend the next hour and a half waiting for the Falcons to make a pick? Yeah. And of course, I wanted to hop in here before the pick, and of course they'll probably like wind up trading back to like round 5, and then they'll be like, okay, well, I'll see you guys in 2 hours.
See you soon. Yeah. yeah. It's as the Bucks take Keontae Scott here, that's a damn good pick. So I'm pretty upset about that. But
I feel like that's the most elite podcasting though, where it's like, you're not even talking, you're just talking about like the day-to-day stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's easy to talk Falcons. I mean, we talk Falcons all the time. but now is when it's like, okay, I'm sure the people love the casual conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we can just chat. We can chat about anything. This could be a lifestyle podcast. Once we get it, I mean, once we get to June, it is a lifestyle podcast. So I mean, it could be any topics on here. But yeah, Aaron, obviously have to ask how you're feeling after day 2, because that was a pretty spicy 2-round combo for me. So
yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed I've been a fan of the process that Ian Cunningham has been implementing. You get to need positions. I know we spent 3 months talking about best player available, but I wondered how Ian Cunningham would feel about prioritizing premium positions versus, Terry Fontenot not necessarily being well known for prioritizing those spots with some of the top picks. You get a wide receiver, you get a corner, 2 out of the 5 premium spots. You get, I think, the 2 biggest needs when I look at last season and I go like, where were the biggest problem areas on either side of the ball for the Falcons? It was wide receiver 2 and cornerback 2. And so hopefully you have some potential solutions there. I think it's certainly debatable whether you see Zachariah Branch as a long-term wide receiver 2. I think he has the upside to get there, but I think as we sit here today, we're talking about him coming in more as that wide receiver 3 in the mix, probably coming up with a package of plays for him on a weekly basis, as opposed to him, going out there and playing 50 snaps a game. So I guess maybe technically you could call him the wide receiver 4 day 1, but there's certainly upside if you can develop him. If you're looking, I know some people are like, oh, he could be Tyreek Hill. We'll see. I think the sort of high-end expectations is kind of like a Deshaun Jackson type of player. And again, I don't think that's what you're going to get year 1, but who knows where he could be in 3 or 4 years with some development to be more of a complete wide receiver. And Avion Terrell, I think it pretty much speaks for itself. You solve that. Hopefully, you solve that cornerback problem. I think Avion is a very high level player, and you get the value, premium positions. It's everything we've been clamoring for several years when it comes to the Falcons draft. So certainly happy with the results so far.
Yeah. I think it's hard to be upset. And just like the human side of like getting Avion and AJ together is just that really brings it home for me. Because like I know you and I ran many mock simulations. I can't recall one where I actually legitimately like didn't stack the deck to get Avion Terrell to 48, and like it just wasn't something that was happening. And I don't know if people were that scared off by his workout. I mean, I really don't think he runs a 4.6 personally.
It's a 40 time, man. Like people are scared off by the speed, and I think teams really sort of like. Well, I'm not saying the 40 time isn't valuable, but they really like overvalue the 40 time sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing about his 40 time, because I saw this in the Beast, where it's like he was a track guy in high school.
Yeah.
Right. He ran the 100 meters. He ran 4x100. And if you look at his times, like, that shows that he's not a slow guy. And so it's just funny to me that like that's one of those things where you would just basically be like, okay, yeah, he ran a 4.6. He's not a 4.6 guy, right? He had a bad day, the hammy, whatever excuse he had for running that slow time is a legit excuse because we know he's fast based off of his high school track record. And so I think teams kind of overthought it, and I think we're just looking for reasons to ding him. And again, maybe he came off a certain way because he has that Terrell family swagger or whatever, and maybe people was like, oh, hyper confident cornerback. We don't want that. I don't know.
How dare you?
I can't imagine teams watched the film and came away being like, oh, we're afraid that he is a legit 4.6 guy. Now, maybe you thought he was maybe like a 4.5 guy or something like that, but like, I don't know if that's enough to ding him to the point that he would fall to 48. And like you said, Kevin, like even going into yesterday, I was just like, yeah, someone's going to take him in these first 15 picks in round 2. Like, there's no way that 15 teams are going to pass on him to get the Falcons here, even though I like could finally acknowledge the possibility of it happening, but it still felt like something that was outlandish.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's just like, I don't know. I think it was just a case of the league overthinking. Because you watch the tape, I get it for a guy if you're like, I don't know, like I'm concerned about the long speed. Like you watch the tape, you're like, okay, I'm concerned about the long speed. I never came away watching Terrell's tape and being like, yeah, I think he's slow. Like I'm worried what 40 he's gonna run. So when you like, I don't like if it synced up with tape concerns, that's when I think it really is dangerous for your stock. But like, I just don't get the overemphasis on the testing when you've seen on tape that this guy is not like, I don't think he's like a 4.3 corner. I think he's probably like a 4.45 guy, maybe. But like, I mean, it's just, I don't know, whatever. I'm not upset about it. Maybe it was actually intentional sabotage to get himself on the Falcons. So in that case, well played, Avion. Well played. All right, we got a couple picks here. Wesley Williams going to the Jaguars. We had Travis Burke going earlier as well to the Texans. And then we had Jimmy Rolder, the linebacker from Michigan, going to the Lions. So Falcons could be up here in 3 picks. And yeah, what are you feeling? I think the board is falling very well for Atlanta at this point again. But where are you sort of leaning? Because I think a lot of guys are on the board here that I was really just not anticipating having available, Aaron.
Yeah, I would love to see them get a tackle. I was kind of circling Travis Burke, but I know he went a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at who's left available. Is Crownover still out there?
Yeah. Crownover is the guy I have circled right now as the one that I'm hoping is available for them. Obviously, World could be in play here. I know it's a little early for him, but the tackles in this class have all gone early. So honestly, Crownover's the one that is not gone early yet. So that one's kind of a surprise to me. I know your guy, Kyle Lewis from Pitt. We get a Pitt player in here, so I think that one's a possibility.
Yeah. I don't want to get my hopes up too much, Kevin. You know how I am.
It's just like, dangerous. Yeah.
I can't. We got a Pitt guy too. Oh my god, I love this draft. I can't. I gotta temper my expectations a little bit.
Yeah.
So someone in the chat said Aaron's giving positive takes in this economy.
I know it's crazy, but yeah,
it's funny because I remember this time last year when I came through for the day 3, and we were just like, the Falcons draft is kind of good, but it's like, but now we have to buy back into this team, and we know this is going to disappoint us again, and it's like now it's just like a fresh start, and it's like, oh, I can legitimately buy into this team without having the baggage of knowing that it's not going to work.
Yeah. The Falcons did trade down, by the way. The Falcons have traded down with the Las Vegas Raiders, I believe. I literally saw the thing change like on the ticker. I haven't gotten any details of this trade yet, but I will keep you guys posted. So the trade down, Aaron, Adnan, we were all saying it. It's going to happen at some point, right? And I think it took a little longer than some people expected, but the Falcons have pulled off a trade down. So you called it like 3 minutes ago, Aaron. You're like, yeah, I don't think you're going to have to wait until the 5th round, though. I think they traded down like 8 spots, maybe, or 10 spots. So,
it looks like it's 10, 11 spots.
Yeah.
Based on the ticker.
All right.
Give me that late 5th, baby.
Let's go. We'll see what the compensation is. I'm just going to tweet this out real quick, guys. Hold on.
All right, let's. I mean, yeah, there's the first. Well, technically, the second trade down in the fourth rounder, if you're counting the pre-drop trade the Falcons made.
Yeah. I should have known the second that the Falcons traded down that Trayshawn would appear. So Trayshawn, welcome, man. How you doing today?
Sleepy, Kevin. Sleepy.
Yeah, sleepy. That's what I woke up at. I set my alarm for 11, and I actually woke up at like 10:30. But then I was like, I just can't. Like, I'm running on fumes. I was recording that little recap pod at like 1 a.m. last night. So that's just this time of year, though. That's just this time of year. I know you were cranking out the day 3 prospects to watch late as well. So Trayshawn also putting in the late shift.
Yeah. You'd think the West Coast time zone would help me out, give me a little bit of an advantage there, since I'm not up quite as late as you guys are on the East Coast. But sleepy guy over here. But you know what? Wide awake now. Ian's got me wired. Trade down finally happened that we've been waiting for. So excited to see what they're going to do with that.
Yeah. It's been an exciting one. And while we're waiting now, what do you think about day 2? Because I mean, we never really, we talked about Branch on the show. We never really seriously talked about the possibility of Avion Terrell ending up in Atlanta. So very exciting.
Yeah, I left Avian off the day 2 prospects best available list that I made going into that, because I really didn't think that he was going to make it to 48. So just one of those situations that right place, right time. Falcons, held their water and were able to take advantage of a really good player falling to them without having to trade up or do anything like that. So it's a really crazy situation, when you have 2 siblings making it to the league. I imagine the father, Terrell Sr., is probably feeling pretty proud right now, along with the mom. It's really cool to be able to, make the claim that you got both your kids into the league, but into the same college, onto the same team. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see, how Avian meshes with Ulbricht's defense. I think he has real inside-out ability. I think you get some legit insurance while Billy Bowman recovers, while also having somebody that can give you play on the outside. And then Branch is, that lightning in a bottle player that we've been talking about. He's going to add a new dimension to the Falcons offense. I don't know if it's going to be the cleanest integration. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to kind of, understand, how do you get the most out of him? But this is a player that I think it makes a lot of sense. If you were like me and you were somebody that thought you wanted to go the prototypical X route, maybe you saw Ted Hurst was sitting there still. I think if you weren't going to go that direction, this was the best option available for the wide receiving room there. And it makes sense. You can understand why they would want this player.
Yeah, I totally get it. And it's exciting to see Avion. I think the human side of it is just so awesome too. All right, I'm getting the trade details for you guys here. Hold on one second.
It's a 6th rounder we got.
Yeah. Okay, so 122 to the Raiders for 134, and I believe an early 200s pick.
208.
208. Okay, yes. Okay, yeah, I was wondering if they would have to do a swap, but yeah, to get an extra 6, I like that. I think that's a nice move there.
It's a little light on a compensation, but
I feel like every trade this year.
I would have liked to get that 7th as well, the 219 from the Raiders in addition, but beggars can't be choosers at this point.
I would have rather packaged 231 and gotten an earlier pick from the Raiders, but we can't have everything. So yes.
That's purely for content, Kevin. You can't be selfish.
I'm selfish. Yeah, I am selfish. Yes.
Yeah,
So yeah.
Say, Kevin's gonna have to be here later if we get extra round.
Yeah, if they go any further than 231, we're gonna have words with Flowery Branch. Okay, so but yes, the Falcons pick up an extra 6 rounder, so they will now officially have 6 picks for the moment. We'll see what happens, but Atlanta will be up at 134 now as opposed to 122. Let me see. Based on the Rich Hill model, 122 to 134 is about, 6 points on the scale, and 208 is 4 points on the scale. So yeah, it's a little light. It's a little light, but I feel like every trade in this draft has been kind of light, honestly. I know it started day 1, and kind of it's,
I think it's because they just really like how the board looks right now, and they're very, very comfortable with multiple players like on there to the point where they're like, okay, we'll take a little lighter like compensation, but I'm sure they're very confident in whoever they get. What 10 picks from now, 13 picks from now is going to be about the same value as whoever they would get right here.
Yeah, I agree with you. All right, let's see how this plays out. The Raiders are going to make a pick with Atlanta's pick here very shortly.
Good linemen out there right now.
What's that?
There's some really good linemen out there right now.
Yeah. No, honestly, this board is very good. We've seen, I mean, this happens every year, but yeah. What did you think of that? What did you guys think of that crazy tight end run we got yesterday? It was like, we'll just take any tight end. I mean, it's like the whole tight end class win on day 2. It's just bizarre stuff to me.
I mean, it helped the Falcons get a wide receiver because all the wide receivers ended up just getting pushed all the way back. And it's like, even the bad tight ends were going before these wide receivers.
It was wild stuff, man. I've never seen that many. I don't know if that was some kind of record for number of tight ends on day 2. I mean, I know this is a deep tight end class, but just kind of like, kind of scary. Let's see. Well, now we're at a commercial. So they were thinking the Falcons were going to be picking at 122, so they went ahead and had a commercial break queued up. But yeah, unfortunately, the Falcons aren't picking there anymore. The Falcons outsmarted them this time, so they're like, we know you're going to put a commercial right in the middle of our pick, so we're just not going to make that pick. You guys are going to have to work around that. So, all right.
I remember when Nikola Jokic got drafted during a Taco Bell commercial in the NBA. I think they did. I think he got a Taco Bell sponsorship or did something with Taco Bell earlier this year about it.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes things just work out. Okay. I don't think he's too upset. I think he's feeling pretty good overall. So, how many MVPs has he won? Like 2, 3?
3. I think
yeah.
3.
Yeah.
Low-key probably should have been 5 by now, but
Yeah, he's reached the point where they stop giving you MVPs because it's like, all right,
that's enough. You've got enough. Yeah, you've got enough.
Just like LeBron back in the day, where it's like, LeBron probably should have won like 11, but they're like, okay, voter fatigue. Let's get someone else in
here. Yeah.
Who's the second best player in the NBA?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's probably it seems like the Hawks have really gotten some good pickups this year with like NAW and Dyson Daniels has continued crushing it. Yeah.
I'm all in on the Hawk talk, but yeah, it's going to be SGA who's going to win it again this year probably.
Yeah. Well, I know what NAW had he won the MIP, right? So good for him.
Yeah. They're cousins.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the Raiders are going to utilize the Falcons pick to take Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas.
Yeah, he's a very good running back. Again, it's like, I know we just spent, a top pick on a running back. You know what we should do is get another running back, and make sure that we have multiple.
Is bound to be good.
Yeah, I mean, that's an odd one. But again, this is probably the worst possible like dynasty related draft I can ever think of, where it's like every single running back prospect in a weak running back class just got sat behind somebody else. And even Tyler Algier has now been, sat behind Jeremiah Love. So it's like they just took a hammer to everyone's dynasty plans in this draft.
I have the 12th pick in my dynasty league and I have to figure it out by tonight because we're drafting at 7 p.m.
That's going to be a rough one this year. Any chance you can convince someone to trade you a 2027 pick?
I'm going to try my hardest. I traded the second round pick last year, and it pretty much won me my championship.
Nice.
Because I traded Andrews in a second for George Kittle, and I know Kittle like his hamstring or his Achilles like fried, but I was not going to be in that championship game without Kittle's like immense Week 16 game. So that And now that second round pick is 12, so it's a great trade.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think the Panthers traded down again. So we got the
draft, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Texans picking here at 123.
Another Clemson guy.
Oh, okay. Wade Woodaz.
They went with Woodaz.
I like Woodaz as a potential like 6th, 7th round linebacker flyer for the Falcons.
Yeah, Fort's a little rich.
This has been a very I think we've seen like a ton of like reaches versus the consensus board this year. Like the second and third rounds, there was like some 100+ pick reaches going on. And it was I think we had 3 picks back to back that were just like, well, that was 100 picks. That was 150 picks. They just kept one-upping each other like every time. It's been a wild one.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly wouldn't take Woodaz over Pitt legend Kyle Lewis. I don't know about Adnan Freeman, but that's just me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I know Lewis is not necessarily for everyone, but he's for me.
Jeff.
He's for me. Yeah. I'm in.
He's waiting there for us.
Yeah. They called, Kyle Lewis and were like, the Falcons are already on the phone with Kyle Lewis. Like, yeah, we know no one else has got the bravery to draft you. So we're just going to go ahead and tell you that we're picking you at 134 here. So, Bears up here as the Panthers traded down maybe for a 6th or something like that.
No, they go down to 129.
Yeah. We should have a competition now. The Falcons and the Panthers are just going to start trading down over and over again to see how many picks they can accrue in the late portions of this draft. So
the Bears get Malik Muhammad out of Texas.
Oh yeah, that was another.
There's a guy that slid.
Yeah. That I know. Depending on your take on Malik, some people had him as a 3rd round guy. Some people had him as a day 3 guy, but apparently the NFL has him as a day 3 guy too. So let me check where he ended up on the consensus board.
I feel like he was in the 90s, maybe.
I think so. Check it out. Yeah, 89. So dead on, Aaron. I remember that
98.
Yeah, that's so. I mean, yeah, it's just a little dyslexic there. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's day 3. It's day 3. We're all the fact that we're all still here on the air is a miracle. So, all right. So we got the Buffalo Bills up here. I think the Bills got back-to-back picks at this point. All righty. See if we can get some movement here. They drug out that I think they really were like, oh yeah, the Falcons are picking at 122. Yeah, do a long commercial break there, and then
it's
yeah,
blurry now.
Now
they're already announced.
Yeah. They should just stay out here and announce the next one too. They don't even need to go, walk back and forth. They should give them 2 cards. There's 2 people. Maybe they got 2 cards. I don't know. It's just my hope as we we're a little over halfway through this 4th round, folks. So we're moving. We're moving.
Skylar Bell.
Oh, Skylar Bell. Yep, that was one of the best players left on the board. So
I believe a certain person named Trayshawn Diaz was a big fan of him.
I think
Skylar
so.
Bell guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's yeah.
I'm surprised he's honestly Bryce Lance, Keith Abney. I mean, I'm kind of shocked about some of the guys that are still around here.
Keith Abney's a pretty big surprise for me too. Yeah, I would have figured that he'd have come off the board at this point just because he's a really good zone defender. But yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess there's more concerns there than I had.
Yeah.
My worry with Keith Abney is he's going to have the Clark Phillips situation where he's an outside corner, but teams are like, we need you to play inside, but you've never played inside. So, as we saw with Clark, I think round 4 is probably where teams are willing to make that bet.
Yeah. That actually makes a ton of sense because this is kind of a similar situation in terms of the size. And I guess Abney's maybe a little bigger, but
yeah. I think Abney is a better player than Clark Phillips, but I think we kind of see this pattern where teams are hesitant to take nickel guys that haven't played nickel.
Yeah,
in the
as they probably should be. You know, that does sound, when you say it like that, it sounds reasonable. So
yeah, you know,
that's-
oh, the skill, the position and role that we're projecting to you, you've never done before. Oh, okay, yeah, that's definitely worth a top 20 pick.
yeah, for sure.
Also, there are multiple fans of the year because the Bills have their fan of the year up there now.
Yeah,
I know
okay.
we were discussing that earlier.
Mm-hmm. All right.
This guy's very intense.
I like, he's got the like WWE belt. He's got the Bills like suit. I mean, this guy's all in. Yeah.
That's become a thing in recent times where teams are making the WWE belts and like, people are like wearing those cost like $400.
They do.
They are very expensive.
If you want like a nice one, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they have like if you see one for like $50, guys, it's like a mini one. Okay, it's not the full size belt, so don't get baited by that. But
don't buy the Temu belt. Okay.
yeah, no, the team wrestling belt. It's just like a picture of a belt. It's not even like a real belt.
It's just printed on.
It's just like a piece of paper like taped over a normal belt. But Caleb Ellis-Orr, I know that was a guy. Was it you, Aaron, that was all about Caleb Ellis-Orr, or was it Trayshawn? I'm trying to remember. I
was a fan of him because he, on the first day of Senior Bowl practice, he like trucked one of the running backs on the pass rushing drills, and I was like, oh, okay, I like that.
Yeah, definitely a guy that I've seen as a very common 4th round linebacker. So he does go right about in the range expected. And yeah, guys, just a reminder while we're waiting on the next pick, San Francisco's up now at 127. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, you could do that. That'd be really cool. And then we will be giving away a $50 NFL shop card. I was gonna start it during the 215 pick, but at this point I'll probably start it at the 208 pick. I think that's fine. So we will give that away right around the 6th round pick. So yeah, make sure to stick around for that. And otherwise, stick around for the content, for the mirth, and for the discussions that we're gonna have going through the rest of this day 3. We're just getting started here. So, all right. Oh, this kid's got a belt too. He's got the Packers Batman hat. Yeah,
it's become a thing. Like the whole championship belt. I'm sure the WWE has profited very handsomely from it.
I don't know. I think they're losing money on that real gold. $400 doesn't seem. It's pricey, but is that really recouping the cost of having to smelt all that down? I don't know.
Hey man, it's I have noticed since I think they got into a deal with ESPN, like the WWE, and I for some reason I didn't realize that, and I was like, why the hell is there so much WrestleMania coverage on SportsCenter going on? And then I realized, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
ESPN has its hand in the pie here.
Yep. All right. No, I thought we were going to get another pick, but instead we're being subjected to more commercials. So I'm going to continue.
We'll get a flurry and then some commercials and then a flurry. But, if the Falcons don't trade down again, it should be.
Can't rule it out, Adnan. So anything could happen.
We're an hour and a half in? We're not even halfway through round 4.
I think we're halfway through round. We're more than halfway through round 4.
Okay, good. We're 26 and there's 40.
Yep, yeah. It was nice of them to have the day 2 end exactly at 100 picks. That ended up that was nice and clean. I like that.
Hey man, I'm looking forward to next year when the Falcons have a couple of these profited comp picks. I think we're a 4th and a 5th.
I think it's a 5th and 6th. Yeah.
I think I saw someone post update that they adjusted it and we lost the 6 for Algier. I think.
Really? Let's check it out.
I think I saw a screenshot from somebody.
Nope. So as of right now, per Over the Cap, 5th for Caden Ellis, 6th for Tyler Algier. We did lose the 7th for D. Alford. I think he got canceled out by I think it was Nick Folk.
Hooper or something.
Yeah, Folk or Hooper or something.
Did Jawan Taylor, did he cancel anyone out?
No, because he was cut.
He was cut,
so, yeah. That was, I think, I had forgotten that he had been cut. So that means that he doesn't count. But
I will go chastise that person then for posting a false screenshot.
There you go. What, you think someone would really do that, Aaron? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Fake news, man. It's fake news.
Yep.
Next year is the draft to have those picks too. So I mean, having a nice extra 5th and 6th.
Yeah.
The Falcons have made. I think they had one comp pick in the entire Terry Fontenot era.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of Ian Cunningham officially has now passed Terry Fontenot in number of trade downs in his first draft. So, congratulations to Ian Cunningham. Well done. By doing exactly
counting the Sidney Brown trade.
Yes, it is. That was technically a trade down. So now he has done 2 trade downs in his first draft and is now, of course, past Terry Fontenot's 1 career trade down. So,
look, man, I just still can't believe that there were people that actively saying we need to keep Terry Fontenot at the end of this past season.
I will. I will admit when I was wrong about a GM, and I was wrong about Terry Fontenot. So yeah.
I was at war for 2 years on Twitter against Terry Fontenot troopers.
Yep. I wanted it to work out. I mean, I'm sure all of us wanted it to work out. It's just like it really went off the rails there.
Because here's the thing, we're on a bus. And, Terry Fontenot was driving the bus. I don't want him to crash the bus. I'm on this shit.
I don't want this to happen. Yeah, I agree. Carver Willis from Washington going here.
Line.
Yeah, that's not one I'm familiar with, actually. Let me see.
So he's a pretty small tackle. So I'm interested to see, like, just weight-wise. He's like 6'5", but I think he's sub 300-pound guy. He's playing.
Yeah, 232 on the consensus board. Carver Willis.
I thought you were going to say 232 was his weight. Like, no way. There's no way that's 232.
He's a linebacker, actually.
Didn't the Falcons bring him in for a 30 visit?
They might have. I can't remember. I know they did. Yeah, it could very well be. Yeah, he's actually listed as a guard on the consensus board too. But yeah, they announced him as a tackle. So I mean, I
know
guess
he played left tackle at Washington.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people, for what Trayshawn said, projected him as a guard.
Yeah. I guess people hate Crownover. Like, did Crownover do something wrong that I'm not aware of here? That
it's Texas A&M line play. You either get overdrafted or you get underdrafted. There's no in between.
There is no in between. You know what? I hadn't considered that, but that is a good one there. I mean, at this point, yeah.
You either love the Texas A&M guy or you hate the Texas A&M guy. That's it. Yeah. They're very polarizing players.
Yep. Oh, we got a George Costanza appearance with the $2. Thank you so much, George. George's our generous donator of the gift cards this year and each of the previous years as well. Saying, sorry I haven't been around. Work's been crazy busy. Hope everyone's having fun winning the gift cards. Loved our first 2 selections. Would love to see Connor Lew at 134. Offensive line, never a bad pick in the middle rounds. Unfortunately, as you say that, George, Connor Lew does go to the Cincinnati Bengals at 128. So impeccable timing. But yeah, we appreciate you, George, and we hope to see you soon. Good luck with the work. I know you're a busy man. So
shout out to George, our show benefactor. But yeah, there goes the Connor Lew dream for anyone having it for the Falcons. He goes to the Bengals.
Yeah. All right, now I believe the Panthers will actually make a pick here. So we will see.
I think it's a really good pick for Cincinnati. I don't know if maybe something with. I think there was maybe some remarks about Lew's knees or something coming into the draft. I don't know if there's how serious health is, but I thought he was the best center, at least the highest floor. So kind of surprised that he. I think he ends up being like the 3rd or 4th one taken here, but I think it's a good pick for Cincinnati. Joe Burrow's been needing offensive line help for about 5 years now.
The Panthers or the Bengals have really sort of like smartened up a little bit. They've gone all, I think, defense and now the offensive line. I think they're done with that gimmicky, all right, let's get in more skill position guys type thing. It hasn't worked out lately.
Yeah. I think they've done a good job as well. I think they're I think obviously getting Dexter Lawrence is nice. I think the top 10 pick is a lot, but they did need a lot of help. I think, I mean, other than the fact that you got to pay, you're paying him all that money, he's certainly a very talented player. But they've made some good moves in this draft. All right, the Panthers. This guy's, is that like a felt claw?
What's he?
What is this? I thought it was a hand puppet for a second. I was like, okay, all right. I mean,
Dude,
I
grown-ass man. Like, what are we doing here? But,
I recognize, a hand puppetry is an art form, but I think it's just a claw. All right. And Will Lee the third is the pick for the Panthers here at 129.
Oh man.
I know Will Lee had a lot of fans, so yep, I'm sure the people will be more and more continue to be salty about the Panthers draft. So I mean, I certainly am. Falcons 5 picks away now with the Dolphins on the clock at 130. Atlanta currently slated to pick at 134. So we will see how that goes. We got Mad Tom K with the $2 asking, better Falcons GM, Thomas Dimitroff or Terry Fontenot? Go. I mean, obviously Dimitroff, right? I mean, yeah. I don't even think it's a competition. I mean, as much as the end of Dimitroff and like various years of Dimitroff are not good, Dimitroff like did preside over the greatest success of the Atlanta Falcons ever. I think Dimitroff gets too much hate. He didn't stick the landing, obviously, but he did preside over some really fantastic periods of Atlanta Falcons football. So
that was the best era in Falcons football, and I mean, for as bad as the ending was, Dimitroff was technically the architect of it. Yeah. I mean, I know in hindsight, the Matt Ryan pick is like, oh, well, of course you pick Matt Ryan, but that wasn't the case back in like 2008. Like there was visceral debate about who the Falcons should take at third. So I do think he deserves credit, a lot of credit for that pick and for that 2008 draft class.
Yeah.
And then, I know he wasn't the best at like building up the trenches, but even to this day, like most of the offensive line are Dimitroff picks.
Yeah, it's true.
The funny thing about Dimitroff is he would go off consensus a lot, like Terry did, but usually when he did it, it worked out. Like AJ Terrell was an off consensus pick, Keanu Neal was an off consensus pick, Matt Ryan, you sort of point that out as well. Like they tended to have a lot of success. Chris Lindstrom was another one that it was technically a reach if you based it off of the consensus board. And so like, Dimitroff certainly had his flaws, but like when people try to sit here and go like, oh, Terry was better than him, I'm like, Dimitroff separately built 2 NFC championship caliber teams with 2 different coaches and 14 years, and Terry couldn't even win the worst division in the history of sports.
Yeah, but how many 7-win seasons did Dimitroff lead us to? Exactly 7 wins.
I'm sure Jake is like, what did I walk into here? Like,
it's day 3, man. I understand that we're in slim pickings at this point. So
nice. Is that new ink, Jake, on the arm there?
Oh yeah. I got this done about 2 weeks ago. Almost done with the whole sleeve, and I'm never getting a tattoo again. But I'm already committed to this one. So
yeah. Very cool. Very cool. How you doing, man?
I'm great, dude. I would say this draft has gone perfectly, except for the Saints took 2 of my boys, and I'm a little upset about that.
Yeah,
they're picking again right now, but I love Christian Miller and I love Delp, so I was a little bummed about that.
Yeah, sad to see, but I'm sure you're absolutely pumped about the players the Falcons did come away with, because I think this is the first time I think every single person you talk to with regards to the Falcons is pretty much on cloud 9. So.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I love Avion Terrell. Like somebody gave him a Kyler Gordon comp, which I'm a big fan of. If he lives up to that, I think that's a pretty good pick. And then I saw a lot of complaints about Zach Branch because the Panthers took Brazil and the Bucs took Ted Hurst. But I mean, if you're concerned about Zach Branch is that he doesn't run great routes, I mean, you're talking about a Tennessee wide receiver. So I don't understand why. Yeah. So I'm not too sure why that would be your main concern there. But I don't know. I love Zach. He's explosive. He's probably a little more Xavier worthy than Tyreek Hill, but I think he's going to be solid. If they can like hit him on some end rounds and some quick screens and stuff he did at Georgia, he's going to be just fine. Yeah,
I think he's a very exciting addition. They really needed that guy to take some pressure off. Like they needed a hot read. I think he's their hot read guy. Like if we're in 3rd and 5 and they're showing pressure, like Branch, get ready. get ready to catch that one because they just otherwise it was like, well, it's either Bijan or we're making Kyle Pitts catch this screen, and we saw how that went. So not particularly well. All right, got a Saints pick coming up here at 132. Then the Falcons will be up in just a couple picks unless they trade out again, which can't rule that out now. Now that Ian Cunningham has officially become like the most prolific trade down, GM in Falcons history, which is really easy to do, it turns out, because Fontenot only traded down once, and Dimitrov certainly wasn't a guy that traded down. So we will see what the Saints come away with here. We got George Costanza with the 2. Thanks, George, saying, how about Xavier Harris at 134? You can't teach beef. That is the classic phrase. Bit too tall, but 6'8", 330 would help the run D. Off-field issues, understand, because of the JPJ situation. But yeah, I like Xavier Harris on the field. He is definitely the first guy off the bus type of player. But yeah, I don't know if they'll be scared off by the off-field stuff at this stage. That would be my concern with Xavier Harris. All right.
Yeah, I mean they yeah, you think they'll be a little more like gun shy with the off-field stuff, given what just happened with James Pierce?
Probably.
Yeah.
When your first week on the job, you're dealing with what the Falcons had to deal with James Pierce. Like, I don't think we want to go through this again. I don't think we're going to do that.
But what about Zachariah Branch's off-field stuff?
Well, he
What a
went up
mess.
on my draft board based off of the police report I saw.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Twilight, what Twilight is in Athens, but they literally closed down every street and have like a huge bike race. I would be very curious to know which sidewalk he was blocking, because usually you can't move around at all that weekend. And it was G Day. I think that's why he was still there. But I would have been very curious to see where he was standing, because there's probably not much room for somebody to quote unquote block a sidewalk on that weekend.
Yeah. It seemed completely ridiculous to me, and I'm getting the feeling that pretty much everyone is in the same boat. As like the NFL teams did not care at all about this.
I'm going to throw the proverbial grenade in here, but how do we feel about Garrett Nussmeier?
No, don't even put that evil on me. I don't think Garrett Nussmeier's bad. I just don't think the Falcons should bother drafting a quarterback in this draft.
Trust Meyer. You can trust him to manage the game.
Goatmeyer.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Falcons already have 2 game managers on the roster.
Yeah, no kidding. I do find it a little amusing. Oh, never mind. That's the center. I was going to say, you just go. I did find it a little amusing that they were like, yeah, he has like a cyst that's pushing on his spine. It's like Brian Kelly's medical staff was just killing it at LSU, weren't they?
Yeah. Geez.
Couldn't diagnose a thing.
Nope. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, we are just about up here on the clock for the Falcons as the Saints take Jeremiah Wright, the offensive guard, at 132, and the Ravens have come up here to 133. So we will see.
Everybody keeps leapfrogging the Falcons.
They're just afraid. They saw the Falcons getting all this value, like on day 2, absolutely crushing it. They're like, all right, we can't let the Falcons do this. So we will see.
Like, trade with us. Don't trade with the team picking before us. Trade with us.
Yeah, like you could just call us. Like, we could give you a discount. A 2027 pick changed hands as a part of this trade. Actually, a 2027 sixth. So I think that's only the second, I think, 2027 pick to get traded so far. So, all right.
I'm gonna call my shot on this one. I'm gonna say I haven't seen anything, so if I'm right, I'm not cheating. I'm gonna say LT Overton out of Bama. That's gonna be my guess on this one.
That, to quote the great Mark Sessler, that does feel very Ravensy. Yeah. I could definitely see that one too. Unless they're trying to go for like a tackle and jump the Falcons for that could also be a thing. But
he took a tight end. What's the tight ends this year?
What is going on?
There's something in the water.
This is the greatest tight end class of all time. We had like 7 tight ends get drafted on day 2. It's crazy.
He has 4. Oh no, that was last year. I did see the kid out of A&M had like 487 career yards. Which, hey, he must be a hell of a blocker.
436 yards.
Yeah.
This tight end.
Yeah, I made the joke. They took a blocking tight end in the second round.
Yeah, Terry would have traded up for him.
Lunch pail guy. comes in, you know. Wow, okay, this might be the. I got to figure this out now. I got to see where Hibner was on the consensus board. 241, Matthew Hibner. So people are just like nobody cares about consensus this year. This is one of the craziest.
Hey, man, it's a new NFL. Oh,
Yep.
The pick is already in for the Falcons.
Falcons are picking here. Crown over would be my guess. I think they'll go for the tackle here. But yeah, I am curious. And guys, try not to spoil the pick, please. I know people are trying to see it.
My guess is I'm gonna go with Sam Heck.
I could see that too. Just offensive line.
Perkins here.
Yeah, I mean, I could see like Kyle Lewis, the linebacker. I mean, I could see them doubling up on wide receiver with like Bryce Lance, who's still here. They got the whole board's open to them. So
maybe a tight end.
Yeah,
Justin
maybe
Jolly.
a tight end. Yeah, Big Christmas, Justin Jolly. Yeah. We didn't get Big Citrus, but we could get Big Christmas. So yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say I want Harold Perkins here. He's never gonna play a snapper. I think he's actually gonna be a steal at this point because I don't know what LSU was doing with him all the time. He was just a man without a home, but I don't know.
Yeah.
He's still a very talented player, obviously. So.
He is. All right, I think they're strategically. They saw the Falcons on the clock. They're like, all right, time to go to commercial. It's time to go. Everyone seems excited. Matt Ryan's, or no, it's not Matt Ryan. It's someone who looked like Matt Ryan, but Matt Ryan's on the left. This other guy's on the right. I don't know who that is.
I will say, can we discuss the fact that the Bears got no third rounders because, and despite their appeal, because Matt Ryan is the head decision maker, man, their fan base was pissed. I mean, we would have been pissed too if we were in the same spot.
Yeah, I think they deserve to get that comp pick personally. I know a lot of people for some reason think that like it hurts the Falcons, like we had to give them the pick. No, it's a comp pick. They just get a pick. Like I think they deserve the pick. So we'll get the Falcons pick here.
With another NFC team not getting extra third.
Sure, yeah, But all right, we're getting this pick announced from Madrid. I wonder why it's from Madrid.
Announcing it. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a soccer legend for those who follow the sport.
All right.
I'm in. I like it.
Wonder why it's being announced from Madrid, What do you think?
It's because we're playing.
We're playing in Madrid. That's just open. Linebacker Kendall Daniels from Oklahoma is the selection.
Another new build.
High production.
Kendall Daniels. This is
I know nothing about this man.
No, this is a complete unknown.
He's tall.
Yep.
I mean, he's flying around on this little highlight package they got for him.
5 tackles this year, a forced fumble.
I think he's the guy from that TikTok. I sound like I'm 12 years old now, but I've seen a TikTok edit of this guy. I think he's the one who like stood there and just made a direct turn to the left on a screen and absolutely wiped somebody out. I'm actually gonna see if I can find this.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Daniels is 234 on the consensus board, so this would be a pretty large reach for the Falcons as well.
Looks like he's a hybrid linebacker and safety, so I guess there's.
It is him.
Yeah. Let's see. We're gonna look him up. This is not someone I'm aware of, certainly. All right.
Krayshawn should know him. He went to Oklahoma State for 4 years.
Oh, that's true. All right. Let's see.
Okay, yeah. I just retweeted it. I'm gonna send it to you too, Kevin. Watch this. He's standing up. He makes an immediate turn and absolutely wipes somebody on the screen.
Yeah.
This plays sick.
We talked 40 times. You were in a 4.76.
Yep. Not the fastest. Yeah, 6'5", 242. So actually a very large linebacker. Safety linebacker convert. This is Lance Zerline's report here. Outstanding length, athleticism, needs to work on his instincts and fundamentals. Let's see.
It's a pick.
Good in coverage. It's probably going to start his career as a sub-package linebacker with special teams value. Yeah. So, yeah, 31 and a half tackles for loss in his career. Good stuff there. Was the Oklahoma State Big 12 Conference Freshman of the Year. Second team All Big 12. Yeah, 53 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, and 3 pass breakups last year. Also had guy with a lot of sacks, so definitely can get some pass rush production in there for you. Yeah, I mean, not a fan of this one, but you know, it's day 3. You know, this is where this stuff is likely to happen. I don't honestly, when you get into day 3, as you've seen, like we've talked about, oh, this tight end that somebody took was like literally 200 picks, you know, behind. Like this is just what happens on day 3. Like teams have their own rankings for players, and the Falcons did trade down before this selection too. So I think to me that's like, I think they correctly were like, we really want this guy, we like this guy, but we don't need to take him here, so let's just trade down. And I think
that explains the low like compensation on the trade down as well. But man, it's was he running in quicksand?
In the 4.7, that's not that slow. That's how slow I run. I ran I think a 4.67 or something like that. I didn't feel slow. Okay, I thought I was hauling ass. You know.
Look, I'm not going. That makes me feel even worse about the pick if he's slower than you, Kevin.
I mean, look, I was you know, a backyard football legend. Okay, back in high school. So you know, just put some respect on my name. But yeah.
Hey man, it's look, we need coverage ability. That's very necessary in today's NFL. And I mean, you can get to the quarterback given what the tape was showing in these highlights, and given what the stats were. So, I mean, I guess.
Yeah. Just to be clear, guys, 4.67 is not slow. Okay, it's slow for an NFL player, maybe. For average people.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about your 40. Okay.
I'm talking about my 40. Okay, that was actually like I was the fastest person, you know, on my block. All right, but yeah, I'm not an NFL prospect, for the record. Just to make that clear, in case that wasn't obvious already. But yeah,
Kevin, you're not slow, but we're also not sending you out there to, you know, cover wide receivers.
That would be good. That would not work out well. That would not go well for me. So yeah, if you need me to go stand in a gap, you know, I could do that. I'm not saying I would make a tackle. I'll stand in the gap though. I'll, you know, if you want to pay me, you know, NFL vet min to go get crushed, I'll take a few hits. But yeah, that's about the extent of what you could expect from me. So I can block, you know, if you want me to get out there and do some receiver blocking, you know. I got that scrappy lunch pail attitude that you need from your white wide receivers, but yeah, not going to go well. Yeah, I mean, they may have even considered trading down again, but yeah, it just may not have been an opportunity to do that. So
I wonder if Harold Perkins actually goes here to the Saints. That surprised me too much because didn't they lose Demario Davis?
Yeah, they did. They did lose Demario Davis. So.
Not the exact same position, but.
Yeah, he's also like a large linebacker, so I'll keep that in mind. He is over 6'5" in the 240s, so this isn't like a Kyle Lewis, you know, sized linebacker. So not to twist the knife on Aaron here or anything, Kyle Lewis, but did not get the Pitt linebacker. Yeah,
you know, I'm going to disregard that comment, Kevin, and we're just going to proceed amicably.
Yep.
You know, we've seen Ulbrich have a lot of success converting these safeties, Foye Oluokun, Divine Diablo, though technically they didn't develop him, but obviously Diablo being a college safety, linebacker convert, Jamie and Sherwood, another guy. So this fits that archetype. And, you know, if he Kendall Daniels becomes like 75% of what those guys were in the NFL, that's a really good, you know, pick in round 4. So we'll see.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they fell in love with the tools. Like, I mean, 6'5", 240, massive wingspan. It's, I mean, I can see where they were getting at. And also in the NCAA video game, he was an 89 speed. So if that means anything, you know, a 91 acceleration too.
I think that qualifies you to be a scout for the Jets.
There you go. Yeah.
I just realized y'all probably already talked about this before I got on. I just realized the Raiders used that pick on Mike Washington. I kind of thought he was a possibility today.
I actually was like, they could actually take a running back, which would make all of my slander of people taking running backs very very unfortunate. But yeah, I think it was a possibility for sure. All right. And then another linebacker goes after the Falcons to the Colts. Bryce Betcher from Oregon is the selection there. Another Senior Bowl guy. Then we got the Saints making their pick here from Gay Paris, Paris, France. Got some Saints super fans, which I guess with the fleur-de-lis that this does track.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Bryce another man. The Saints are having a decent. Draft.
Yep. Leave him. I guess like the NFL is not as high on Bryce Lance as draft analysts were, but yeah, that sucks. I would have liked that pick for the Falcons too, but we'll see. And now we have Dallas up at 137, and the fourth round is just about over here. All right, we got some donations. Thank you guys so much. Let's get to some of these while we're in a little bit of a pick lull. We got 1KNJ with the $5. Thank you very much. Asking, do you think Tanner Engstrand will help by drawing up some plays for Branch similar to what they did with JMO in Detroit? No, JMO's bigger, but the speed aspect is similar. I mean, maybe. I know like Engstrand has sort of like, he seems to be very polarizing, but I think Engstrand as like an assistant coach, I like that a lot more than just throwing him to the fire as like an offensive coordinator, which didn't really work out. Although I think if you ask like Jets fans, they were kind of like, maybe they shouldn't have moved on from Engstrand. Like maybe there was some potential there. I don't know. But the Falcons certainly do have like a million sort of, offensive coordinator, play caller guys on the roster. It's kind of like the polar opposite of Raheem Morris's staff, where he was like, we're going to have nobody who's ever called plays on this staff before. And now the Falcons have like 5 guys who've called plays on this staff. So we'll see if this approach works any better for Atlanta. But yeah, I think I think they definitely could. I think they're going to scheme up a lot of stuff for Branch in his rookie season. And then sort of, I think the idea is maybe long-term for him to be more of like a Z flanker and a slot guy, depending on the situation, and can do some more things. But they may have him line up outside like to start plays and then motion him and stuff like that, or they may do all kinds of stuff. But I also think Branch, and I know a lot of you guys, I know Jake in particular, you've watched a million Georgia football games, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have, but was Branch's like role as like, people are like, oh, he's just a slot receiver, he's just a manufactured touch guy. Is that more like a function of Georgia's passing game than like necessarily a limitation that Branch has?
Yeah, I mean, I threw on the highlights last night because I did. I got so excited, and I watched. He ran a lot more. I think the Ole Miss game comes to mind. He had a lot of downfield routes in that game. I think a lot of people think of that. I mean, dude, like 6 times out of 10, every time they ran that play, it was a first down. I mean, you get it to him, he's fat, like he's taking off. So it was a play that worked really well, and yeah, they spammed it a lot. I mean, he did what he was asked to do, but I think this whole notion of like, oh, he has the worst route tree I've ever seen. I mean, it's not perfect, but he did what he was asked to do. I don't think he's as limited downfield as some people might think. I'm biased. I'm well aware of that, but I mean, as athletically gifted as he is, we're talking about a 3rd round guy in a pretty weak draft. I think it's a solid pickup.
Yeah. I think it's kind of impossible to completely separate that, and we'll obviously see what happens there. I mean, it's not like he can't run routes. I think he just rounds his routes. Like he just needs to work on it. I mean, I don't think it's that he doesn't know the route. It's just, I think some guys, especially when they're that athletic and they think they can just create separation just in the straightaways, they just don't hit those landmarks like as efficiently as they should. And that's something I think NFL coaching, now that we have a receivers coach theoretically in Atlanta, that could be something that actually could be improved going forward. So bold choice again by Raheem Morris to go with no wide receivers coach for 2025.
Right,
But
yeah, I hate to get out of here early, but I got to go start getting ready for the Hawks game tonight.
Yeah, I was about to say you got a big night, man.
Yes.
The Colt Scott Foster in. I need you to give him hell out there.
They sent the freaking extender tonight, and oh my god, that literally ruined my day, bro. It literally ruined my day when I saw it this morning.
not going to matter. They're going to overcome, I believe.
Yeah, we got to do what we can tonight. So yeah, I'll try to do what I can, and go Hawks. Hawks in 5.
Absolutely.
Oh, good luck, man. Have
Get
fun.
it done. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, guys. As we continue on here, almost the end of the 4th round. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people that do have positive opinions of Daniels, the linebacker. He is very large. Like I will say that. Like definitely a guy that's bigger than a lot of the linebackers that we've seen. I don't know. I'm curious how they see him because he does have some pass rush production. I don't know if they like him as like sort of a Caden Ellis replacement given the size, or if they just like that he's, he can possibly give them more of that thumping ability with sort of their undersized linebackers that they have. I know seeing some highlights where he's lined up on the edge sometimes and things like that too. So I'm curious how they want to use him. I mean, I think that he is an interesting prospect, just not someone I was familiar with, but after that day 2, I'm willing to give a lot of leeway, I think. It's like, if it was a Terry Fontenot draft where we traded away our entire day 2 and then took like a guy in the 200s, I'd probably be a lot more upset. But after those first 2 picks, I think Ian Cunningham's earned my trust a little bit here. So we'll see. We'll see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I mean, the past 2 or 3 years, I probably have a couple guys circled right now where I'd be like, no, this guy. But this year, it's like, just have at it.
Yeah. After Avion Terrell and Zach Branch, yep, go for it. You just do what you got to do. Do what you got to do, Ian. All right, let's see. Hopefully now being that commercial for like 5 minutes, we can get close out the end of the 4th round here. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Thanks again, of course, to Adnan for sticking with us. He's on his way to cheer on the Hawks tonight. Good luck for the Hawks. I believe entirely that they will overcome. Of course, thanks to Aaron and Jake as well for hanging out with us. We'll have some more folks coming through as the day goes on too. So, all right. We finally are getting a pick, and it is LT Overton from Alabama coming off the board here. Big end for the Cowboys here at 137. And then the final 3 picks of round 4 will be the Dolphins, 49ers, and Bengals to close out the first round of the 3rd day. So that, it's about as much hype as I can get for the end of the 4th round. But Falcons still have 3 picks, 2 6th rounders, and a 7th rounder. So we will have some more Falcons action later today. Yeah, LT Overton was one of the top guys left on the board, so nice pickup there by the Cowboys. I like the Cowboys draft. I feel like the Cowboys draft well, and it's just the rest of their management that ends up screwing them, because I feel like their draft is typically good, and they've also, I think, been against consensus taking some of these offensive linemen, but it just ends up working out for them.
Yeah, Caleb Downs at 12 was. It was just one of those things where it's just the safeties every year. Like it was a Kyle Hamilton same. Yeah, I wanted Kyle Hamilton. That was who I wanted. Like, what was that? 23. Was that year 6 on?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted him so bad, and of course this guy falls to 14, 16 to the Ravens. Now he's an All-Pro. So it just happens with these safeties. I mean, Derwin James was in a top 10 pick. Kyle Hamilton, Nick Emenwari went in the 2nd round.
These guys never learn, They just don't learn. I mean, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who in this draft ends up going later too. So I don't get it. Some of these guys they're just good. Yeah, McNeil-Warren was 58. Feel like he's gonna go on and outplay that draft stock for sure. All right, we have the Dolphins pick at 138.
Kevin, I'm gonna head out. Got some locked on stuff that
Yep.
I gotta take care of, but I'll be back in a bit. And my guy Kyle Lewis just went, so perfect.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. I understand you need some time.
Yes,
So
I
good
need to
luck to you.
process this.
Yep. Good luck with the processing. and we'll see you soon.
And last question before I duck out, Jake, do you feel vindicated by what your boy Jarvis Landry said on the podcast, that you can finally see? I told everyone I was right the whole time.
If it was maybe like 2 months after that, I would have went crazy on it. But I was like, I don't think people really care anymore. But it was always the jersey on the pool table. That was my smoking gun. I felt like a maniac. Like, look at the corner. You can see there's a jersey on the pool table. But hey, all's well that ends well. I guess I'm glad it didn't happen. So,
I mean, yeah, it worked out, technically in the long run. But I mean, just because the Browns came in at the last minute and stole it doesn't mean that the Falcons weren't going to do it. They were absolutely going to do it. Like, I have no doubt in my mind they were going to do it. So, all right. Well, we got a pick here, like Aaron said, Kyle Lewis, the Pittsburgh linebacker, going to the Dolphins. Then we got the 49ers pick coming in here. Alrighty.
Oh, my guy.
Yep. Yeah.
No, this is a great pick. Just
Yeah.
off the name alone. I'll see if you can guess off that one.
Yeah. I have an idea. Oh yeah, that maybe the best, one of the best. I think Dante Corleone, obviously, I think probably has the best name. But yeah, Ephesians Prysock is one of the best names in this class, hands down. So fantastic. Yeah, that's a good pick for them. Another one of these like size, speed, corner prospects. That this is kind of the part of the draft where we typically see these guys go. So we will. That's another one for the 49ers here, and we'll see, of course, how that plays out. But one more pick here in the 4th round before we are into the 5th, which will unfortunately be a quiet one for the Falcons, at least for now. And we'll see if anything changes. But all right, Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. Yeah, I'm curious. While we got a lull here, I know we got some questions too. I'll get to in a second. What is your take on sort of the direction of the Falcons this year? Do you think this is more of like a reset evaluation year, or do you think they're going to maybe push some more chips in after the draft ends and go first, trying to win this? What's probably going to be a bad division again in 2026.
I don't know. I don't know why I keep saying this. I've said it the past 2 years for some reason. I actually think they're going to be better than people expect this year. I think Tua is going to be okay, and I really don't want him to be good enough to play himself into a long-term contract. I don't know if that's on the table. But I think they're going to be well coached, and I think they're going to be tough on defense again. You have some continuity with Ulbrich. You got guys like, Xavier Watson need to get better.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I'm extremely concerned that they're going to maybe outplay expectations a little bit, and they can think that, maybe Tua can take these guys. I mean, Colby Young just went. Nice. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to spoil.
No, that's okay. Yeah.
There. That's my guy. If anybody was really worried about the Bengals 140
I think the only picks people care about are the Falcons picks, to be honest. So, yeah, he was another guy. There was a bunch of Georgia receivers that were draft eligible this year. I'm curious how many of them get drafted, but yeah, this is earlier than I think most expected him to go. So good for him.
He would have went a lot higher if he didn't get hurt. And I mean, he came back and tried his best, but I mean, he was playing really, really well before he got hurt.
Yeah, big body receiver.
Yeah. I don't know. I do think they're going to be a little bit better than. I mean, when you have Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and that defense, like, you're going to win a couple games. So I don't think they'll bottom out, which kind of sucks because, and I'm trying not to fall into the trap of being like, oh, this next quarterback class is going to be the best one ever, because people say that every single year. We already seen people like, oh, Lenore Sellers, Arch Manning, like Sorsby, like all these guys. And I'm like, it's going to be like 2 of those guys probably at the end of it. That's how it's going every year.
Yeah, I mean, some of these guys, it's like they can't go back, right? Like Dante Moore, it's like, okay, he's going to have to come out. Trinidad, he's going to have to come out now. He got the extra eligibility, but he's going to have to come out. And so at one of these years, it's going to be a good quarterback class, but I think you're correct to question the wisdom of, oh, well, next year will be better. Next year will be better. Yeah. That's what we say every year. It's not the case. About half the time, it's not actually the case. So.
I think they will finish about 8-9, 9-8 again. which, I mean, that could win you the NFC South, so I can't really say I'm too mad about it. But unless Tua is just an absolute lemon, I think they're going to be a competitive team.
Yeah, and I feel like if Tua's that bad, it's going to be Penix anyway. So, I mean,
yeah,
I think it's
I'm still
good.
not buying this whole. I don't remember who said it, and I'm not, putting smut on your report. But if he's ready for Week 1, I will eat my hat. There's absolutely no way.
It does seem unlikely to me. The one thing I will say is he and I mean this unironically, like he legitimately has done this rehab twice. So he's probably one of the most experienced people in the world at doing this rehab. So that I mean, honestly, could give him a leg up in his timeline,
Maybe.
assuming that the healing is on track. Like he may actually be able to progress faster than normal because he just has so much experience doing this particular rehab.
That is true.
It's not something you ever really want to be experienced at, but it could help him. But one way or the other, I think it's good that there's actually going to be a quarterback competition. I feel like.
Yeah.
If they had Kirk and Penix, and then they were like, yeah, no, neither year that they have a quarterback competition. They were just like, well, Kirk is getting it year 1, and then they were like, well, now it's going to be Penix. You've got 2 good quarterbacks. Let them play. Let them figure. Let's have a competition for once. But yeah, they were allergic to that.
Stuff that Raheem bungled. So
that's just one. That's actually probably a small thing in the grand scheme. But Kamari Ramsey to the Texans. That was the best available safety left on the board. Good pick for them.
Texans just keep picking up guys, man.
Yeah.
They got Cade McDonald today. I'm like, how did we let this happen?
Yeah, that one. I mean, I don't think the Falcons were going to trade up, but it's that one would have been a nice. I don't know that I would have taken him over Avion, to be honest, but good pick. All right, we got a couple questions here. Thank you for the donations, guys. We got Visions True with the 5. Thank you, Visions. If the draft is ever in Atlanta, a fight might break out when the Saints are on the clock. Yeah, I mean, they got to be careful what they're saying out there. They can't get too excited. Happy draft day, everyone. Yes, thank you, Visions. Appreciate you.
If they can survive the AFC North, I think they can. I don't know. They had AFC North stuff. That gets wicked.
It does. It's pretty serious. Yeah. So I mean, so far, maybe there have been fights. They just don't show them. But I guess we'll see.
I would not be surprised. Would they say 330,000 people there?
Yeah. Got Fernando Carmona from Arkansas, the guard. I love how no matter how crazy the pick is, they've got highlights. They've got them. It's I've almost never seen them have no highlights for a player.
Yeah.
I know that at a certain point they start trying to stump the truck or whatever. When we get into the 6th round, and it's rare that they find someone they don't have any clip on. So shout out to those guys those producers doing great work out there. Carmona. Let's see. This is not a player I'm super familiar with.
Let me ask you something. I will say, it's assuming everybody that's left is available when the Falcons come up next. Gun to your head, has to be a quarterback. Which one are you taking?
Assuming everyone's
I have an answer, but I want to hear yours first.
I would take Nussmeier.
Okay.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I also unironically like Cole Payton if we're just going to keep the lefty thing going.
I was just about to say another lefty would kill me.
Yeah. I do like Payton. I like Haynes King too. I mean, I don't know that the ceiling's super high, but I think he can come in and be sort of like a floor quarterback for you. We know he has some rushing to him as well. So, I think if we're talking about QB3 with QB2 upside guys, I think there's definitely guys here. With the Falcons only having a handful of picks, I wasn't really interested in any of them, but it's if they get an extra 6, maybe. I still probably wouldn't be that interested, but Peyton's the one I could see if they're waiting until the 7th round to just take a flyer. I think he is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, see, you didn't say mine. I think he'll be going by then, but I just take Taylor Green? All right. If not, we'll just have Felipe Franks again, I guess.
Apparently, he is adamantly against playing tight end. This is what I was told. That someone when he was going getting recruited for college and then he was getting looking for an agent for the NFL. Somebody asked him hey, you're a tremendous athlete, you got great size, if NFL teams were interested in you playing tight end, like what would you say to that? And his dad just like stepped in and was like, "Don't you ever effing like talk about my son playing tight end again." And then like they ended the meeting. The agent didn't get the job, but I don't think he's willing to be Felipe Franks. It sounds like so.
Yeah, no. I mean, look, he has a rocket arm and he can run.
He does.
Obviously, that's probably where the nice things you can say about him ends. But I mean, at this point, like. Maybe, I don't know, who knows, maybe. I will say at his best, I was thinking about this the other day, and at his absolute best, he's probably like Colin Kaepernick. I think that's like probably where he would max out, and that's obviously best case scenario. So.
Yeah, he's interesting. I mean, I have no doubt. I mean, there's a number of guys I think like late that are interesting. I could see like people talking about Jalen Daniels as a kind of a spicy guy, undersized obviously, but interesting. And I mean, Nussmeier I feel like is going to go just because he's more of that traditional tight end or quarterback prospect. And I think someone's going to take a shot on him probably here soon. But
is that TV's a little far away. Is that Miami? I can see them.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, for sure. All right, we got George Costanza with the 2 saying, "Is it just me or have the Raiders actually done good in the draft this far? Gone are the Alex Leatherwood days." Yeah. Surprised by this pick for Atlanta. Figured we were going offensive line or defensive tackle. Seems like a reach. Yeah, I mean, it like based on consensus board, it is a reach, but once you get into day 3, it starts being a little bit crazier. Just like it's harder to predict how people see these guys. There's a lot more variance. So after day 2, the Falcons had, I'm not gonna get too upset about any of these picks. So. All right. All right, we got the Cardinals up here at 143. Then we'll have the Panthers coming up 144.
1,000 picks today. Like I mean, just over the past 3 days, I feel like they picked 100 players.
Yeah, they really have. They traded down twice today too, so they're working on getting some more picks in here. I think all the NFC South teams honestly have done a good job this year, so that's unfortunate. But look, to be the maybe we need to get this division out of the dumpster. Like we need to start putting some respect on the NFC South for a change, because right now it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad out there. All right, we got Mad Tom K with the $2 asking about Kendall, the 4th round pick. What's his 10-yard split? I think that's more relevant. I think you're absolutely right. We'll get that data. But yeah, that's.
See. Look at him, math bomb. He's got all that right.
Oh yeah, he does for sure. Yeah, no, I honestly like if your linebacker's running 40 yards, it's definitely a busted play. So it's probably not that important in the grand scheme. But
Lewis did really well.
Yeah, he tested like crazy. Yeah,
1.7 on the 10-yard split.
That's not. I wonder if he was hurt.
Avion's hurt.
That's what happened with Avion. Yeah, so all these guys like tanked their testing to fall to the Falcons. So great work by them. So let's see.
LT Overton tested really poorly. Wow, I did not expect that.
Yeah, I figured that was going to hurt him. Yeah, even honestly, Kendall. Yeah, I was looking at the RAS too. Yeah, he's still an average tester. Like just ultimately for linebacker, I think he's got a 5.09. So I mean that's average, just almost exactly average for an NFL linebacker. So I mean he's not going to be confused with like one of these super athlete linebackers or anything. But when Troy Anderson. Yeah, exactly. And then like. Got to consider like the 6'5" is a 99th percentile height for an off-ball linebacker. 242 is 82nd percentile. This is a big dude. So when you size adjust these numbers, it's gonna look a lot better ultimately. So, all right, we got NEB Talks with the $5. Thank you so much, NEB, saying. Just watch Kendall Daniels highlights. He is definitely faster on the field than his 40 times suggests. Yeah, I would agree with that. I've Jake sent me the clip. That was a sweet play. I love that play where he just whips around, like just looking straight at the quarterback and just like he knew exactly what the play was. That's film study right there. I love to see that. But yeah, I definitely see people that are excited about him and thought he was underrated. And that's kind of sometimes that's what happens on day 3. You get these prospects. There's a lot more variance with where these guys are going. So, all right, let's see.
To 2021, whenever it was like, well, they're getting like high production guys, guys who were really productive players in college, older guys, except all the ones that Terry picked were awful. Shout out Jalen Mayfield.
Shout out.
I look back
man.
at that draft and I'm just like, I cannot believe I talked myself into this. I probably came on the show and I was like,
we
wow,
had
Frank
to.
Darby's awesome.
What are we supposed to do? Get on here and shit talk the picks during the draft? I mean, that's really dark days if we're getting to that. So, there was so much hope back then.
Yeah, that is like the ultimate. Like, you need to chill out, man. Like, dude, just like if somebody's like, oh no, I'm excited about this pick, and somebody's gonna be like, oh, well, actually, it's the worst pick I've ever seen. It's like, all right, dude, just let me be happy for the day, because I'm usually not that happy when they're on the field. So
yeah.
I have some hope today.
Unless it's like completely agree. Like, it was a linebacker pick. They needed a linebacker. I'm not like,
yeah.
I mean, again, it's like Kyle Lewis would have been my pick. They probably feel like between him and Christian Harris, they've kind of got that sort of like coverage focused, smaller linebacker covered. They need like a bigger, stack and shed big boy out there for the run game. And so I think this is definitely in that wheelhouse. But we see the Panthers come away with Sam Hecht here, so that's unfortunate. They continue to crush their draft, getting one of the better centers in this class here in the 5th round. Man, that's quite a fall for him. All right, 145, the Chargers pick. Then we got Cleveland, Washington. There was a trade. Looks like Seattle popped up somewhere. That's funny. You see like the ticker just like blink for a second, and then it's like, oh, there's a different team there. Okay, interesting. All right. 145. Yeah, now they're really milking the clock on these picks. It's like, we need you guys to get it together here a little bit. This is the 5th round, all right. I want to give these guys their due, but like, we don't need to give the advertisers that much due. I mean, it's been... I can't believe Keith Abney's still on the board. We're in the 5th round, man. Like, what is happening there? That is crazy. There's no way he's a 5th round pick. Like, I mean, if you don't think he's a 2nd rounder, okay, that's fine. But man, it's wild. Wonder if there's like medicals or something going on there. I'm not sure.
I've never I'm so over the medicals talk after what happened with Trey Smith that one year. I'm still mad about that.
Yeah. They're not right all the time. Like, it doesn't always happen where like the NFL is correct on the medical prognosis of these players. So
yeah, I do feel bad for Jermon McCoy. He must have something funky. My mind immediately went to Caleb Farley too. Whenever I kind of heard that stuff, and I was like, dude, Caleb Farley was like, everybody's like, oh, this dude's like, he's gonna be so good. It's just like this little thing with his knee, and then the guy like never played ever.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I know those teams are terrified of the degenerative knee conditions and how it's. I mean, I think they were saying like they're worried Jermon McCoy's not going to get a 2nd contract and all this, but it's like, to me, it's like if I'm drafting someone, like especially when you get to day 3, which that's where he ended up going, it's like, I don't care about the 2nd contract at this point. Like, if you can be a good corner for me on your rookie deal, that's really all I'm, needing to see at this point. So, but yeah, I get maybe not with the day 2 picks. You want more, longer term. But yeah. So the Raiders were like, okay, the second day 3 starts, we're comfortable taking him. So that was a line in the sand.
I was sitting there and I was like, that's the easiest pick of all, especially because like, I mean, if he has to miss the time, I don't know what's going on. I did see somebody say that, but it's just what somebody said on the internet. But yeah, it was something along the lines of like, oh, well, he may not even play this year because they're gonna have to redo it. And I'm like, all right, well, the Raiders are still gonna win like only 5 games this year. So
yeah, they don't care.
Like a long-term investment. Yeah,
they do not need him to play this year. So they're not gonna be too concerned about that one. All right. All right, Cleveland's got quite a few picks here. Looks like 3 of the next like 6 picks are going to be Browns picks. They've been accumulating these day 3 picks with several trade
What
downs.
for those young men?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of my favorites from yesterday. Someone said, "What are the Browns doing today?" And I suppose we didn't say ruining some young man's life. I don't know. I don't know if we're even allowed to laugh at that because I don't think we have much better of a track record. But
yeah. We're just like one step up, really, and that's the step that matters. We're just like above the Jets and the Browns, and that's about it. So, we need to keep working to fix that. But the Alabama center goes Parker Brailsford. So, I know he had a lot of fans. Definitely a small center, undersized, but good player, good tape. All right, let's
220.
Yeah. All right, 147 coming up here. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. Appreciate everyone. It's day 3. We are in the thick of midday 3 here with the 5th round. No Falcons picks for a little bit. About 50 picks away, give or take, from Atlanta coming up on the clock here. They will have 2 picks towards the end of the 6th round, and then they will pick again in the middle of the 7th to close out their draft. Mercifully, they are not in like the final 30 picks of this draft, which are the ones where everyone is like, I am so tired. I just need to like turn my brain off, which I won't be able to do that because I have other work to do after this. But shout out to SB Nation. But, you guys don't have to tune in after to pick 231. So, that's a winner. That's a win-win for you. And like I said earlier, guys, we'll be giving away that $50 shop card around pick 208. We'll get that giveaway going. So hopefully right about the time that we make that 7th round pick would be the thought that that's probably going to be ready to go. So stay tuned. Thank you, guys.
Threes for the real sickos. It's easy to hop in the live stream on day 1 when everybody's talking about every pick.
Yep.
You got to really be slogging it through the Parker Brailsfords of the world.
The true OGs are here right now, and so we appreciate all 350 of the true OGs for sticking it out. This is also like the drag in between. Like we have this big gulf now until the Falcons pick again. So you guys are the true OGs. So what do you think about a Kyle Pitts trade, Jake? Do you think that's going to end up happening, or is he going to be getting extended?
I'd rather get a 20. I saw some of the chatter that yesterday it could be a 26. I would have much rather have a 27 if they are going to do it anyways, especially – who knows? It's probably going to be a team that is not going to be picking in the top 10, but if you get like a quarterback lottery ticket out of that, I think it depends on the team. Who knows? Maybe the Patriots fall apart with Mike Vrabel's recent lifestyle and how much tougher of a schedule they're going to have. Because I think I saw that floated yesterday. It was like Kyle Pitts to the Patriots for a first. I don't, just an example of something I saw.
Yeah.
If it's for the right price, I don't think you get a first for him, especially not a 27 first.
No.
But, you got to think about it if that's what's on the table, if it's a team that thinks they're going to be picking in the late 20s, early 30s. But, at this point, I think they're just going to wait and see. I think that's a smart move. But, I actually just – I'm indifferent either way. If they keep him, cool. If not, we've been through this experience. It feels like a lifetime ago that he was drafted. We were all so excited about him, but I do think he's going to take a step forward.
Yeah. He's also still 25 years old. It's like this guy's like the same age as some people getting drafted today. So, not a lot of people, to be fair, but there are a few. I think there was a 26-year-old prospect this year and definitely a handful of 25-year-olds. So, he's still in the absolute heyday prime of his career. So, a lot of potential going forward for Kyle Pitts.
It's going to be like which way Western man, like Kyle Pitts, are you going to be Eric Ebron or are you going to, be the guy you were supposed to be? And you might be paying Eric Ebron a whole lot of money if that ends up being the case. So you got to be cautious of that.
Yeah, it's dangerous. But we get Joshua Josephs, the Tennessee edge rusher, going here to the Commanders at 147. And we also had a trade. The Saints were involved in a trade. They have traded their 5th round pick to the Raiders for Tyree Wilson. Yes. So the Saints traded pick 150 to the Raiders for Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson just got. Oh my gosh.
So that's what people think. That's what the Raiders think of Tyree Wilson. He's worth a
Good
fifth-round
Lord.
pick, and they had to send another pick to the Saints as well to get rid of Tyree Wilson.
I gotta go delete some tweets.
I think a lot of people were wrong on Tyree Wilson. To be fair, you were far. I'm sure I was. I think I was interested, but something about his profile spooked me. But I was like, yeah, I mean, if they trade down, like, let's do it. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of bad takes about Tyree Wilson out there. So you're not alone, Jake.
I mean, at the end of the day, if I'm ever wrong on a player and they go to a bad organization, I'll be like, dude, he never had a chance. He went to the Raiders.
Yeah, it's not my fault. Really, it's his fault. It's the team's fault.
Was that the
yeah.
Bijan draft?
That might have been. I think
Yeah,
so.
I think I wanted Jalen Carter anyway. So that's
Yeah.
I'm still right.
Yeah. Yep.
I still think Jalen Carter was priority one there, but I love Bijan. So
Yeah.
happy with
No,
the way that turned
Bijan's been so damn good. It's so hard. It's like I don't even care. Like we can argue about it, but like I'm not going to. I'm never going to be upset with Bijan Robinson at this point. So,
I kind of hate that that's kind of a good move for the Saints too. I mean, he hasn't been good, but good Lord, he just gave up nothing for a guy who had the talent to go in the top 10.
yeah. I mean, I guess at this point the Raiders were like, he's not gonna hit. But I mean, it's not much. It's a 5th-round pick. So, I think my guess is that probably still won't be anything. But I think that's a worthy like swing. I mean, that's not the worst idea. So.
If you made me that offer right now and it was the Falcons, I would take it.
I would consider it. I would consider it. Yeah, I mean that, especially since they lost Rook and he's kind of like a similar player there. He's more of an edge, obviously, but big, raw, pass rush focused guy. Should be better against the run. Inexplicably isn't. But yeah. All right. Seattle up here. Then we got Cleveland. And Vegas going to be up there as we're getting close to pick 150. And we are under 100 picks to go. No, not quite yet. Sorry. I think it's 250. What is it? 257. So we're about 10 picks away from 100 picks to go today. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I've got the Browns. Yeah, all right. We're going to get maybe a Seahawks pick here, then a Browns pick, then a Las Vegas Raiders pick, and then a Carolina Panthers pick. So, see how this goes. Best available players per the board. Keith Abney, inexplicably, still out there. Deion Burks from Oklahoma. Chandler Rivers, the cornerback. Garrett Goatmeyer.
Because he had like some 2nd and 3rd round motion, did he not?
I'm not
first.
sure. I just like for him and Abney, I don't get it. Like I'm not sure. I mean, neither one is like huge. Like they're all kind of small. But like, yeah, I don't really get it. It's not really a guy that like I would have thought is like undraftable until like the dregs of day 3. But yeah, that was a surprising one to me.
He was probably getting a lot of that hype with when Duke was running he ran a 4.4.
Yeah.
He's 5'9", 185, but I mean still.
Yeah, it's the people are just off the small corners this year, I guess, except for Avion. Shout out to Avion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that, but that's what it seems like. We got Brandon Brass with the $2 saying number 208 is our next pick. That is correct, Brandon. So the trade down netted the Falcons an additional 6th rounder. So yeah, Jake, I mean, we don't know what the board's going to look like. We still got 50 picks, basically, until the Falcons are on the clock. But what do you think the positions or the players that the Falcons could be considering with these 6 rounders that they're going to have?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the board in front of me, but no, large men, D tackles are always available, I feel like, at this point. And it's probably a little bit of a better hit rate at this point, especially if you can find a guy who's really athletic. That's kind of where I think this is going to go. I think it'll be a good athlete on the interior, big guy. I don't think they take a project tackle at this point. I would be a little surprised, especially how poor this class is after the first 7 or 8 guys. The Raiders just traded up again. Yeah, I don't see a tackle at this point. I mean, Caleb McGarry retiring when he did just kind of sucked. But hey,
Yeah.
well wishes best to him. Can't I'm never gonna get on here and bash a guy for prioritizing his health. Like, I mean, it was the same thing with Drew Dalman, which, by
I'm
the way,
guessing the injury was, way worse than we had feared. So
yeah. And now imagine if we had re-signed Drew Dalman and we had Dalman and McGarry leave us in the same offseason. That would have been tough.
I think maybe they knew something about Dahlman wanting to retire.
Those
Because
Stanford guys, man, they know what's good for them.
yeah, they're too damn smart. That's those smarty pants.
Dalman will be an exec in 20 years or something. Or
Yeah,
sooner than that.
that dude
I
was
wouldn't
sharp.
be surprised.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think D tackle is going to be the obvious choice. You can get them in later rounds usually, and get somebody who's probably played enough football that they can contribute at some level immediately.
Yeah.
What about you? What do you think?
It depends. Like if one of these tackles does fall, like I like Isaiah World, I like Demetrius Crownover, Brian Parker, JC Davis. One of those guys falls, I could definitely see that. I think Bill Callahan would like to get his hands on someone to be a sort of a piece of clay, to see if we can unearth something here. But otherwise, I think it's pretty much wide open. Like I could see them. Like you said, I think nose tackle, a big D tackle is absolutely in play. I think another linebacker, another wide receiver, maybe an edge rusher to add to the rotation. I think they can kind of go in any direction they want.
Yeah.
Because of, so I would be surprised if they don't leave the draft with like an offensive and defensive tackle among their last 3 picks, but I guess we'll see. We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too, we talked about, like, are they going are they going for need right now? Or are they looking into guys who have fallen a little bit farther than they should have with Branch and Terrell? And, it's day 3. Maybe they just, really like Daniels. And so I don't know. Maybe it's not a need thing. Maybe they're going to take somebody at, a position that they don't need as much help in. I haven't really got a good read on that yet.
No, yeah. We're only 3 picks into the Ian Cunningham regime, so it's a little tougher to predict at this stage.
They
So
need everything. So
yeah, they do. So it really could go any direction here. All right, we the Browns drafted Justin Jefferson, so not the wide receiver, the Alabama linebacker Justin. Thank you for playing along. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for playing along. Yeah.
I'm really happy for him. I think he could really help turn things around for them. So
ruining young men's lives, like you said. Yeah.
I really, Odell Beckham should have been the cautionary tale, but I wonder when you get a call from the agent, it's just like, if you've been traded to the Browns, if they just like fall to their knees.
No, it's like the Darth Vader from Revenge of the Sith all those years ago. For all of my millennials watching Revenge of the Sith, underrated Star Wars movie, by the way, guys. But yeah. All right. We got a couple of picks coming in here. We got Dalton Johnson, the safety from Arizona, going to the Raiders. That was the Saints pick. We had the Panthers trade up to 151, go with safety Zakee Wheatley. I know he had some fans. So Panthers take Zakee Wheatley, and then we have the Broncos coming up here at 152 with another pick, and we're rolling on here, getting closer to 100 picks to go, a little bit more. So we'll see how that plays out.
I do have to hop to take my girlfriend to go get some lunch, but I do appreciate you having me. If we do something extremely interesting, I will probably off camera hop back in and give you some feedback. But thanks for having me as always, man.
Absolutely, it was fun to catch up, Jake. Thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate you.
See you, buddy.
See ya. All right, folks. It's just me now. No, we got some other folks coming on as the Broncos take Justin Jolly, a.k.a. Big Christmas. Shout out to Trevor Sikkema for that great nickname. We're going to take you through. We're going to get you some more great guests in here soon. Got some folks working on getting in here. We will continue to hang out and talk through this draft class. All right. We got the Green Bay Packers now up at 153, and we will see how that progresses. The 49ers after that, then we will get another Bucks pick at 155 as we inch closer and closer to the Falcons picks here. It's going to be Jaeger Burton from Kentucky, the Kentucky center, going to the Green Bay Packers here at 153. I'm pretty sure I would love to get Jarvis Davis in here. I'm pretty sure they're doing their own show today, or like they're recording various quick hitters and things. I think Aaron is able to squeeze in a little time for us during the draft, but most of those guys, I know Jarvis does a lot of production too, so I think they're pretty much slammed during the draft itself. But I would love to have Jarvis on. I hung out with Jarvis quite a bit over the years. All right, Jaeger Burton, very good name. And now we have the San Francisco 49ers up at pick 154. And yeah, if you guys have questions or anything else, this is good time for that. I can get to some questions here while we await the Falcons picks here coming up in the 6th round. This 5th round's definitely moving quite a bit faster. So we will get this one going here shortly. And thank you guys once again for hanging out. Please like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. We certainly appreciate you doing that. If you want to support the show, you can join up with us on Patreon, patreon.com/Falcoholic Live. Or if you're enjoying more of a YouTube enjoyer, which maybe if you're hearing the live show, you are that, you can, of course, sign up for our channel memberships. We really appreciate that. It goes a long way. And yeah, we will have lots of fantastic content coming for you guys this summer. Obviously, there will be a dead zone at some point, but the next couple weeks, we're going to be having a variety of folks on to break down this draft class. I imagine we will get some free agency moves after the draft wraps up because, again, starting Monday, the comp picks are locked in, and you can go sign whoever you want with no worry about messing up your comp picks. So that will probably lead to a surge. I think David Njoku is pretty likely signing, but we'll see. I think a veteran linebacker could be a thing too. I'm sure over the course of today, we'll probably look at some possible free agents, but yeah, we will see how the Falcons handle the rest of this offseason, but we'll definitely, we're going to have Justin Mello on to break down this draft class. We're going to have Thor Nystrom back to break down the UDFAs because Thor does scout 500. I think he actually ends up scouting 700, but he lists 500 of them in his Thor 500. So we'll get his take on the UDFA class. And we will see if the Falcons are... Last year, Falcons pretty active in UDFA. Wonder if they will once again be doing that this year. So we will see how that plays out. But really, yeah, OMT. Like, they went defense, offense, defense. So offense is the next pick. I mean, I can't argue with that logic, honestly. It could be the case. I mean, I think they do want a tackle, but guess they were not sold on Crownover or any of these other guys in the 4th round. And, they're more looking to bolster the linebacker room, which makes sense to me. But yeah, I think really especially now in the 150s, you're going to get teams with very different boards and more just guys that they like. So yeah, I'm not going to necessarily talk about reaches and all that as much because again, I think it's something that it just does. Every pick that you go deeper into the draft, that the value of the pick kind of isn't as big a deal. Every pick reduces in value, so when you get into the 150s, 100 spot difference between where a guy was picked and where his value was on the consensus board is much smaller than when you're in even a 20 pick difference in the first round, or even a 10 pick difference maybe in the first round is probably greater than that 100 pick difference. So it sounds big, but it's not as big as it might be. But we get another linebacker pick here. San Francisco 49ers going with Jaden Duggar, who I knew had quite a few fans as sort of the Raging Cajuns linebacker from Louisiana, going to the 49ers here at 154. And then we will get another Bucks pick here at 155. So Kyle Pitts for Matt Stafford in a first. If I thought Matt Stafford was going to play for more than one more season, yeah, sure. I mean, I would just take that deal regardless. Let's be honest. But no. Yeah, Kyle Pitts for Stetson in 3 firsts, just to get Stetson. They would just pay the Falcons to get Stetson off that roster. So in that case, then yeah, absolutely. Any first round pick for Kyle Pitts is a big yes for me. But we'll see. At this point, I think there's about a 50% chance that he's traded this season, but I do think not getting traded during the draft does sort of, I think it's definitely less of a chance now. I think it's likely that after they get this draft done and after they, maybe make a few more free agency additions here, they're going to start doing these extensions. I know they've mentioned they're working on extensions for guys like Bijan and Drake London and Kyle Pitts. They may go ahead and move on that. And I think once he's extended, it's not likely that they're going to trade him. So I do think they really value the tight end here, and I think they see him as a key part of this offense. But we'll see. We'll see how serious they are about that. We have the Bucks going with DeMonte Capehart, a nose tackle from Clemson. This is one of the guys that the Falcons did visit with at one point, as sort of like I think he's a former 5-star, very large man, big, long defensive tackle prospect. Never really developed at Clemson. Never really became more than sort of like a solid starter, but definitely has athletic traits and ability. Definitely someone that I like. So it's another good pick for the Bucks. Then we have the Colts at 156, George Gums Jr. I've never heard that. That's an amazing name. I'm going to have to look this person up. George Gums Jr. From Florida, edge rusher. Yeah, okay. All right. Great name. Don't have anything else to say about that one. Sorry, guys. Does the trade down affect your draft salary on what you pay your draft class? Yes. On day 3, not much, very minimal. If it's like you're trading out at the first round or you're trading out of the top 10 to like the late teens, the earlier you are, the more of a difference it makes. But yeah, the difference in the pick value, like the dollar amount of the contract now, changes very little. Pantera, the next pick is going to be 208 and then 215 and then 231 will be the final pick. So yes, you would have to like pay more because that's another contract. So adding extra picks is going to add money. But let me see. I'm going to look up something for you guys real quick. So for those that aren't familiar, while you're in the off season, your roster and salary cap is subject to what's called the top 51 rule. And basically, any contracts that you can have 90 players on your roster during, up to final cuts right after the preseason. Any contracts above or sort of cheaper than the 51st contract don't count against the cap. That's so that you can actually have 90 players on your roster without it absolutely obliterating your salary cap space. Because even if most of these guys are like vet mins, that's like 30 guys. It's probably $30 million worth of vet min or like rookie contracts or whatever. So really the only thing you need to worry about is contracts that are more than the top 51 contracts. So for the Falcons, for example, that would be, let's find out. So for the Falcons, the top 51 cutoff contract is actually J.D. Bertrand's contract, which is $1.16 million. So what that means is any contracts that are less than that won't count against the cap at all. They won't cost anything. So let's see. So yes, the Falcons will have to pay. So for like Avion Terrell, for example, Avion Terrell is $1.8 million. So that will cost a little bit, right? That's about, I don't know, $600K, roughly $700K. It's about, $1.89 million. So it's about $700,000 against the cap. Then we have Zachariah Branch is $1.2 million. That one would be like less than $100K. The 4th round pick, 1.16, which again is right the line. So that one, if anything, would be minimal. And then anything basically below pick like 126 or so is going to be cheaper than that J.D. Bertrand contract. So because of that, it's I don't think it's going to affect the cap in a meaningful way, basically, is the short version. Like, that extra pick the Falcons had, which is 208, that one is going to cost 885,000. Or wait, 949,000. So that will be below the top 51 cutoff. It's not going to cost any extra money. And all of the other picks will be lower than that. So yeah, this pick didn't actually increase the cap charge for this draft class. But keep in mind, when you go from from top 51 to the final cuts, then I'm deep in salary cap discussion, Aaron, to show you how desperate I am at the moment. But breaking down, how much would it actually cost the Falcons for this extra 6th-round pick? The short answer is, guys, it doesn't cost them anything. It's just not an expensive pick. We're talking about like less than $1 million. So, but yeah, how are you doing, Aaron? How did all that all your Locked On stuff go? Everything good?
It went pretty good,
Good.
To throw up a quick minute video breaking down Kendall Daniels and basically saying what echoed on after the pick is like, you don't love the value based off of where most people rated him. Some people were higher on him a little bit, but you kind of give Jeff Ulbrich the benefit of the doubt when it comes to college safety to linebacker converts with Foye Oluokun and Jamie Sherwood and Divine Diablo all seemingly blossoming in his defense and under his tutelage. So we'll see if Daniels is the next one.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is an interesting pick. Again, it's like when you get into day 3, the boards get weirder, the reaches get bigger, but the value of the picks is also smaller. So it's like 100, pick gap in value in like the 5th round is not the same as 100 pick gap when you're picking like in the 2nd round or something. So shout out to Nate Berkircher for that one. But it's hard to get too upset about it. But like you said, it's definitely whereas the Falcons' first 2 picks were like some of the best values, I think, on the consensus board, like of the entire draft. This one was not. This was in the other direction. But I mean, again, I think Ian Cunningham earned a lot of goodwill with those first 2 picks, so I'm not going to get too bent out of shape about it.
Yeah. My thing is always, and I was telling somebody else this a few minutes ago, like there's certain teams and players and positions and archetypes that when they take a swing on a guy, you go like, oh, well, they probably know something more than the rest of us because their hit rate on that type of player. Like the example I used, there's my fullback.
I was about to say, oh man, we got the fullback off. Yes,
but like Dallas with early round offensive linemen, when like Dallas likes an offensive lineman, their track record over like the last decade plus is like, well, they're probably going to be right. Like when they took Tyler Booker a couple of years ago and everybody was like, I don't know about Tyler Booker. Is he athletic enough? And looks fine. Zach Martin and all those guys, Travis Frederick, etc. And so I feel like with Jeff Ulbrich, where it's like, give me a long safety that we're going to convert to linebacker. I'm like, okay, like you've earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to this. Cause like when I think back to like my biggest miss when it comes to the Falcons draft, it's probably Foye Oluokun, because watching him at Yale, I'm like, I get what the Falcons like about him, but this is probably a player that's just going to be a career backup or whatever. And then like 2 years later, he's like the best linebacker on the team. And it's like, oh
yeah.
Okay.
Has had a legendary, career bait like off of that. I mean, it can happen. And, I think Ulbrich definitely has a feel for these linebackers. He has a type. This is like kind of actually not his type though. I mean, he's huge. Like this is like a big, like 99th percentile height, like 85th percentile weight linebacker. So in some ways it's like not the traditional Ulbrich linebacker, but is a safety convert. I think I think he's like a 5.0 RAS because of the size adjusted numbers, which like it makes sense. But yeah, not exactly the way the direction I expected them to go with that pick. But they needed a linebacker. I mean, is he better than JD Bertrand today? I would say yes, probably. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know that I've ever seen worse linebacker tape than what the Dolphins did to him in that game. Like they were just like,
stuff.
They're playing this man, okay. We're going to build our entire game plan around JD Bertrand. And they did. And it worked to perfection. So, unfortunately, I think JD Bertrand is probably not long for this roster.
I don't know, Kevin. Did you see that Week 18 game that he had? He got the 90 PFF grade with the pass breakup and I think a pressure in that game off of like 5 snaps or something like that. So maybe the Captain America comeback is ready to go.
They said Captain America Civil War, and it's like Falcons fans arguing about it.
No, I agree with you.
Good, yeah.
When you look at that linebacker room, like you're like, okay, Diablo, if he picks up where he left off last year, that's a pretty good linebacker starter for us. Christian Harris, if he picks up where he left off before he got injured in Houston, that's a pretty solid starter for you next to him. And then the question is like, where do you feel about your depth, right? Channing Tindall, very good special teams player, but has not really had much impact on defense in his, I think he's played like 26 career snaps across 4 seasons on defense. And so it's like, do you really trust him if there is a linebacker injury to step in? Troy Anderson, obviously, we've spent 3 years hyping up Troy Anderson. This is the year that Troy Anderson's going to have the breakthrough year, and then he gets hurt. So you can't really trust Troy Anderson. But yes, hypothetically, a healthy Troy Anderson would be the perfect third linebacker for you. But a healthy Troy Anderson hasn't existed since 2022. And then, of course, the J.D. Bertrand of it all, Malik Verdon. You like the tools. Again, this type of player, this long safety linebacker convert, but this man went through 3 practices last year because he missed most of last season with an injury. So, I think with a guy like Daniels, obviously maybe not necessarily a plug and play starter that I think a lot of people were maybe looking for at that linebacker position, but getting another body in there for depth purposes that has, again, some potential upside for this Divine Diablo archetype of player. I think makes total sense for the Falcons. So I get it. I think, again, this very specific type of player is the type of player that I would probably give them much more the benefit of the doubt than other players at other positions where it's like, oh, I don't know. Like if they drafted another shrimp corner, I'd be like, oh, this hasn't worked out. We're doing this again. And I know that's what some people are saying about Avion Terrell, but he's more
He's
average.
not that small. Come on.
Yeah,
he's like 5'10". It's not that bad. Yeah. He's like over 5. He's 5'11". We round up. Yeah. I think he was like 7'8".
Okay.
Yeah. I'm 6 foot. So, I'm 5'11", 7'8", but I'm 6 foot. If I'm giving it to the prospect, I'm giving it to me. Okay. So we got to be fair here. But, yeah, no, I like that analysis of it, and I feel the same way. I think they were, we had a question about this too. Justin with the $10, thank you, Justin, asks, I like the Kendall Daniels pick. I think he could be solid in the NFL, but taking him over Kyle Lewis and Bryce Betcher, what do you think the thought process behind that was? They wanted more size, would be what I think it is. With Kyle Lewis, that was kind of the knock, is that he's probably not going to play like traditional stack linebacker for you. He's probably more of like a coverage linebacker. Maybe you can keep him at will, but you're not going to be asking him to take on, blockers or anything like that. With Betcher, again, also kind of an undersized linebacker. I think Betcher had his own limitations, but more of just like a solid all-around guy. I think the Falcons wanted more of a swing with Kendall Daniels. Big body, has the safety experience, so he's got more coverage chops than you'd expect from someone of that size. I think they're just looking maybe to get lucky with that one, but I think also he has a lot of upside as a special teams player. I think he could be really, really good there too. So a lot of layers to it, but I'm thinking the size based on who they passed on was probably the biggest factor.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We be having a similar conversation about Kyle Lewis, being that undersized safety-ish linebacker. 'Cause, I know a lot of people were like, I don't think he can be a linebacker in the NFL. I evaluated. I've seen other people list him in their rankings. I think Bucky Burks over at NFL Network had him in his top 5 safeties as opposed to the linebacker position. And so that type of player, we would have sat there and said, oh, this makes total sense. A lot of people really like Kyle Lewis. He had a great Senior Bowl, all that sort of stuff. And so, I think Daniels is a little bit more of an obscure selection, but I just scrolling through Twitter, I saw some people have 4th round grades on him, when they were evaluating the linebackers. And, that's part of it with the day 3 picks. And Kevin, I think you pointed this out earlier where, day 3, it starts to be a lot more pick your flavor type of player, right? And earlier in the draft, when we're talking about some of the day 2 stuff and with the tight ends as an example, when you're going pick your flavor in round 2, it's like, I don't.
Maybe stick to the vanilla.
Yeah, like let's go with the popular choices of chocolate and vanilla. What are we doing with pistachio in round 2? Like what that's a round 4, round 5 type pick or whatever. And so it's a little bit more forgiving when it comes to day 3, and sometimes you have these hits. Again, Jamie and Sherwood and Foye Oluokun are great examples of guys that no one was really hyping up, being like, oh my God, this is an incredible 5th and 6th round pick. And they both turned into really good players in Atlanta, Jacksonville, and New York.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like you can see guys really spike here, and there's more opportunity, I think, for guys to outplay their draft stock on day 3, so, just simply because the expectations are lower too. So it's just there's more variance basically on day 3, and it's part of the fun of it. That's part of why I like it. A lot of people chicken out of the day 3 draft show. Okay. Aaron Freeman, Kevin Knight. We don't chicken out of the day 3 draft show. This is what we live for. We're talking about Kendall Daniels versus Kyle Lewis takes. I mean, this is what we live for. So maybe not live for. I mean, enjoy approximately once a year.
Yeah.
Maybe more accurate there. But all right, we're officially under 100 picks to go. The final pick of the NFL draft will be 257. We are now at 162, so we've crested that hill. We are moving through the 5th round here. Got maybe 12 to 15 picks left in the 5th round, and then into the 6th, where the Falcons will have 2 selections, and then they'll have 1 final selection at pick 231. And then we see 162 Chandler Rivers finally off the board. Seems like teams are starting to actually look at the board and be like, maybe we should just take some of the best guys left at this point. This is very Ravens thing to do here, but yeah, we did see your boy Max Bredesen. That's one of your boys. The other boy, somebody asked about in the chat. We'll talk about him soon, but yeah, a fullback in the top 160. Aaron, I mean, are the fullbacks making a comeback?
Yeah, I'm all for it. This is this era where we're talking about light boxes and heavy personnel, and everybody wants 2 tight ends, everybody wants 3 tight ends, and I'm all about that 21 personnel, baby. Two running backs on the field, right? Get you a fullback. I love the things that the Falcons were doing the last couple of years with Bijan and Tyler Algier on the field at the same time. Which they would have leaned a little bit more into that at various points, but when you get two running backs on the field, one of those guys should be a 245-pound former tight end convert like Max Bredesen, and a guy that I think is, I forgot who got him. I'm already blanking on who picked him.
The Vikings got Bredesen. Yeah,
the Vikings. Yes.
Yeah.
Replacing CJ Ham. That's a great fit for what Kevin O'Connell has. CJ Ham has been a solid player for them for a number of years. Leading that run game, and it's just like every team that embraces a fullback, it feels like they benefit from it. But the Falcons haven't made the playoffs since Patrick DeMarco was on the roster. Is that a coincidence? I don't think it is.
I don't think so. But, yeah, I think we might have figured out the secret here. Just get a fullback in here. That's what we have to do. We see the Stephen F. Austin corner go. Charles Deming, so good for him. Going also to the Vikings at 163. Jacksonville up here at 164. And yes, our other guy from the live mock draft is Riley Nowakowski, the tight end fullback from. He plays a little more like traditional tight end, but he could play fullback as well.
Yeah. The knock on Nowakowski is he's 6'2", and NFL teams don't love 6'2" tight ends.
You have to get over it. Michael Pruitt was a great 6'2" tight end. That's honestly like kind of what you're thinking, what you're hoping Nowakowski can be. Although I think Pruitt was a little bit more advanced as a receiver, but Yeah, Nowakowski I think would still be fun for this Falcons team if he's around when they're picking late. But yeah, I mean Michael Trigg, like all these tight ends go, and Michael Trigg's still on the board. I thought the NFL's like obsessed with these like receiving tight ends, and somehow he's the one that doesn't get drafted. It's very bizarre.
Well, there was some buzz about Trigg having some character issues. That where was he at? Ole Miss, whatever school he was at, and he left under mysterious circumstances, and people. There's been rumors that like those mysterious circumstances was that he's a bad dude. I don't know how else to describe it. They were like, yeah, you can go.
Just go ahead. And then he went to Baylor, so that's a little bit sus. Yeah, so I could see that. Baylor notorious for not having great character filter either. So just saying, not gonna name names or anything. It's Baylor, but don't have to look very far to find that. But we got, we'll see. But yeah, so many tight ends with it's crazy. How like deep down the board we went to get some of these tight ends in here. Man, who was that one from earlier? What was it?
The Jaguars guy?
I know like Borkercher from Texas A&M. That one threw me. I was like, okay. Who? Which one? I mean, I know he has fans, but like I didn't think he had any fans like that, but apparently the Jaguars loved him to make him their number one pick in the draft. So, Jaguars have been in the playoffs more recently than the Falcons, so I guess I can't say a whole lot, but yeah. Strange to me. Not really understanding how this tight end class has played out, but like I just I don't know. there's a lot of good ones left. That's the good news. Let's see. Speaking of tight ends, got another tight end coming off the board here. Tanner Koziel. So they're getting another tight end. The Jaguars. How many tight ends do you need? Like Jaguars fans are gonna be crashing out here. We need.
Am I gonna have to sell my Brenton Strange stock?
Apparently, they don't like Brenton Strange. They don't trust him at all.
They got your boy Hunter Long too.
Yeah. I don't understand this. They're like, we're going 15 personnel and you can't stop us. We're not even gonna have a quarterback. It's just gonna be. The Franks, they're going to get Felipe Franks and run the Franks tank 24/7.
Jaguars offseason has been horrific.
It's been so strange. Everyone was like, oh, James Gladstone's a genius. And it's like, I don't know.
I was not a fan of their draft last year, and it quietly went under the radar how terrible their draft was because the team was winning games last year. But like they got literally nothing from that draft class last season. It was the polar opposite of the Falcons draft class, where they got everything and the Jaguars got nothing. And now, Gladstone is channeling his inner Terry Fontenot, where he's just drafting guys purely off of conviction. He's like, we do not care how you rate other players. We are taking these guys 3 rounds ahead. And then the 2 veteran pickups they made this offseason were Chris Rodriguez, the 3rd string running back for Washington, and Rook Aurora. So
I'm feeling a little bit better about that trade now. Yeah.
They're running it back with basically the same team and a bunch of day 3 talents that they're drafting besides Emmanuel Pregnon. So good luck. Jacksonville.
That was I like the Pregnon pick, but I mean, it's like, I just don't understand what's going on there. I know a lot of people assume the Falcons were getting fleeced in the Aurora trade because Jacksonville's good now. So they must be getting one over on the. I would not assume that. I also wouldn't assume that it's a trade that moves the needle really for either team. That it's probably purely we're both really disappointed. So why don't we just swap this up and we'll see if anything can happen here. I think this is both teams were we're not sure this guy's gonna make our roster. So would you like him? What do you think? And it's let's do it. And it seems the Falcons have at least maybe some belief in Mason Smith as a nose tackle. I mean, I wonder. I mean, if we don't see any sort of nose tackle taken in this draft, I wonder if they're we feel like we can put 10 pounds on him, ask him to play nose for us, or something like that. But he certainly hasn't been the best run defender so far. So, I don't really know how that's going to go, but he is very large human with fantastic wingspan. Like Rukaroro was large, but Mason Smith was like one of the only dudes in that draft that was like actually larger than Rukaroro. So I guess Nate Ollie was like, no, I need even bigger, even more than that. Like we need more, and they're like, okay. So we'll see. But yeah, what did you think? I don't think we talked about Mason Smith ever. What did you think about that acquisition?
Yeah, similar to what you're saying, where it felt like both teams were like, yeah, I don't know if this second round pick is going to work out the way that we want it to work out. So, hey, you got a second round pick over there that's not working out for you. Maybe this time it'll work out for us. So, I get it. I think Smith gives you a little bit more value in the run game. Root gives you a little bit more value in the pass rush. And, so you're hoping if you're Jacksonville, Root can get better as a run defender. Like, hey, if we can get better as a run defender, we're going to win this trade. And Atlanta's like, hey, if we can get Mason Smith to be a little bit better as a pass rusher, we're going to win this trade. So it's basically literally the Spider-Man meme of two teams pointing at each other and being like, this one's going to work out great for us. And, you're basically getting rotational pieces for your teams. And, for me, at least, the LaCale London stock is through the roof. It's like crypto now. We're just buying it up, and this thing's going to be worth millions of dollars as we go about this thing, especially if the Falcons do not take a D tackle in this draft. And, I'm just sitting pretty on this LaCale London stock. So I'm content with it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was pretty wild they were able to get LaCale back for like basically nothing. Like I feel like everyone just forgot that he had 5 sacks and like kind of just like completely outplayed Rook like as soon as like he came on the field late in the season. And like I mean like I think that's kind of the impetus behind the trade is like, yeah, we're not gonna play Rook over LaCale. So like we're gonna, maybe we want a nose tackle, so maybe we can get someone in here that's a nose tackle instead. And honestly, I thought that like the Falcons D tackle room with like Zach Harrison and Brandon Dorlus when he's back healthy and LaCale London and I think those like 3 are pretty good. Like I'm pretty happy with those guys and feeling very good about the top 3 DTs on the Falcons rosters. Not something I typically felt. So when I see people like, oh, the Falcons really need help at the interior defensive line, I'm like, they need a nose tackle. I mean, but like pass rush wise, this is good room. So.
Yeah, I kind of thought their D tackle room was underrated. Again, I think a big part of that was because really liking how well LaCale London played in the back half of the season, that basically when they made the switch after that Colts game where they were playing David Onyemata a lot at nose tackle prior to that point, and they had a terrible run defense. And then they had some injuries in and then starting in that week 11 game against Carolina, because I remember going into that week being like, well, if the Colts just ran for 300 yards against the Falcons, Carolina is going to get at least 200 against the Falcons, given how they usually run the football against us. And then I think we held them to like 60 yards. And I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting. And then the next week it's like, well, just one good game after giving up 300 yards doesn't mean anything. And then we shut down the Saints, and then we shut down the Jets, and then we shut down Seattle, and it was like, oh, maybe our run defense is actually pretty good, and they were pretty good for the rest of the season. And I think that's part of it, because I think a lot of people, I've heard a lot of people, and I think D tackle was a need, and particularly if you could have gotten one of the top 5 or 6 guys in round 2, I think it would have totally made sense for the Falcons to draft a guy just because you wanted to get a plus player in that room. But at the same time, I don't feel like it was like, oh, like the Falcons don't have bodies enough to get through this season at D tackle and get serviceable play at that position. It was just like you have this opportunity, I think, to upgrade that spot. But I think a lot of that was just based off of the assumption, at least for me, that, what you saw in those last 7-8 games with Dorlus playing well. And that was also the stretch where Rook played his best ball as well. London playing well, Contavious Street being a solid contributor as well. If you could get that back, if those guys can build off of what they were doing in the latter half of the season, I think your D tackle room is pretty solid, especially as you mentioned with Zach Harrison coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. And welcome back to Daniel Flick. Daniel, it's been a while since we've had you on. You are back. You are back in Atlanta. We are so excited to have you back, and it looks like you're at the facility. Happy to have you,
Yes,
Daniel. How
sir.
you doing?
Oh, Kevin, it's great to be back. It's been way too long, man. Way too long, man. So I'm excited. It's a nice day, a little bit overcast here, but how can you not love the draft, man? Gotta love draft weekend. Awesome to be back here. A little bit of deja vu because I think I joined this call last year from this exact same spot. So I'm fine if this is a cool tradition of ours moving forward.
Yeah, we get the man on the street reporting from Daniel Flick here in the lull. But yeah, I mean, how's the energy in that building now? I know fans are obviously electric after day 2. Have one pick so far. There was a trade down, which already Ian Cunningham has surpassed Terry Fontenot's trade down. So yeah, I mean, how's it feeling there at the branch?
Feels good, man. I think there's a real good energy. I feel like I thought last night they were very happy with what they got done. And then the video that I think NFL Network played of their war room after they took Kendall Daniels was incredible. I mean, I'm not sure that I've seen a Falcons regime that excited after a round 4 draft pick in a long time. So they seem very excited. I think you got to be happy if you're them for what they've gotten done with the cards they were dealt and how they've handled this process. It's been very impressive. I think where they're at here, I'll be curious to see how they finish it, right? But they've started extremely well. I've been impressed. And I think there's real juice here too.
Yeah. And I think this is a very fun class that we've seen so far, and I know fans agree. Yeah. But what do you think? What do you think about the picks that have come in? I know we were certainly celebrating yesterday. So
as you should. I thought that they got a couple guys who I'm not sure they thought would still be available at either pick they got them at. So whenever you get that, obviously, huge deal. So I thought with Terrell, I mean, last year, I remember last training camp or last mini camp, I'd asked AJ about it after one of his pressers, and he was like, I think he could go higher than he did. Like he thought, and AJ went like, what, I think number 16?
Yeah, 16. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think AJ thought off of pure talent, his brother could be a top 10 draft pick. So obviously had a kind of rough draft process. Not really all his fault either, but great talent, high level talent. I think the cool thing about him too, he's so physical, really smart, really physical, and can play inside, can play outside. I'd asked him earlier how much he likes blitzing, and he lit up. So I think he can be used in a variety of ways that'll be really neat to see. Very similar deal with Branch too. I mean, we'll see if he's only a gadget guy. They seem to think there's more there, a little bit of untapped potential there with him as a route runner. So with his playmaking, I think is really impressive. You got to find ways, I think, to manufacture touches at times with him. We'll see again how much they would try to involve him in more of a slot role, or if it's legitimately just here's the ball. Let's see what you can, create. But I think he'll be fun. I'm not sure how much he'll play as a rookie or what his role will be as a rookie. I would imagine a lot of return stuff, right? But very exciting player, if nothing else. He'll be a lot of fun to watch in the late July training camp, unpadded practices. So that'll be fun for us.
Yeah.
I think Kendall Daniels is very intriguing, extremely intriguing player. A lot of us thought they'd take Kyle Lewis, but I think Kendall Daniels with his build, a lot of Divine Diablo comps I've seen. Obviously, if you can get a player of that caliber, you're thrilled. So I'll be intrigued to see how they use him, because he did a ton last year. He called his role extravagant at Oklahoma. So he's fun. I haven't watched a ton of him, so I'm kind of excited to watch more. But, I mean, a player like that with his build, his athleticism, and can handle a lot of the roles that he did, and I'm very intrigued.
Yeah, that's a spicy one for sure. That was the one, the left field pick. I know everyone was like, "Oh, is this team just gonna be a chalk team now, or it's like they're just gonna go like BPA every pick?" And I think Daniels is more of a fit as opposed to a like we're just looking at the board type of thing here. But yeah, he's someone that is really interesting. Definitely bigger than the typical Jeff Ulbrich linebackers that you see. So he's got some size to him.
Yeah, and it was cool the way their war room lit up. Like, I thought they drafted God. I mean, it was incredible. I mean, they were pumped. Matt Ryan was hyped. I thought they drafted a quarterback or something. The way he was pumped. So, I'm excited to hear their thoughts a little bit later today. But I'm intrigued by him. Absolutely intrigued by him, and kind of a cool like profile too, right? Because again, he's like 6'5", like over 240 pounds, rangy, long arms. He had like 9 sacks in his college career, a lot of tackles for loss, a lot of tackles, a lot of ball production. Really intriguing profile. So again, I'm not sure because that's part of it too. Like when Divine Diablo got to Las Vegas, I mean, he wasn't close to what he is now, obviously. Like a lot of those guys who kind of transitioned to linebacker in college, there is a bigger adjustment curve for a lot of them. So especially with Kendall, who played kind of a hybrid role last year too. So not entirely sure how developed he is as a pure off-ball linebacker, if that's how they want to play him. But I'm intrigued, if nothing else. He's got a cool profile for sure.
Yeah, and there goes our boy, Riley Nowakowski. So that the fullback run has started, Aaron. So
Good for Riley.
Yeah,
good for Riley.
Yeah. No, he's such a good blocker. I guess I was hoping he might fall into Falcons range, but sadly no.
It would have been fun to reunite with him.
yeah. I know Falcons haven't taken any Indiana players yet. I figured we might get one, but Kalen Black goes super early too. So yeah, I mean we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. Pat Coogan would be fun. He's really fun.
I could see that one.
Nowakowski would have been a good fit too.
Yeah,
would have been a really good fit.
Yeah. No, I mean Coogan I think is one to watch for sure. But yeah, no, Aaron, I don't know if you got any questions for Daniel you'd like to get to.
No, my only question is, Daniel, give me 30 minutes on the greatness of Riley Nowakowski and his potential upside as a fullback.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this, Aaron. Kurt Signetti does not often gloat about players. That guy loved Riley Nowakowski. He loved Riley Nowakowski. Like he would talk about how Riley Nowakowski is like the best run after catch player he's ever coached, or at least the best run after catch tight end he'd ever coached. So he was fun, man. He's a cool dude. But like I think a lot of people thought when he got to Indiana he was just a blocker only. And he proved a lot last year about what he can do as a receiver, about what he can do as a runner. So cool story too. Was a walk-on at Wisconsin, 0-star recruit, was a linebacker, transitioned to fullback. Then they eliminated fullbacks. He became a tight end. He had a cool background. So happy for him. This is round 5 we're in still.
Yeah. We got just a few picks
Good
left here. Maybe 5-6 picks left in round 5. So yeah, he sneaks into the 5th round.
Him, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good for him. Yeah, they. I think I'm making a Chick-fil-A run now with Mark Ramundi. They recently pulled our food here. So
they pulled the food. What the hell? It's only the 5th round.
I hope Matt Haley's listening to this right now. He could really use some.
They saw someone recording in the parking lot. He's like, "We got to get on this. What's Flick doing out there?" Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe food will mysteriously show here in a few minutes, but. Yeah, Daniel. Anything else you want to add about what's going on before we let you hit the Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I don't think so, man. Happy to hop back on with you guys. Been way too long, and hopefully a lot more of these in our future here.
Absolutely. Well, we're so excited to have you back, Daniel. We'll talk again real soon. Thanks for making the time. All right.
Looking forward to the Kirk Cousins Mendoza relationship write-up, Daniel, that you can provide some unique insight on.
They're going to be such a fascinating duo, man. I can't wait. They're going to be great for each other. I love it.
Yeah. All right, man.
Y'all have a good one, man.
Yes. Thanks for coming on.
High, it would seem. Yes,
good.
Sir. All right, guys.
Have a good one, man. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
All right. Yes, that was my big, secret guest. Of course, by secret, I mean if you looked closely at the thumbnail, his name was listed. But no one really reads the thumbnail. It's more. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, shout out to Daniel. We're super excited to have him back in Atlanta after a year away. So looking forward. And as you guys know, we're gonna get lots of Daniel takes going forward. But yeah,
get some of that Indiana mojo,
exactly.
Get some winning ways back here.
Yeah, we brought in Adnan. We never made the playoffs. So if we bring Daniel in, he can bring some of that winning mindset back to this team. So yeah. But yeah, Riley Nowakowski goes, Aaron, and I don't know how to cope with this. This is a sad one for me. Yeah.
Going into the draft, I know we were able to get him in like round 6 in the
I think it was round 6. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, he's going in round 5, and so it's going to really depend on can the Falcons facilitate a trade to get back in round 5, because you had this massive gap between where they were picking in round 4 and where they were picking in round 6, and it felt like there was going to be some really good players that were. There's always like a couple of guys that are still available in round 5 that you're like, how did that guy not get picked earlier? And it felt like to me that Nowakowski was going to be your sort of classic round 5 tight end type of player. And so, even though we were able to successfully land him in those mocks going into the draft, I was like, yeah, unless they can trade back, I'm not super optimistic that he's going to be there still when the Falcons are on the clock in round 6.
Yeah. It was a dream. We can't have too many dreams come true in one draft, unfortunately, because we had the Avion Terrell dream come true, and unfortunately, maybe we'll get more dreams. There could be more dreams down the road. I think Demetrius Crown overlasting to 208 would be my next dream pick, probably. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll see how long that dream lasts. Probably have one of these teams like the Saints swipe him right in front of us. But we've got Karen Prunty going to the Patriots, and when they don't have a picture for someone, it's a deep cut. So let me see if I can find any information on this one.
Yeah. I don't know this person, and in the last week I started building my own consensus draft board, not doing the work that Arif does with over 100, just looking at like 16, and through that process, that's really how I learn names of prospects, because it's just when you're expanding past the top 100 into like people's top 300 draft boards, you're like, oh, never heard of that guy, that Northwestern guy, or that guy from Idaho State or whatever. Like, oh, but at least I'm familiar with the name, so some of these day 3 guys that are going to be picked, you at least know who they are. And Prunty was not one of the names that I was able to familiarize myself with. So you always get a couple of those on day 3.
Yeah, you do. So we will. That is the first one that I've legitimately never heard of. So surprised it took this long. But I think Arif had tweeted out earlier like the first player that wasn't at all on the 300 board got drafted, and that was actually later than usual. I think technically Bredesen wasn't. I guess fullbacks don't get the respect from the consensus apparently, but
Bredesen was 317. I'm looking at it right now, and Prunty is listed at 512.
Okay, that's a deep cut. That's a deep cut for the Steelers here. I'm gonna Karen Prunty. Let's see if anybody has a scouting report.
I'm assuming he's in the section of the Beast where they're listing the players, not necessarily
they don't even have a write-up.
Yeah. He's CB 57 for Dane Brugler.
Yeah,
and he has write-ups for 42 guys.
Yep. Well, that's we got the Saints going with Lorenzo Styles Jr. from Ohio State here. Very raw safety prospect who is a very good athlete. So he does have that going for him.
Yeah, Sonny's older brother. Son of former Falcons draft pick Lorenzo Styles.
Yep.
Won a Super Bowl with the Rams as part of that Greatest Show on Turf team.
That's right. Got the historical polls here today too. Great job.
Yeah. Well, throughout this process, I was like, oh yeah, Sonny Styles is the son of Lorenzo Styles. Like it was reminded me like 4 times, and like I kept forgetting it, and was like, oh, that's a fun little nugget. And so that in the alternate reality where the Falcons didn't trade out the pick, that's probably would have been a major talking point that we would have had during this process. So like, can we get Sonny Styles, the perfect Ulbrich linebacker? Will he be there at 13? All that stuff. Obviously, that would not have been the case, but I think he would have been the favorite amongst a lot of Falcon fans for who they were hoping the Falcons to land if they still had that first round pick.
Yeah.
And so over and over again, I just kept getting reminded, oh yeah, Lorenzo Styles Jr., son of, so that was, and then I saw Kurt Warner talking about Sonny Styles and talking about Lorenzo being on that Super Bowl team that they won the Super Bowl with. So.
Yeah, cool stuff there. It takes me back. It's a long way back, but that's okay. Sometimes it's okay to go back. All right. We got the Ravens coming up here at 173. Falcons about 30 picks away. So we're ticking down the minutes till Atlanta gets on the clock again.
Still like an hour away.
Probably. Yeah. If they pick before 4:30, I'll consider us lucky. But thank you guys for hanging out. We're enjoying our day 3 conversation. Man, the Ravens taking this pick all the way down. They got 14 seconds. They better get this card in.
We're at DoorDash time here on day 3.
That's right. Apparently, the Falcons media is going to Chick-fil-A, so that's where we are on day 3.
When Daniel said that, I'm like, yeah, it's about that time.
It's about that time. Yeah. We need to refill your drinks and get everything on track here.
Can I order something and get it before the Falcons are back on the clock?
I think this is the sweet spot where you probably can.
It really is.
Yeah. Let's see.
I ordered a vegan soul food place the other day, and I was like, that wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Might get that again.
Might. Yeah, there was this, I think Chick-fil-A had this new sandwich. Maybe that's what you're talking about. It was like, it's some kind of, isn't it like a spicy chicken club or something? I feel like I saw a commercial for something like that. I was going to give that a try. We got a Chick-fil-A up here in New York, so that was a big deal like 2 years ago when that happened.
That's a huge deal.
That's
a huge deal.
that
way.
And so I've had Chick-fil-A a bunch, so I was like, yeah, guys, I mean, it's good, but like, relax, like it's not like life-changing. But maybe it was for these people. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
the regional fast food places is always hilarious because it's like you get a regional fast food place and people go like, you'll get one of two reactions. You'll be like, this is the greatest thing I've ever tried because I've never tried this before when it goes to a new region. Or you get the people that are like, it was overhyped. And it's like, because it's fast food. Like,
yeah, it's fast food. It's fast food. It's fast food.
It's not gourmet dining.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You've had a hamburger, you've had a chicken sandwich. Like some of them are better than the other ones, but like when people people vouch and say this is the greatest place ever, it's mostly nostalgia that they're talking. They grew up eating a certain thing and they're nostalgic over it, and then you try it and you're like, it's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, ultimately, we gotta. Yeah, Chick-fil-A is good. We got a Shake Shack here, like 3 months ago. That one, I enjoy that one too. Got a Five Guys. We got some pretty good fast food up here, in Syracuse. Five Guys just costs an arm and a leg, but you can eat like 3 meals off of the fries they give you, so that helps. If only they would stay like piping hot for like 6 hours, then you just eat that entire bag of fries. But makes me feel bad about myself when I order anything other than a small fry there. But yeah.
My part of North Carolina that I live in, right, is different from Charlotte. I live in the Durham area. We're starting to trickle in some of the southern staples. We got Raising Cane's recently. We got Whataburger recently. Certain places that if you live in the South, like these are staples, and it's like they're in parts of North Carolina and they're starting to filter into my part of North Carolina. So
yeah, I'm a big Whataburger guy. That's one of my favorites. So every time I'm back down south, I got to get into the Whataburger. But again, they're all like good. Like it's like, oh, you have good fast food, and then you have like mid fast food, and then you have like this fast food sucks. But like it never gets to like, oh, this is fine dining quality fast food that I've had here. It's just it's never gonna reach those heights. So just don't go in expecting that, and it'll be fine. Yeah.
I forgot what fast food someone was talking about, and they were like, oh, it's so overhyped. And it was like, yeah, because it's a cheeseburger. Like it's you know,
How
this
how
is
much
not,
hype are you expecting?
yeah,
Like,
it's
yeah, I
not
mean,
filet mignon, you know,
yeah, yeah.
it's not like you know, gourmet steak or anything like that. It's a cheeseburger.
It's a cheeseburger, guys. You know, we can I'll just take a deep breath, you know, on our fast food takes here for a moment. But yeah, Ravens taking the clock down on 2 straight picks. So the NFL's like, all right, I guess we'll run some commercials, Baltimore. But guess they're trying to trade down. Everybody's probably trying to trade for 2027 picks. They're just like, yep, let's see if we can convince someone to give us next year's picks. My nightmare is the Falcons like trade down from 208 to like 250, and I'm just like, please don't. Yeah, please don't do that. Trade for 2027 picks. Trade 231 for a 2027 seventh. Okay, let's do that. Then you can trade that 2027 seventh for something else in 2027. So
I was thinking about you a lot, Kevin, in recent weeks when talking about trade backs and how it was going to be difficult for the Falcons to get anything more than like 6th and 7th round picks unless they did a massive trade back early in the draft. And I was like, yeah, it's going to suck for Kevin on day 3. And apparently it's sucking for me right now because I got to keep you company. I'm just waiting for, you know, somebody else to pop in.
Aaron's like, I can't just like leave him out there. Like,
someone,
I feel
tag me out. You know, I'm texting people left and right. Please,
hey guys, do you want to come on or what's going on here? Yeah.
We got an hour to kill before the next Falcons pick.
I know. Well, I appreciate you stepping in. That was a big move. Aaron Freeman showing your quality at the very highest. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. As much hatred as I get online, you know, I am somewhat a decent human being.
Yes. I mean, outside of, you know, some you know, contrarian takes. Very, very nice guy, Aaron Freeman. So, all right.
Don't trust him with his Falcon takes, but you can trust him on a Falcon stream on day 3.
Can't trust any Falcons takes, really. But any Jarvis Davis takes. Love Jarvis. Hang out with Jarvis at the Senior Bowl. But yeah, I'm sure Jarvis is like knee deep in producing stuff at this point. So I know people have asked like, oh, can Jarvis come on? And it's like, I'd be happy to have Jarvis on, but I imagine he is absolutely slammed at the moment. So maybe post draft get a little Jarvis action.
I texted Jarvis when they took a corner and wide receiver. He was very much on record believing in trenches, if you know, offensive lineman, defensive lineman, that sort of thing is the priority for this draft. And he basically said he's in Zen mode, right? You know, he believes that little guys matter as well, in addition to the big uglies. So he's in a healthier place than I think a lot of people were expecting based off of the Falcons drafting a cornerback and wide receiver with their top 2 selections.
Yeah, I know that's been a difficult time for him, so I'm glad he's warmed up to it. But yeah, it's I get the idea of the trenches. I could have seen this draft going in a different direction and the team, you know, getting more trench focused early, depending on how the board fell. But I feel like with how it fell, it just made like it was just hard for them to pass on Avion. So
yeah, it's hard to get upset with that one.
Yeah. I love that like the Steelers like traded in front of the Falcons too. Like they were like, oh god, the Falcons are gonna take our wide receiver. We got to get in there. It's like the Falcons like 3 picks ago had like already decided to take Avion if he was there. So like, yeah, I mean, just
I think the Steelers traded in front of the Falcons twice, right?
I know they just really don't trust the Falcons. We don't get fooled again, okay? You know. Oh man. All right, we got a couple more picks here. Josh Cuevas, the tight end from Alabama, going to the Ravens. Then Adam Randall, the Clemson running back, going to the Ravens as well. Ravens back-to-back picks. 175 now going up here with the Raiders. Ravens and Raiders. I was like, man, I'm about to mess this up. So, yeah, we'll get a Raiders pick here. We got 7 more picks in the 5th round, and then we will be officially halfway done with this draft. Maybe slightly more than halfway done because I think there's actually less picks in one of these rounds, but don't quote me on that. So let's see if between the first 2 rounds was 80 picks, 81 picks, and then the final two is like probably about 80 picks as well. So yeah, about the same. About the same. Yeah. It's a little bit more. So we're not quite halfway yet at the 6th round turn, but that's okay. Technically, I'm only staying until 231 in theory. So, we'll see what happens. But
wait for them to trade back from 208 and pick up 253 or something. Whatever.
257. Yes. We want Mr. Irrelevant for the PR.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
The worst thing about Mr. Irrelevant too is it's great and all, but like the grandeur where it's like the longest amount of time to announce a pick. It takes like 30 minutes for them to announce just that one pick because they have to go through the whole Mr. Irrelevant spiel and whatnot. So, and like if you're, waiting for like, please end the draft so I can do something else. Go home.
Anything. I was excited 3 hours ago. My excitement has waned consistently since then.
That last pick is a doozy when you have to sit there and.
All right, we got Hezekiah Masses going to the Raiders here, the cornerback out of Cal. 179, I think, on the board. So right around. Maybe he was a little. Well, no, maybe I'm getting that. Masses. 166. 166.
I'm surprised that Nussmeier and Deion Burks are still out there.
Yeah, there's a few top 100 guys. I think Burks, Nussmeier, and Rayshon Benny maybe are still out there from the top 100, and a couple of other guys that are on that brink as well.
I guess those rumors about Nussmeier's back or whatever the injury he had being a little bit more serious probably were true.
Yeah, it seems like
that's always the thing with these guys that fall unexpectedly. It's always like it's an injury or it's a character thing that scare teams off.
Yeah, it happens. We see it every year. Just some surprising guys that just don't end up getting drafted, or getting drafted when we thought they were going to. As we got a Chiefs pick coming up here at 176. Let's see. Brian Parker's still there. That one's kind of shocking to me too. I figured I guess everyone got their tackle. They were like, all right, with like all 70 of us piled in, to the first round to get our tackle, and now we don't care. What do you think about like these tackles, like Crownover, Parker, JC Davis, World? Do you have like a preference if those guys are around, which one you're hoping for?
Probably Crownover. Just because I like, what little I saw at the Senior Bowl, I liked. Watching a little bit of this Texas A&M offense and seeing some of the traits that he possesses, and he just feels like very much like a Bill Callahan developmental type, not nearly the talent of a JC Latham, but that sort of archetype of player, the 6th round version of that type of player,
Yeah.
So he's probably the guy that I would be most intrigued by, but I know World had his fans and then had the injury, and makes sense as a sort of redshirt stash and developmental stash, because I know a lot of people went into the season kind of expecting him to potentially be maybe in the mix for round 1 and round 2 and whatnot. Didn't quite live up to that, making the jump from whatever small school he was at to Nevada, I think it was, to Oregon. So he would also be intriguing for that reason, just because once upon a time, some people were very high on him. And so again, the idea of Callahan getting a developmental guy that some people saw as that level of talent would be intriguing. So, and JC Davis, watching Illinois at times the last couple of years, or really watching like other Big Ten D tackles go against Illinois' offense, and I was like, there's something there. There's flashes there that I'm intrigued by. So any one of those guys I would be intrigued by at this point in time. But if I had to kind of stack the level of intrigue, it would probably be Crownover 1, World 2, and then JC Davis 3rd on that list.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. JC Davis is just kind of like crazy with how he plays. Like he's just totally out of control sometimes. Like his balance is kind of non-existent. That dude does end up on the ground, but very like athletically looked good. and like when he like hits his blocks, he can be dominant. Like he will just like absolutely bulldoze people, but very high variance player. So again, at 208, I'm totally down with that. Like I don't care. Like if we were talking about like 120, it's like okay, it's maybe a little rich for that, but 208, I mean these are all tackles that I think you'd be really happy to walk away with in that range. So we will keep fingers crossed. I can't imagine they're going to pass on tackle again. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll see who's available, but even if they do take one, it'll probably be one of these like random tackles that I haven't scouted, but you know, who knows.
Yeah, my pet theory that I'm going to be operating with is that they wanted Travis Burke, the Memphis offensive tackle, in round 4, and then once he went off the board, they were like, okay, let's move back because the rest of these tackles are all kind of in a cluster, together, and we'll you know, once we get to round 6, we'll feel reasonably good about taking a swing on one of those guys. But obviously, if the Falcons go in a different direction at 208, then we'll be like, okay, I guess it's, you know,
they love Michael Jarrell. Yeah,
I'm back to hyping up Jack Nelson again. You know, defending Jack Nelson after these rough preseason games.
Yeah.
So
we'll see. No, I mean, maybe they do like Michael Jarrell. Who knows? You know, maybe Jack Nelson is actually, you know, their guy. I mean, I don't know. Anything could happen, I suppose. But yeah, I kind of feel like they're going to go in more of a like large tackle sort of direction, given Bill Callahan and the Browns' previous propensity for offensive linemen. But you know, we'll see.
Yeah, I figure at some point in this draft, you got to give Bill Callahan at least one. If you want to call them dart throws, that's fine. You know, just give him one little pet project that he can work with, right? Give him his own version of Javon Gwynn. You know, that was the Dwayne Ledford guy. He brought him to Baltimore as well because all that stuff. You know, obviously that didn't work out. In Atlanta, but like we know that was the Falcons throwing Dwayne Ledford a bone because he recruited Javon Gwynn when he was back at NC State. Same thing with Brandon Parker, was another guy that he tried to recruit to NC State when he was the assistant coach there. And so, you know, just you got to give Bill Callahan at least one project.
If you brought him in, you got to give him somebody to work on this year. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure even if they don't draft someone, they'll get some UDFA or something, you know. But they're going to be working on somebody for my man. But we will see. We got a couple receivers going off here. Cyrus Allen to the Chiefs, and then Kevin Coleman Jr. to the Dolphins. So a little mini receiver run here. I know the Falcons did work on both of those guys. I think they had both of those guys in for top 30 visits.
Yep.
Yeah. Both athletic, bigger receivers. So we will. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, Coleman's not. I'm getting him confused, I think, with the Baylor guy. That's Cameron, not Coleman. But yeah, I think I think that they very well could take another receiver, like with one of their last 3 picks, and that might be part of why they wanted to get another pick, so they could take another swing on somebody. But because now it's like you got 3 picks instead of 2, so now you realistically could get a nose tackle, an offensive tackle, and another offensive like skill position guy, whether that's receiver, running back, tight end, whichever one you like the best, basically out of that group. Whereas before you had to pick 2 of those 3, and that's, you know, obviously you don't love that, but I'm curious to see what directions they go here. We're still, you know, early in the infancy of the Ian Cunningham era, so it's not as easy to predict. I think with Fontenot, it's like, okay, well, we know they're going to take completely random people in the 6th and 7th round that we've never heard of, so there's no point in predicting this at all. And then in the early rounds, we know exactly who they're going to take because they're probably going to trade up to do it too. So,
Jeff Caldwell, the Cincinnati wide receiver, is one I'd be curious to see if, you know, because I know, Kevin, I think when we were talking mock draft, we were kind of focusing on get the big fast guy early and then get the gadgety return specialist late, right? Where that's where potentially the value is. And the Falcons, I think, might have flipped it because they were like, well, we really like Zachariah Branch, and certainly several tiers above the, you know, as much as we love the Colin Lacey's and the Caden Weegens and all those guys, Kevin Coleman in that group as well. on day 3. You know, Zachariah Branch, I think, certainly is a much bigger jump in terms of the potential and the talent level and the upside. And I'll be curious, you know, will we see kind of these upside picks like a Kendall Daniels on day 3? Will that be kind of, as you mentioned, with, you know, Terry Fontenot's day 3 picks? A lot of those picks were not really high upside guys. They were singles.
Very strange. Yeah.
You know, it's just like, all right, this is a role player. This is all this guy is ever going to be as a role player. And I'll be curious, like a Jeff Caldwell certainly is a low floor, high ceiling type of big, fast wide receiver, extremely athletic type of guy that you probably just stash and see if you can develop him. And kind of a similar story with a guy like Kendall Daniels as well.
Yeah, those guys could both be fun. I know CJ Daniels from Miami, he's got some fans too, as a little bit of a bigger wide receiver. So yeah, I mean, we'll have to see who's there. We still have another, 30-ish picks. I think exactly 30 now, until the Falcons are on the clock. So, the board could change a lot between now and then, or it might not change all that much. Given how this draft has gone, there's definitely a lot of plus value still available to select, although obviously that's not as meaningful at this point in the draft. But a number of ways this could go for the Falcons with 3 late picks instead of 2 that they had going into today. So we'll see how they choose to sort of divvy those out. All right. Oh, there goes. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say I'm curious if we're gonna get that. Like, okay, Cole Payton. I was asking about the quarterbacks, or like, are we gonna get that round 6 where like 5 quarterbacks go and like 10 picks, where everybody's like, okay, it's time. I guess we're doing the quarterback run. Everybody come get your guy.
Yep.
So maybe that's
right.
There
goes the left-handed quarterback dream. We could have 3 quarterbacks deep with left-handers, but the Cole Payton's out of here. So. Was there another lefty too? I'm trying to remember.
I know Cole Payton was the main one.
Yeah. I can't remember anybody else.
Was the Minnesota Moorhead State guy that the Falcons worked out, was he a lefty?
Maybe that would make sense if he was. But yeah, I just don't. I can't really see them taking a quarterback here, with any of their picks. But I mean, who knows? I mean, I think they're more just going to grab one of these UDFA's, of course. But
yeah. At a certain point in the draft, I think we did Haynes King in round 7 in the mock that we did together.
Mm-hmm.
At a certain point, it just becomes like, you know what will be fun just for the content. Let's take a quarterback in round 7. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, I think it certainly would make the preseason spicier. So that everybody wins from that arrangement. So we got George Costanza with the $2 saying the Saints traded for Tyree Wilson and gave up a 5th. Man, I hope he stays a bust. I wouldn't be too worried about that, George, for the record. I think Tyree Wilson, unfortunately, I think the ship has sailed on that one. But it's not the worst dart throw, but man, 5th rounders are just worthless these days. I feel like Tyree Wilson has not done anything in the NFL, and he's like, well, he was a top 10 pick like 3 years ago, so maybe he could be something. But I can't imagine much happening from that pick personally, but we'll see. So we have the 49ers coming up with a pick here. Then we'll have the Dolphins and Bills, and that will be the end of the 5th round. And we will be on to the 6th after that for the 2-round stretch to close out the 2026 NFL Draft. And yeah, again, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Like I said, we will be giving away a $50 NFL shop card when the Falcons get on the clock at 2:08. We'll start that giveaway. So stick around for that, and then of course we will continue to break down the picks as they come in. If the Falcons are merciful, maybe they'll package 231 and one of these 6 together and move up so we can get out of here a little earlier, selfishly, but also I hope they get a good player. That would be cool too, but mostly so we can clock out early. I'm sure, Daniel and everybody else there would appreciate that too. We got Jason Gaines with the $2 saying, I will give Terry Fontenot credit. He looked like a genius by not re-signing Drew Dahlman. Still not understanding why he retired early. I was not personally a fan of Dahlman, and to me, he would get overpowered too many times by big nose tackles like Vita Vea. Yeah, I mean, he was an undersized, like somewhat of an undersized center. So that was always his thing. That's kind of why he was a 4th round pick. But I don't know. To me, I feel like the Falcons kind of had an inkling that Dahlman might retire soon. And that's maybe why they were more inclined to let him go, but it could also just be complete chance too. So, I mean, I don't want to give too much credit for something we're not really sure about, but I do wonder if they may have known that he was considering retirement soon. And we're like, well, we're not getting involved with that. So.
I'm not in the habit of retroactively giving Terry Fontenot credit. So
not starting today.
I side on the coincidence, pure coincidence side of the fence.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to be right about that also, that it was just a coincidence. But hey, it's a coincidence that helps the Falcons for a change, so I'm never going to be too upset about that.
Fair enough.
All right, couple of picks left in this 5th round before we kick this round 6 off. We are going to get maybe some spicy selection here. Okay, we're going to have another commercial break. Never mind. You really got to drag this out as much as possible. They're like, the people that are still watching now, like, we can show them any number of commercials and they will still stay. So it doesn't really matter at this point. Yeah. They know that they've got us sickos here for the long haul. So
we've reached the this is pure background entertainment portion of the draft.
Yep.
You have it on and you're occasionally looking at the screen.
Yep.
As you scroll on your phone.
We're gonna start seeing, the bits come on stage, and the performances, and it could be anything going on there in Pittsburgh. Probably see some sort of terrible towel presentation. Any number of those things could be happening in the near future. So that's usually what is the hallmark of the 6th round starting. So that's when most people just say click. So. I like that they point out the Dolphins haven't won the AFC East since 2008. So just really twist the knife there. NFL Network, great job. Don't put up the stat for the Falcons. This is 2017, I think, or 20. Yeah, so still can't believe they managed to lose this division to the 8-9 Panthers last year, but nothing surprises me anymore, I guess.
Yeah. Tough,
the 8-9 Panthers that are 3rd place to win the division still, even though they just won the division, it's like nobody believes that was legitimate in any way. It's just, I think the Panthers are plus 350 or something. It's like, yeah, no, we don't believe this at all. That was completely fraudulent. So I still don't. The Bucks just crashed and burned, and I don't know. I don't know how the Bucks recover from losing basically their heart and soul players this offseason. I mean, they're having a good draft. Don't get me wrong, but it's just Baker Mayfield's now the face of your team and the heart of the locker room. I just don't know that that's going to go great, personally. But I think if you're winning, it's going to go awesome. But as soon as that stops, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Definitely. Yeah, I am not shedding any tears for Levante David no longer being in the division, as well as Mike Evans. I have watched dozens of games of those guys ripping the Falcons apart, and they will not be missed. But certainly excellent players and very reliable and consistent pieces on those Bucks teams. And I think you're right. It'll be interesting to sort of see what they lose from a locker room standpoint, even if they're not necessarily losing those guys in the primes of their career at this point in time, and sort of how the Bucks adjust. I don't know about you, Kevin, but I'm kind of going into the season believing Todd Bowles is definitely on the hot seat and probably won't survive the season unless they make the playoffs, which is certainly a possibility in the NFC South, but it's going to be an uphill battle, I think, given where that team is right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's I don't know. I feel like they've just kind of lost their soul a little bit, and they've kind of been scrambling. Like, I think they caught lightning in a bottle with 2 offensive coordinators in a row, and they're like, yeah, we could keep it rolling.
Yeah.
They did. Like, it wasn't going to keep rolling. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it was a
Mm-hmm.
miracle you caught 2 of them back to back. The third one did not work out. They move on quickly. And now they go get Zach Robinson. Like, you have Falcons fans like running this man out of the building. The Bucs are like, "Oh yeah, hell yeah, we got Zach Robinson in here. Hell yeah, yeah." Your division rival was like, "Oh, thank God this guy's gone." And you're like, "Oh yeah, we're cooking now. We're cooking, guys." You know, I mean, Zach Robinson doesn't even believe in wide receiver coaches. So,
To be fair to the Bucs, as far as they're concerned, he was Sean McVay whenever the Falcons played the Bucs.
that's the only game they watched. Yeah. So,
Like, hey, this guy's pretty good. This guy's
Yeah.
pretty good.
man, this
He's
dude
averaging
whooped
like
us.
40 points against our defense.
Yeah. So this guy, he must be a genius because we have the best defense in the NFL.
Mhm.
So, of course, his scheme's going to work against everyone.
Todd Bowles is like, figuring out how does he know how to attack the cover 3? Like, I haven't figured it out. Like, Todd Bowles still out here running 2014 cover 3 defenses and whatnot, and being like, I can't figure out how these offenses have figured out this scheme. You must be an offensive guru and genius.
Yep.
to figure it
Yeah.
out.
He's running that, vintage Dan Quinn coverage still. And he's like, man, I don't understand why this used to work so well. Yeah.
I don't
How are they figuring this out? Like, we're so good. Like, why can't we just win? Like, I don't get it. Am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. Yeah.
This is the children's book.
We got Sedu Traore from Mississippi State, the tight end, going to the Dolphins here.
See, this is one of those names that I only learned in the last week building that consensus board.
Yep. Yeah, not one that I've seen super often, but I mean, if it's a tight end, at this point, I'm like, I need to extend my tight end list because the tight ends are flying off the board here. There's only like 15 left in the PFF simulator, so it could be scary hours as we get into the third round. Although I will give Trevor credit. He got all the way to 428 on the board with tight ends. So I mean, yeah, we're deep. So
yeah, I saw someone rated like 27 draftable tight ends in this year's draft class. So, not a lot of superstars when it came to tight end. Like, if you wanted a tight end 1, there was only a handful of those guys that you could see that. But this is chock full of the tight end 2, the Charlie Warners. If you're looking for a Luke Stocker, a Parker Hesse, that type of tight end, this is the draft class for you.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of good tight ends. It's kind of surprised me as why teams were running out to draft them when there's just I don't know. I personally, it's I mean, I think they're all kind of tight end 2, tight end 3 guys. It's okay, I guess we could go spend a premium pick on that, but I don't think that's necessary. But yeah, I mean, to me, maybe you take a swing on Michael Trigg, but I think if he's got enough off field, they're probably not interested. I know
is Jack Indry still out there?
Yep. That one's a little bit of a surprise to me too.
I know some people who were fans of him because who was the other Texas tight end Gunnar Helm?
Yep.
And a lot of people were like, I like Jack Indry's better than I like Gunnar Helm. And Gunnar Helm was a 4th round pick or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, I like Carson Ryan too if they're looking for more of that tight end that can do a little bit of everything. He can do some blocking. He can do some receiving. He did some backfield stuff too. So maybe a little, halfback, fullback flexibility for my boy Carson. And he's from BYU, so I know Brett Jukes is gonna be pounding the table. So, we'll see if we can get a BYU guy in here because they lost Tyler Algier, so they need to refill their BYU quota at Flowery Branch. So
yeah. And I think the Falcons also did some work on Daquan Wright, the
that's
Ole Miss
right.
side.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm trying to remember who. I think maybe it was Kendall that had Wright, or maybe somebody else. I can't remember that did thought the Falcons would be looking at Wright late in the draft. So that definitely could be one as well. John Michael Gillenborg, I know he has fans as sort of that receiving tight end. No, he didn't have a great year this year, but did have a couple of interesting ones the last couple of years.
Yeah, people were very high on him. I remember going into the Senior Bowl, and I don't think he did a lot to help his stock coming out of that week.
Yeah. So, all right, we got the Buffalo Bills going to be making the final pick of the 5th round. Then we will be starting the 6th round. We got something stupid with the $5. Thank you. Something stupid. Appreciate you. Saying, after watching the draft call with Kendall Daniels, it was both Ulbrich and Rudd in the room. Do we think this might be a Caden Ellis replacement? I mean, I think it could. He's definitely more like Caden Ellis sized than the rest of their linebackers. I don't know. We did see him lined up a little bit on the line of scrimmage in some of the highlights. I think he's probably going to be more of their, like, we're going to have you, like, be the guy that's going to take on some blocks and, like, be our middle of the field run defender. And he's got, like, better coverage than you would expect at that size because he is a former safety. But I'm curious to see how they deploy him because I know they really trust Diablo in that middle of the field too. I have to imagine he's going to be your green dot guy at this point.
Yeah.
And then, but Daniel, I mean, I think Kendall can do some of that same stuff. So I do wonder if they're going to have him being more of like the head up, you're going to go crash the A gap type of guy as opposed to making Divine do that. And maybe let Divine like sit back a little bit more, do a little more sideline to sideline, not have to crash down and take on the blocks as much. But I don't know. Christian Harris is here too, and I think he's sort of like Divine Diablo light. Where you're kind of thinking like maybe his best role is like Diablo's backup. So they actually have someone now that can play that role if Divine Diablo's hurt. Where like last year it was clear that once Divine Diablo got hurt, they were like, well, I guess we have JD Bertrand. That did not go well. Maybe we have Troy Anderson. I don't know. Maybe Troy Anderson does exist. I saw that man working out on the side field in like the first week of training camp, and then we never saw him again. Like I don't know what happened. They were just like, well, he's not coming off PRP. So yeah. So last team was, last year's regime was like probably the most unnecessarily gamey about injuries that I could ever remember. It's like, oh yeah, Darnell Mooney will be back soon. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, what about, rumors he broke his collarbone? Nope. He's not going on IR. He'll be fine. Like then just like randomly in a press conference, like 8 weeks later. Oh yeah. Mooney broke his collarbone. That's why he's, been struggling. Like, why did you lie? Like, everybody can tell that he's hurt. Like, you're just making fans beat up on him for no reason. They're like, oh, he's fine, he's playing, why? Just, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me, but.
Yeah, it is super annoying. I wanted to give Raheem Morris the benefit of the doubt. I just think rather than him being as aloof about injuries on purpose, I just think it was just him being aloof about injuries, whereas it's like he's out here being Raheem Morris, and then like someone gives him an update on injuries, like, okay, cool. And then people would ask him questions and like specifics about those injuries in the pressers, and he's not a details guy with the doctors. He was just like, oh, that's someone else's job to worry about that. Are they going to practice this week? That's all I really care about, and so I tried to give Raheem the benefit of the doubt with some of that stuff, but by years in, it was just like, can you give us something? Like when we got Dorles's injury and he's like, it's not season ending. It's like, oh my God. Oh, this is incredible. We got more information on this rather than being like the vague, like, well, he's going to miss some time. And like,
yeah,
how much time?
I don't know. I don't know, between tomorrow and forever. Yeah. Somewhere in there. Yeah.
The whole Troy Anderson saga, like when he basically was like, yeah, it was an injury similar to one he had in college. Like, okay, which one that he had?
Which one?
He had multiple injuries in college. So,
Oh man. There goes Taylor Green. Taylor Green goes off to the Browns. So a little more. Why don't we just add another quarterback to the Browns room? Why not?
I mean, Dylan Gabriel's like,
Dylan Gabriel, you are a Falcon. Yeah. Speaking of lefties,
Coach, I need rescue out of Cleveland. Come get me.
231 for Dylan Gabriel. Who says no? And really, I'm just coming up with any ideas at this point.
Most of the Falcons fans, I think, say no.
Yeah, probably.
Stefanski probably says yes, but I think
the
rest of the world says no.
I don't have to convince Falcons fans. I just have to convince Stefanski. Stefanski, if you're listening, buddy. Yeah. UCF legend Dylan Gabriel,
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm biased, obviously. But
Yes.
when he was playing at UCF, he looked great. That's all. That's the only Dylan Gabriel film I remember. So, I don't remember anything else.
I was a fan of Dylan Gabriel purely as a backup.
Yes.
To me, he's 15-year backup. This is a perfect pick. Then the Browns were like, you know what? We think he could start for us. And I'm like, I don't know if this is going to age well.
Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think they throwing him out there as a rookie on that team was not a good thing. I think that was a mistake. So as we saw, we got Carson Scherer from Iowa, the linebacker, going at 183, and then we have the Titans coming up here, approaching 15 picks away or something like that, roughly 20 picks, something like that. So we're getting there, folks. 20 picks away, roughly from the Falcons on the clock, and then we'll actually get a couple picks to talk about to get us through the rest of the draft. The dark times have almost ended. So by almost, I mean probably 30 more minutes, but they're moving, decently now. So maybe someday we'll get there. All right. We got the Titans up here at 184. Yeah. Deion Burke's still here too. That's one that I know he was maybe not for everyone, but kind of surprised. Like no one's taken a shot on Deion Burks at this point in the draft.
Yeah.
Kind of a smallish receiver, I guess, but it hasn't scared NFL teams away usually, but
yeah, there's been a couple other guys.
Yeah.
Does he not have return skills? That might
maybe that's it. I don't know. Yeah.
I know some of the guys like Weegan and Xavier Thomas and some of those guys are clearly getting picked because of their return ability.
Yeah. I mean, even Branch to some extent, you're talking about that, although he's offering you a bit more as a receiver. But, yeah, I mean, I think the return game matters so much. I'm glad the Falcons actually, invested in returner with Branch. And, it seemed like they were just behind the 8 ball with that, where they just didn't really seem to care about the return position. They were like, yeah, it's fine. We'll bring in, Jamal Agnew, who has, played, 6 games in the last 3 years. He'll be our returner. Trust us. Man. He was so bad. He was hurt and also just wow. This was your plan A. So
yeah. I don't know whose stock fell harder in 2025, Darnell Mooney's or Marquise Williams' stock. That was clearly a Marquise Williams. Hey, I worked with this guy in Detroit. He was great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
He was 3 years ago. But yeah. Just guys, I think, getting a little too much in the I remember how good this guy was, and less in the maybe we should look at how good this guy was, last year, because we need him to play today, not 3 years ago. So,
yeah.
Got a defensive tackle to the Titans, Jackie Marshall from Baylor is the selection there. 185 with the Raiders coming up. Or excuse me, it's the Bucks. Did the Bucks trade up, or was this always the Bucks pick? No, it is a trade. All right, so the Bucks traded their 7th. See, this is what we need. 185. It's like they trade 195 and 229 to move up. So if the Falcons take a lesson from the Bucks here, and let's get it done. Any day now really would be great. So.
Not at all for selfish reasons.
No. I think there's a lot of players on the board that are worth trading up for here. Yeah. Demetrius Crownover, we can't risk him not getting to us, Aaron. We need to get this developmental tackle, and we need to get it now. So
Tom Brady was picked 199.
There you go.
Right around this range.
Perfect.
And, future Hall of Famer. Right for the taking.
There you go. We can get Garrett Goatmeyer at 199. He could be our Tom Brady.
There you go.
Actually, unironically, like Nussmeier in like the 200s, I would be totally fine with that. But
Yeah,
like that's a good value there.
yes. It was when we were talking about him,
Day two,
top of round 2. It's like, yeah, I don't know about this. I don't know about that, guys.
Mm-hmm. The Bucks trade up for a tight end, Bauer Sharp from LSU, who I don't even think. Oh no, wait, he is. Never mind, he's on the board. 355. Nope, not on the consensus board. I don't understand where teams are like, we just have to get these random tight ends. Like, there's like 15 of them left, and they're like, this is ours. This one's mine. You can't have him. Like, to trade up, though, it's one thing to be like, oh, yeah, we'll take the guy that's like in the 300s, like at our pick 199. That's fine. It's like, no, we got to trade. Maybe they just want to go home early, so I shouldn't be complaining. But if only we could go home. If only we could go home early.
Right
yeah, just a little bit, perhaps. Yeah. If only we could go home early. We're trapped in this day 3 hell, so this is our penance for all the bad takes this year. All right, let's see. 186 coming up here. New York Giants on the clock. Then we got Washington. Then we got the New York Jets. Maybe eventually we're going to be able to see the ATL in the distance on the ticker. So, it's closer than you think, guys. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like rough best available list, I think like according to PFF's board, which I've been trying to keep updated, I think like Deion Burks is the top guy left. Nussmeier, the quarterback from LSU, Rayshon Benny, Michael Trigg, the tight end, Dante Corleone, the Godfather. That'd be a fun pick in the 200s. He usually doesn't make like I was a little bit quieter on him with the blood clots and the sort of down year, but I mean it's medical. But like pick 200, I mean, yeah, sure. I'm down at that point. Also, like the best name in the draft, no doubt.
Yeah.
But even just for that, really, I would draft him. But yeah, Crown over in that conversation as well. So.
Yeah, I know. One of the things I was doing on Locked On Falcons, just to kind of mix it up, was looking at different position groups and kind of, okay, here's a round 2 guy at this position. Here's a round 3 guy at this position. Here's a day 3 guy. When I did the nose tackle breakdown, Corleone was Corleone, whatever, was the day 3 nose tackle. And I think Caden McDonald, I think, was the round 2 guy. And I think Dominique Orange, Big Citrus, was the round 3 guy that I broke down. And I kept consistently, when I was doing that, consistently liking the 3rd round value. Yeah. Because like all the 2nd round guys that were projected were like, to me, like 3rd rounders, and all the 3rd round guys were like 3rd rounders, Yeah. Because I did that with Zachariah Branch as the 3rd round gadget guy. And I think Kendrick Law was the day 3, the Kentucky guy. Was the day 3 guy. And so I just consistent, like I did it like 3 or 4 weeks in a row on the podcast. And every week it was just like the 3rd round guy is the best value in that range. But Corleone, at this point in the draft, good pickup as a nose tackle.
Yeah, just the short arms are really the thing with him, but he's definitely like that fire hydrant style nose tackle. I think he's actually pretty good, like 4.3 nose too, because I think just the 2 gapping for him is really the only thing, because he doesn't have that length. He's gonna have trouble getting his hands on 2 offensive linemen at once. But if you're asking him to just sit in the A gap and take on the center, he's gonna dominate the center. I mean, he's got some quickness to him too, but just had a down year with the medical stuff. But I mean, a year ago he had 3 sacks and 23 hurries. So I think he's got some pass rush to him a bit. Just isn't really the 2 gapping specialist that some people might want, a little bit. But he's so hard to move, like one-on-one. I think he's pretty dominant there. So we got Bobby Jamison Travis. Man, it's got 3 first names. The defense, that's a nose tackle going to the Giants. And then we got Katron Allen, the Penn State running back, going to the Commanders at 187. So rolling in a few picks here. Speaking of running backs, is there like a running back you could see the Falcons like being like, oh, we might want to add another guy here, in that sort of like late sort of area?
Mm,
I mean, I know you want Eli Heidenreich, but yeah.
Totally true.
Yeah.
I did like his film
Yes.
quite a bit.
He could play slot too. Like I actually
yeah.
like unironically like Eli
Yeah,
Heidenreich. Yeah.
that's the funny thing about Heidenreich is like his wide receiver reps are his best reps. Like his
Yeah.
running back reps are okay, but like when you run him on wheel routes and put him in the slot and whatnot, are his best reps. So
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah, not really. I didn't do a deep dive on the running back class this year. Just it was one of those positions. Like there were certain positions where like I put on the back burner because I'm like, let's wait till see what they do in free agency because they could easily solve this problem in free agency. When they went out and got Brian Robinson Jr. and Tyler Goodson, I was like, I don't think I need to watch the running backs this year. So we'll if they draft a guy, we'll circle back, but not a group that I need to do a ton of prep on at this point.
Yeah. I could definitely see that. It's just at this point it's like probably just UDFAs and see how it rolls. But we'll see. All right, 188 here. Geno Smith back on the Jets. I know they're probably talking about that right now. So that was not the collaboration that I was expecting to see this year. But it's like the Jets are like, Dr. Evil, just like, come on, come back to us. Yeah. This is. Yeah, I kind of can't believe Geno is like, sure, I'll go back to the Jets. I'll walk back into that building. I mean, I guess it's like nobody that drafted him or was involved with him is probably still there. But, yeah. All right. The new Felipe Franks from Arkansas. Yeah, I don't think he wants to play tight end. We'll see. Maybe the NFL will be like, well, you're playing tight end. And he's like, okay. But, yeah. Definitely didn't want to play tight end, from my understanding. So
You talk about Taylor Green?
yeah.
Yes, yeah. He very against. I saw him do a forget whose pod he was on, where he was like, anybody who's saying I should move to tight end, it's racist, and it's like mostly just because we've seen you play quarterback.
I mean, yeah. Considering how many tight ends are white, I don't know. Like,
I've watched you play quarterback. I think you're
just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah. If you squint with Taylor Green, you can see Colin Kaepernick. A very similar player.
Mm-hmm.
That worked really well in 2012 for the 49ers. Took them all the way to the Super Bowl. After that point, kind of ran out of steam. After a certain point, I think once the league started making some adjustments, and so it'll be interesting to sort of see with Taylor Green in Cleveland, with Todd Monken and whatnot. Can they weaponize that in 2026 like some teams were able to do back in the day with Kaepernick?
Yeah. It's it didn't work for super long with the 49ers, but it did work for a little while. So maybe it could happen again. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I've expressed my pessimistic outlook on Taylor Green in terms of his long-term outlook as a quarterback in the NFL, but I know he has some fans out there, and I it can work. That's most of my pessimism is a long-term outlook. It's not to say like he can't find some degree of success, because at Arkansas, that offense was at its most effective when it's like, hey, first read ain't there, just take off and run, my guy. Like they're not going to catch you. So if I think that is a harder sell in the NFL because defenses are better, but there are teams that also have terrible defense and can let the quarterback run for 180 yards against them. So that might be good enough to get you 5 wins in Cleveland, I think.
It might be. So we'll see how these next couple picks go. Aaron, I'm gonna run and refill my water real quick.
Okay.
And I will be right back. But I appreciate you being here for me.
I will keep the people entertained by going down my fullback Rolodex of all.
There you go. I knew you would have something for this. So
the Mount Rushmore of Falcon fullbacks.
Okay, guys, buckle up. I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you, Aaron.
So, number one on the Mount Rushmore of Falcon fullback, we got to go with the OG Bob Christian. Okay, if you don't know about Bob Christian, ladies and gentlemen, then you don't understand. When we think about Jamal Anderson's 1998 run, who was clearing the run lanes for Jamal Anderson back in those days? That was none other than Bob Christian, big free agent pickup for the Falcons in the Dan Reeves era in '97, and had several solid years before ultimately getting replaced by Justin Griffith. No, Justin Griffith will not be appearing on my personal Falcons fullback Mount Rushmore. Number 2 on that list is perhaps the greatest fullback of all time, but not the originator, so that's why he wasn't number 1 on the list. That is none other than the Believe in Falcons podcast host, Ovi Mahaley. I remember when the Falcons signed him in that dreaded 2007 Bobby Petrino year, and it's like, why did the Falcons make Ovi Mahaley, as good as he was, the highest paid fullback in the NFL when Bobby Petrino's offense doesn't use a fullback? And Bobby Petrino was like, I don't know. I'm not going to use a fullback, and I'm going to leave town early. And it was like, why did we pay Obi Mahaley? And then Mike Smith comes to town. And it's like, and Mike Mularkey comes to town, and it was like, we can use this. We can use this. And then Ovi was a big reason why Michael Turner was so successful those next couple of years. And then, we went through the Brady Ewing era that didn't quite work out. And then, of course, number 3 on that list is none other than Patrick DeMarco. Like I said earlier in the show, if you were tuning in, Falcons haven't been to the playoffs since Patrick DeMarco was on the roster. I don't think that's a coincidence, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. And so Patrick DeMarco, kind of a rough start when he sort of took over. I think it was in 2013 with the Falcons. But then by the time we got to, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, this man was one of the best fullbacks in the NFL. Yeah. Or no, I guess he was with Buffalo in 27. Now I'm remembering. Now I'm going back through the memories. He was in Buffalo in 2017. So the Falcons haven't been to the Super Bowl since Patrick DeMarco left. That's not a coincidence. They did make the playoffs the following year in 2017 because he was in Buffalo. But I do remember in that 2017 year, we played the Bills, and they ran all over this defense. And there was like a drive where they went on like a 15-play drive, and they ran the ball like 13 times. And it was just like LaShawn McCoy and Patrick DeMarco just line up in the backfield and run it down the Falcons' defensive throat. And it was tough. And it was a tough day to watch Patrick DeMarco wreck the Falcons' defense after watching him, wreck opposing defenses for the 3 previous years. And then 4th on my fullback Mount Rushmore, I know you think I'm going to go with Keith Smith, but I'm gonna throw a curveball. And this guy wasn't a full-time fullback, but for like the 3 games that he played fullback for the Falcons, he was really good. And that's none other than Jason Snelling. That the Falcons did not embrace the running fullback, the Mike Allstott hybrid role that Jason Snelling could have had during his time. He did retire prematurely. During those years, they did have, Ovi Mahaley and then followed by Patrick DeMarco. So they didn't really truly need Jason Snelling to be a full-time fullback. But there was a stretch of games where he was leading the blocks for Michael Turner. I want to say in that like 2011 season. I think that was the year where Ovi got injured. And I was a big fan of him. As much as I love the fullback position, I'll be honest with folks, I was not a huge Keith Smith guy. I thought he was fine.
Yeah, I think his special teams was almost probably better than his fullbacking. Yeah. So, which is nice, but
he was solid. We needed Keith Smith at the time we got him because it was a rough couple of years after the DeMarco departure, and so he stabilized that position, but not quite on my pantheon of great Falcons fullbacks. He'd probably be number 5 on that list, but and then of course Parker Hesse.
Yep, got to sneak him in there. Yeah. I thought you were joking. Like when I walked off, you were just going to immediately go back to some other topic. But no, you actually did the fullback Mount Rushmore. So I'm also not that surprised that you had this completely ready to go. Like unironically, yes.
I've been chomping at the bit to get this take off. And
you just needed a platform. I mean, honestly,
and, sometimes
this is the perfect opportunity.
Falcons, we don't have the 10 minutes to devote to because there's other issues, and day 3, where we're still 16. Okay, yeah, we killed some time. 16
we did.
Away from
that was a good job. That was great work by you. Fantastic. I mean, you are a professional, so
yes.
You know exactly how to do that. All right, we got a couple picks in while I was away refilling water and switching to beer. Finished my latte. So started off at the latte. Now we're switching to beer. That it's technically after 4, so it's 5 o'clock somewhere. But it's also Saturday. It's day 3. We got to do something to get through these last couple rounds. But 189. One of my picks, Brian Parker II, who's announced as a center, which I've seen that for him. A lot of people liked him as more of an interior convert. He goes to the Bengals at 189. He's one of the top offensive linemen left on the board. And then at 190, we have Barian Brown going to the Saints, another speedy wide receiver from LSU. And I thought he was better than I thought at the Senior Bowl. He was actually making plays there. So interesting sort of return specialist, slot receiver guy for the Saints. Pick 191. We have the Jaguars trading up for Josh Cameron from Baylor, who also good player at the Senior Bowl. And then we've got at pick 192, I think this one just came in, and that was J.C. Davis, one of the offensive tackles we've been keeping an eye on for the Falcons. So J.C. Davis off the board. And so now we're really looking at the tackles that I would be interested in being Crownover and Isaiah World, and we'll see if any of them make it. But if not, it seems like there's going to be a nose tackle for sure that will be there if one of those tackles is not. So board looking good. I think the board ultimately has fallen pretty well for the Falcons at each of these spots. So.
I just got a message from someone saying you and Kevin are doing a great job keeping the conversation on the live stream. So
we're doing our best.
About 15 minutes ago, so I might have
we didn't get any further messages, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was a bold choice. I believe my first ever live stream was the first round of the NFL draft. That was not as bold, and then the next year we're like, let's do all 3 days. And then the third round, the day 3 is a totally different beast compared to day 1 and 2. Although the Falcons have done us dirty on day 2 previously, where they just traded away all their day 2 picks. And I was like, oh great, we already said we were going on, so I guess we're stuck now. But yeah, guys, you can tell we really love football. Either that, or we really love the sound of our own voice, which maybe it's a little of both. But yeah.
I know which box I check.
And it ain't the football one.
It definitely ain't the football one.
Football's all right. It's mostly.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. We got Jason Gaines at the $2. Said, Kevin, I'm going to pull an Aaron Freeman and voice my unpopular opinion. Okay. Not a fan of the branch pick. Don't like taking a 5'8" wide receiver with a premium third rounder. Hopefully he gives Taylor Gabriel level production. I would have rather had Chris Brazzell. I mean, I did have Chris Brazzell higher on my board, not like high enough that I would be upset one way or another. I, mean, I think they're within like 3 or 4 spots of each other, but they're just 2 different players. Like Brazzell is a Z only receiver that runs vertical routes only. And I do think he's got a little bit more nuance to his game than some Tennessee receivers. I think he's got good hands, obviously got good size, but he's got a lot of work to do to become more than just a deep threat. He's got to work on that stuff too. Branch is more of a short target focused player, obviously smaller, but it's really interesting. I remember reading a study about this. I think it was Matt Harmon who had done a deep dive sort of on the traits that you can track sort of to predict wide receiver success in the NFL. And what are the traits that are correlated the most with success in the NFL? And there was a number of athletic things that were very correlated. One thing that was not at all correlated was size. The bigger wide receivers were not correlated with any more success at the NFL level, which I think Harmon was surprised by, but that is just one thing I think the NFL has kind of figured out is that tall wide receivers aren't necessarily better wide receivers. It doesn't necessarily correlate to any better play. It can correlate to different roles, and I think that's probably more, what you need. Like if you're looking for an outside receiver, yeah, you're probably going to be more likely to have success as a bigger receiver, but it was a surprise to me too. I figured you would have the correlation like, oh, Julio Jones, giant wide receiver, absolutely jacked, but not really. I found that fascinating, but I wouldn't get too bent out of shape. I think Branch was very much. I think Branch at like 48 would have been pretty spicy, right? I mean, I don't know that would have been a great move, but I think Branch at 79 is very reasonable value. I don't really consider, and Branch is more like 5'9". I mean, he's like. Keep in mind, like whoever was measuring at the combine, it's been like tracked now that the measurements were small across the board compared to Senior Bowl and other events. So like whatever you see at the combine measurements this year, add like a little bit to the arm length and to the height because we've seen like we saw Senior Bowl measurements from like weeks before the combine that were not the same. And no offense, but I'm guessing these guys didn't lose an inch of height or like an inch of arm length between Mobile and Indianapolis. I mean that. If they did, like we probably need to send them to a doctor or something because they've got like a herniated disc. Like I don't know, nothing good is going to happen there. So, but even if he's 5'9", again, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. But what do you think about that discussion, Aaron, with regards to the size? Are you concerned about Branch's size in the NFL, or is that sort of not a major concern for you?
I mean, it's an issue. It's absolutely an issue. It's not something that scares me off from Branch, just because again I think he has again that speed element, that ability with the ball to create with the ball in his hands, the run after catch ability, all that stuff can kind of make up for it. Like I think the big concern with Branch is he has a tendency to do a lot of body catching, and that limits his catch radius, right? Yeah. And so that typically the way that we sort of treat that is like you need to have an accurate quarterback that has a lot more touch. And we kind of saw this with Darnell Mooney, right? Where when Kirk was a little bit more dialed in that 2024 season, you saw that connection kind of blossom. And, again, obviously, as everybody knows, there were extenuating circumstances with Darnell Mooney's drop off in production this year. But you could also tell that him and Michael Penix were not necessarily on the same page. And part of that is, I think, because Penix's accuracy was a little off from time to time. But then on top of that, Mooney was dropping passes when Penix would put it on him perfectly. And so I think that's going to be the main issue with Branch is just that window is going to be a little bit tighter. And depending on who your quarterback is, that can lead to him being maybe less productive with one quarterback if that accuracy and that touch and that timing isn't dialed in versus another quarterback who's going to be much more of the I'm just going to throw it up and let you go get the football. That's not necessarily the way that I think Branch is going to win. So to me, that's the element where the size I think becomes a concern. Obviously, the other factor is going to be, can you beat press coverage? I don't think the Falcons are going to ask Zachariah Branch to be an outside, X wide receiver and ask him to beat press coverage like they were asking Mooney to do that. He lived in the slot in college. I think that's where he's going to live in the NFL. And Drake and Jahan Dotson, at least based off of the current makeup of that room, are going to be more of their outside guys. So I don't think that's another reason why, to me, the size isn't as big a concern. And sort of on the topic of you discussing the sort of historical study that Matt Harmon did, it is interesting because I do think that's a trend that has developed in the NFL these last couple of years. Like you go back 2 decades, whether it was a Calvin Johnson, Andre Johnson, the Larry Fitzgerald, Randy Moss, Julio Jones, Marcus Colston, Brandon Marshall, Terrell Owens. Size was coveted at that wide receiver position. And it was like everybody who was good in the NFL was this huge, massive wide receiver. And then you had like Steve Smith and, Deshaun Jackson were like the sort of outliers in terms of the smaller sort of guy. But you've seen over the last decade or so that like the archetype of wide receiver, that big fast wide receiver has been less in vogue, and you've seen a lot more teams trying to pull the trigger on those types of guys and kind of missing on those guys. And it's really sort of the average size receiver, the smaller guys that have become much more of the top receivers in recent years. And so it's not a surprise when you broke it down earlier to see like size does not necessarily correlate to production. Like, I think if you had done that study in 2008, we would have seen like, oh no, the average 1,000-yard receiver was 6'4", 215 pounds. But nowadays it's probably like 5'11", 195 pounds or something like that. So
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. And we got our international correspondent joining us now. We got Andy Gallagher coming in from the UK. Andy, welcome back to the program. I know we missed you last year, but how are you doing, man?
I'm doing all right, thanks. Yeah, it's been a while. I've been completely out of it with this draft cycle. Other than I watched a handful of players before. I think it's basically because you don't have that kind of frame of reference of, I know the first pick's going to be usually at 8, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how you build everything up in your head, isn't it? So you go, okay, so we'll take an edge at 8, and then we'll go from there. And just trying to work out who would be available at 48, whatever it was. Just my tiny brain just couldn't handle that. So yeah, other than kind of like watching the players after they were drafted, it's been light on kind of prospects for me this year.
Yes. I don't expect many people to be able to rattle off, oh yes, this guy at what do you think about this guy at pick 245 here? Like, oh well, yeah, I watched a lot of tape on so and so. No, at this point of the draft, we're just here to have a good time, and I appreciate you making the time. And we are.
We get into like relative athletic score territory, don't we? Where the picks come off, and you go, oh yeah, so yeah, he's athletic. Yeah, okay,
looking good. 6. Yeah. First guy off the bus. Yeah. Just start reading, athletic testing and pulling up Lance Zierlein's write-ups, and hey, no shame in that. We can't all be Lance Zierlein. So
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Andy, I had the same issue this year. It was just hard to get invested and do the normal pre-draft work when you don't have that anchor point of the first round pick, and it's just like, well, it's hard to get excited because that first round pick does so much to build the hype for the draft. They're like, oh, we're going to get this superstar player. And then, the Falcons stop it. But
didn't have that.
Yeah. But like the 3 months prior to that, it's like, no, this year it's going to be different, guys. Like this year they're going to nail this pick. But this year it was just really hard to get excited about, like, who's going to be there at 48. It's like, I don't know, like somebody, we'll see.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Even when you're starting it, you're like, okay, so it makes sense for me to just not watch the good players. And you're like, that's not a fun way to kind of consume it, is it? Where you just say, okay, anyone who I think is going to be in the top 30, I'm just going to skip them completely.
Yeah.
That's not a fun way.
Except for Avion Terrell, apparently, because the Falcons end up getting a first-round pick on a lot of boards in Avion Terrell. But I know you're just popping in. What do you think about the Falcons draft so far? Are you excited?
Yeah. So I think mixed. I think it hurts that the rest of the NFC South seem to be kind of knocking it out the park. Like purely from a kind of like consensus perspective, everyone's raving about their drafts, and obviously we're playing all of them. The Adrian Terrell pick, really like it. I hadn't say because I haven't been like properly watching in the run up. I obviously did the quick look, and then okay, so you ran a 4.64 or whatever it was. So that doesn't sound encouraging here. Is he just going to have to be a slot guy? But then when you actually, I saw that he said that he was having hamstring issues. And I was thinking, well, that's what I'd say if I ran slowly as well. Like oh yes,
pull the hammy.
Yeah, like, exactly that. So like I'd say that if I was racing with friends out in the park or something. But then when you actually watch him, you go, you know what he does play to the speed that kind of everyone expected him to kind of test to. Like there was none or very few in the kind of few games that I watched examples of him just like being torched downfield. Like he wasn't losing players. He's sticky. He plays like a Terrell, doesn't he? He plays in a very similar way to AJ does, I think, in terms of like his mannerisms, and when you're watching him in coverage and stuff, you can see that that kind of like transfers over. And like it was a defined need. Like how many years now have we been saying that the Falcons need to go out and get another top cornerback to play over there? I mean, for as long as I can kind of remember, since Trufant and Alford kind of were there, it's always been one good and then a bunch of other guys that were just kind of like thrown out there. So I think, I don't know about you guys, I think I'd probably like start him outside and kind of like see how that goes. I mean, he's like, I wouldn't want him necessarily lining up against like Tat McMillan or like one of these kind of like bigger guys. But I'd feel pretty as comfortable as you kind of can getting him if he was like following around like Chris Godwin or like kind of one of those other guys. And the fact that he's got that versatility and has played both outside and inside, it's not like Clark Phillips or someone where you're like, okay, he's smaller and he's obviously not Clark Phillips size, but he's smaller, but he's going to have to. So he's going to have to play it inside, despite the fact that he's never really done it before. So I think that is pretty encouraging. It'll be interesting to see, where they do start him. I think I'd probably go with both trails outside and then just kind of trying to work out the rest of it. But I'm guessing it's been discussed, but I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah. I mean, I think with Terrell, I think you watch the tape, you're not super concerned, I think, about the athleticism. To me, it didn't show up on tape. So it might be legitimate that he pulled his hammy. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I think I'm not too concerned. I think like to start, because of the Billy Bowman injury, he might start out in the slot just as they kind of need him to fill in there. But I wouldn't be surprised if he is the future outside CB2 once they may probably move on from Mike Hughes next year because of the salary cap savings. So I think that they like his probably ability to play inside to start and then maybe eventually move back outside.
Yeah, I think, it'll be interesting to sort of see how the Falcons handle the nickel situation with Billy Bowman coming off of the Achilles injury, because that's an injury that he should be healthy for training camp. But at the same time, with the Achilles injury, the play is he's gonna be available, but he's probably gonna be a worse player, right? And so, do the Falcons decide? Okay, well, as you said, Andy, can Avion Terrell help us the most immediately as that plug and play? If as we often talk about with offensive line, get your 5 best guys on the field, or your 3 best corners, is Mike Hughes that third guy because of the concerns around Billy Bowman. I think if Billy Bowman was healthy, I think we would probably sit there and say, him and the Terrell Archipelago, which has been suggested as the new nickname. That's your best combination of 3. But that injury to Billy Bowman, I think, throws a potential wrench in it. But I think the thing that you like about Avion Terrell is he does have a little bit more experience playing inside this past year and possesses the sort of traits that you're looking for as a nickel. And part of me does wonder if we're projecting him out long-term over the next 5 to 7 years, assuming that, it all works out. And I think we're all optimistic that it can and will, is he going to be more of that nickel long-term as opposed to the long-term outside guy, just because there is room to get maybe a guy that's bigger, faster, stronger, longer, that is maybe more of that true matchup man coverage guy, long-term as the outside corner. But I think for the meantime, as you said, Andy, I think Terrell does give them kind of really excellent flexibility. And you also have the inside-outside experience of Mike Hughes, and we know that Mike Hughes is best as an outside corner as opposed to inside, but can play that in a pinch if need be. So they can kind of play around with it and just kind of see what's their best combination and maybe adjust it based off of matchup. There may be games where they're like, hey, CJ Henderson or Kobe Bryant with a little bit more size on the outside is going to be a better matchup for us, and that will allow us to kind of bump Avian inside in those nickel situations. So I think he really does check a lot of boxes with just giving you options at that cornerback position so that you can just kind of mix and match and get the best three guys on the field.
As you say, the kind of the skill sets that he does have, like we saw these, he can be effective as a blitzer. He can do some of those things that the Falcons like to do in terms of with Jeff Ulbrich. Like if you could get rookie Brian Poole type role where you're not necessarily putting him, like giving him an absolute huge amount of responsibility in terms of like matching up with people and doing that all the time, like with the best guys. But that he can hold his own there. He can do all of that, and then he can. He has that kind of physicality and stuff, and can get into the backfield when called upon. And I mean, obviously, Brian Poole's career went a bit downhill, being put in a blender by 40-year-old Drew Brees on a spin move and stuff. So we can hope to avoid that. But I think as a kind of like direct comparison to skill set, I think there's some things there that the Falcons have probably not had a huge amount of a lot of the time. And as I say, kind of having that guy who can stick to people, can cover people, can move around a play about, and then when he's on the field, when he's called upon, can get into the backfield and try and be a bit disruptive there. I think that'll be interesting to see how they do deploy it.
Yeah, I think it'll be fascinating to see, and I think he'll be a good pick here. I think they're going to unlock some sort of brotherly, superpowers together. So I'm looking forward to that. But a couple picks here. While we've been talking, we had, Jack Kelly from BYU going to the Giants at 193. Then we had Pat Coogan, the Indiana center, going at 194 to the Titans. 195, Malik Benson, the wide receiver from Oregon, going to the Raiders. Demetrius Crownover, our guy at tackle that we were hoping would fall, he goes to the Patriots at 196. CJ Daniels, the wide receiver from Miami, to the Rams at 197. Demond Claiborne from Wake Forest, the running back, goes at 198. Then we have Emmanuel Henderson Jr., the wide receiver from Kansas, going to the Seahawks at 199. Guard DJ Campbell going to the Texans, he's from Texas. He's going to the Dolphins at 200. And then we had cornerback Damani Jackson going to the Packers at 201. So we are rolling here. Falcons going to be up 6 picks. And the board's thinned out a little bit. So we'll see if any of these tackles we like end up making it here. But they may or may not. I mean, we'll see. Falcons definitely acted like they don't really care about getting a tackle in this class since they did not take one earlier. So we will see how this plays out. But yeah, we're in the 200s now. We're in the end game. We finally made it. So we're getting there. We're getting there.
Every year you forget quite how long day 3 is, don't you?
Yeah, it's.
Oh, that's a fun one because there's loads of picks, and then you're like, oh no, maybe not.
Yep.
Well,
yeah.
The good thing is we're gonna get picks back to back, assuming the Falcons don't trade out. Which now that I've jinxed it, they will. With 208 and 215, so we won't have as long a wait for the next pick after the next pick.
Yeah, I think it's actually, once we get to these picks, it's going to go pretty quick. It's more just like the run-up is going to be difficult. So we'll see. It's not going to be too much longer. So I can see the ATLs on the board. The ticker is moving towards the ATL bit by bit. So we're almost there.
Always a big morale boost, isn't it?
Yes, you finally see it in the distance. So
on the horizon.
All right. So We got a pick coming in at 202 for the Chargers. And we will see what that will end up being here. Yeah, what did you think about the wide receiver pick, Andy, with Zachariah Branch? Is that one that you like as a Georgia boy, or were you hoping for something a little bit different with that pick?
I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of it. Again, I hadn't watched like a ton of other guys to compare it to. So, but I mean, from a kind of fan base support perspective, going from the brother of one of your best players to a Georgia kid, I think Ian's done well with that, getting people on side. It was a weird one to watch, really, because like he obviously has that blazing speed, but he isn't really a deep threat. Like he's not like that's not really his game. Admittedly, I watched him at Georgia. I haven't gone back and watched previous years, so I don't know if he was utilized differently. But he essentially is that kind of like gimmick player. I know that's derogatory, and he'd probably take exception to that. But the way that he's used, I don't think there's a huge amount, like number of guys who have had kind of success doing that. No, like don't get me wrong, when it hits, and obviously you've got your Percy Harvins, where he was a bit bigger, and like Tyreek Hill was used in kind of not dissimilar ways at certain points and stuff like that. Like it can be very, very effective. I think he's a guy, because he does a lot of his work kind of near or behind the line of scrimmage. It feels more like a Tua fit than it does a Penix fit, I think. Like again, Tua with Hill and Waddle did a lot of kind of like similar stuff to that, where I was getting the ball out quickly, getting it out to say near the line of scrimmage and asking him to do work. He's very, very good with the ball in his hands, isn't he? Like, if you're going to be introducing that kind of role into the team, like you couldn't have picked a much better person to do it. Like he's elusive, he's dodging people. He was more physical than I was expecting for kind of like a lighter guy. That there was a couple of times where he kind of laid the shoulder into people and took them with him. It's one of those that I'm not expecting him to have kind of like huge volume, certainly as a rookie. I think there'll be some splash plays. I think there'll be some big plays where we're kind of questioning why he's not getting the ball more. I think the kind of like Devin Hester years or Antone Smith or whoever, where we're sitting there on Twitter suggesting that they should touch the ball 10 times a game because it'll mean 10 extra touchdowns. But it's going to be one of those ones that really comes down to how creative the play caller is, whether that's Stefanski or whether that's I don't know if he's said if he's calling plays or whether it's Reese. Because like if you think about in the past, like with like let's use when Falcons had Taylor Gabriel, for example, we saw the difference quite clearly between Kyle Shanahan calling plays for Taylor Gabriel and getting him in space and misdirection and all of that kind of thing and letting him do what he does best, compared to Steve Sarkisian calling plays where he was just essentially trying to use him as a relatively standard slot receiver, and it just wasn't really his game. So it needs that creativity. My concern is there aren't a huge amount of Kyle Shanahans in the league. I'm not sure we have one of them who's going to be able to just like properly scheme him up and use him to his full effectiveness. But it's a skill set that wasn't there previously. You know what you're getting from Drake London, like with his kind of physicality and ability to contest balls. You know what you're getting with Olamide Zaccheaus, with his ability to kind of go deep and do all that. Like, you know, in the passing game, what you're getting from guys like Pitts and Bijan, and we don't really have the skill set that Branch has. So I think there's a lot. I suppose Dotson's another one. He's a kind of like known quantity, but again, they're like very different skill sets. So I think it definitely unlocks something. It's a pick made with like where you're putting a lot of confidence and a lot of faith in the play calling, I think.
Yeah, I think the questions are fair with him. I do think ultimately, the Falcons are probably hoping he can be their sort of short yardage guy to start things off, give them another outlet for something that Bijan Robinson kind of had to just completely handle the load on in the passing game, which he already has too much attention on him. I think he'll be their sort of hot read ace in the hole for this year. But I agree with you that you brought up a good point that I hadn't mentioned yet, that I feel like Branch is very much a Tua type of receiver, not necessarily a Penix type. And curious, Aaron, if you sort of thought of that as well as maybe a sign that maybe they're expecting Tua to end up with this job based on the Branch selection.
Yeah, that was something I remember bringing up a couple weeks ago on Locked On Falcons, where if you look at the two kind of prevailing archetypes that I think a lot of us kind of were really honing in on, which is, the guy that can be the yak superstar like Zachariah Branch versus the guy that's more the big physical vertical threat, the Brazzles, the Bryce Lances, et cetera, Ted Hurst. Different quarterbacks are going to be able to maximize the different skill set, right? Tua is going to be, as Andy pointed out, with his ability to get the ball out quickly and creating some of these screens and motions and shallow crossing routes and all these things that Branch really, has a very good skill set for. That's probably, going to be something that he can maximize. Not to say that Penix can't perform, because Penix did perform pretty well in quick game once we got through the first, 3 weeks of that season where we got off to the rough start. But starting that Washington game, you started to see him operate the quick game a lot more effectively, as opposed to the vertical threat, which is clearly a Penix. He's going to maximize that as opposed to Tua's ability to maximize that, given the arm talent and whatnot. And so part of me did kind of wonder a little bit, given some of these rumblings and concerns of, Kevin Stefanski and last year with Dylan Gabriel, and basically, everybody's saying, oh, Dylan Gabriel's just basically a poor man's Tua Tagovailoa. And the sort of idea that is, hasn't been officially confirmed, but, where there's smoke, there's fire. But everybody basically saying that the reason why the Browns took Dylan Gabriel in round 3 was it was a Kevin Stefanski pick. And then, swinging back on Shedeur Sanders was much more of the front office basically saying, oh, well, we can't pass up the value at this point in the draft. And that leading to some of the issues that you could say that, we're playing in Cleveland with, people believing that Kevin Stefanski was purposely sabotaging Shedeur and all that stuff. And, we're not going to unpack that here. But, basically, then when you bring it to this offseason and the Falcons have the opportunity to go get Tua, and there were some rumblings before the combine that, Tua was kind of a dark horse candidate to be the Falcons' new quarterback that they were going to bring in. And then you throw in the Dylan Gabriel aspect, and it's like, well, why get the poor man's Tua when you can get the actual Tua? And then how quickly the Falcons, jumped at Tua. Again, maybe that was because they had intel that told them that Kyler Murray was going to Minnesota, and so therefore they quickly pivoted to Tua at that point in time. That's probably likely, but with the speed in which it was like, 8 a.m. Tua is available, 11 a.m. the Falcons are expected to sign Tua. It's a pretty quick turnaround, which makes you think that they really, Stefanski and company really, it's just another sort of notch in the belt of the idea that Stefanski really covets a quarterback with Tua's skill set that can just kind of point and shoot and be that distributor and get the ball out on time. I know that was a big issue in Cleveland where, particularly with Watson and Shedeur Sanders, those guys hold on to the ball forever. And that led to some of the problems in their offense the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And so, it makes me, and then for them to target Branch makes me feel like they're building an offense for Tua as opposed to building an offense for Michael Penix.
Yeah, I could see that. I know that's probably going to make some people upset, but it doesn't doesn't absolutely shock me, given that we're not really sure when Penix is going to be back on the field for this Falcons team. So, guys, we are just a couple picks away. The drought is just about over, and we will see what the Falcons can do here with their final 3 picks. They're going to be up here in just a moment at pick 208 as we get this Chargers pick at 206 and then Philadelphia's pick at 207. So, yeah, what are you guys hoping for here at this point? I know well, we're getting into the we're starting to see some of these guys go that we were hoping would be here, but some still remaining, of course. But yeah.
Yeah, it feels like Isaiah World or bust when it comes to the tackles at this point. Maybe Diego counts.
Yeah, maybe we're just gonna have to pray. Prayer circle for some offensive tackle to fall a couple more spots. But
I also I see that Emil Wagner, the Notre Dame offensive tackle, is still available. I kind of liked some of the flashes I saw from him the last couple of years.
Yep.
He's undersized, but he's very, very long.
Yeah.
Pause.
Hey, pause. Hold on.
I think it's got to be. We're assuming it's going to be something in the trenches, aren't we? It feels as if those are the 2 areas where you could get someone who actually comes in and contributes. I'm not expecting an offensive lineman to be a starter, but we've seen before that these guys can go down, these guys can get hurt, and that doesn't. The depth doesn't fill me with a kind of huge amount of comfort at the moment. I think if you look on the defensive line, who we're expecting to be the starting 3. So Harrison, the new guy from the Jags came in, Smith is it, and Dawless. So it's Dawless has impressed. Harrison's kind of flashed. It feels as if there's the possibility that someone could come in and get some kind of serious playing time there. I'm still, and I'm living in the past, but I think he's still on the board. Harold Perkins, I still like him, and I know I'm living in the past, but I've just seen what, and we've already taken a linebacker, but I've seen what Caden Ellis can do and stuff like that, and I'm thinking, well, there's some things there that you might be able to. Reproduce.
Yeah. So we will of course see what the Falcons pick ends up being here, as we are just 1 pick away. Eagles currently on the clock here. We will see. But yeah, I think if World ends up making it here, that's probably the one I would circle. But I know there's a number of receivers here. We could see them go for a nose tackle. I definitely think it's going to be interesting. It's going to be we'll see. I still don't know what to expect out of Ian Cunningham here late in the draft. I haven't had a pick yet, so we will see, of course, who the selection is for Atlanta here at number 208.
It's going to be a random special teams player.
There we go. Fullback's going to start now. The Falcons are going to kick off the fullback run, Aaron. So
I'm all for that.
Big fan. All right. Eagles pick is in. Just watch Atlanta trade down and pick up 257 just to just no, please no.
Make you earn it.
I said I wanted trade downs, but come on, guys.
Were you surprised that there wasn't more, or did you think this was going to be the way that it was going to play out?
Yeah, I thought that we might get a day 2 trade down, but I think it seemed like the value was not good for these trade downs for the most part. So I think they were just the picks that we have here are too good, so we're not gonna waste it. So we'll see. But we got George Costanza with the $2. Thank you, George, saying I don't understand why we wouldn't take Xavier Harris here in the 6th. We have a need for a big run stuffer. Last 2 picks should be Harris and any interior lineman. If you're going to bet on upside, do it with the throwaway. Yeah, I think it's just the off-field stuff. That's really what it is with Harris, who, in terms of on-field, very intriguing. Obviously has some size. By some size, an enormous amount of size. He's one of the largest players in the draft. And I think they're just sort of trying to figure out, can they trust the off field here? So we will see how that plays out. And yeah,
I did read that Harris also had surgery last month. Foot
okay,
surgery. So
yeah, could be part of that too.
It's kind of the double whammy when it comes
Yep.
to falling draft stock, where there's an injury that may affect your status heading into your rookie year, as we saw, famously with Jamad McCoy, and then the off-field stuff. So
Yeah,
it's tough for Xavier Harris.
yes. So it's going to be Micah Morris, the Georgia guard, going to the Eagles at 207. So yeah, Falcons do have the option to go with Isaiah World here, or perhaps one of these nose tackle prospects. Dante Corleone could be interesting. I know there's a couple. There's still some linebackers. There's still some receivers. Could go for the Goatmeyer at quarterback. I mean, there's any number of ways that this could go. But curious.
Georgia to Philadelphia pipeline is
Yep.
wrong.
At least the
must be
Falcons
wrong.
got a Georgia player this year, so we don't have to hear about it.
Rayshon Binney is another guy. I know they did some work on the defensive tackle from Michigan, so he would make some sense as well.
Yeah, he's definitely fallen down the board here too. That's a guy that is more. I mean, I think he was even like a top 100 pick for some people. So we will see what the Falcons do. Finally, we got some Falcons picks. We made it, Aaron. We made it. We made it, Aaron and Andy. It's been a long day. At long last. All right. 208. Now they're going to go to commercial. Yeah. They're just like, okay, now the Falcons are on the clock again. So perfect time for us to go to commercial. The disrespect, All right, let's see. Yeah, Andy, what do you think about the new brain trust here while we wait for the pick to be announced? Are you happy with Kevin Stefanski and Ian Cunningham running the show now?
I mean, I was very unhappy with the previous incumbents in the role, so it's I think anything is kind of a step in the right direction. I'd be lying if I said I knew enough about Cunningham to be able to give an opinion on it, because it's kind of the people behind the scenes. You're basically just trusting what articles and stuff are written about them and what kind of insiders and things are saying. Stefanski, I do like Stefanski. Have you seen the pick, Aaron? I've just seen you.
Yes.
Is he smirking? Yeah. Is he smirking or? Yeah. I didn't see the reaction. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did see the pick.
How do you feel about it?
I don't know who that player is.
Okay, well that's it. Ontario Thompson from Washington, the defensive. I've never heard of this. Heard of this person. So, we're gonna dig in.
I'm looking at the beast right now. He's Dame Brugler's DT24.
Okay.
7th round grade.
Yep. Ontario Thompson. They clearly do not care about offensive tackle. So let's see.
Lance isn't massively kind of in favor.
6'7", round projection there for the kids. Let's see. 6'1", 306. Undersized but explosive interior defender with the potential to take snaps as both a 1 and 3 technique in a 1-gap scheme. Lacks production, more of a projection-based prospect. Lack of response quickness post-snap diminishes his effectiveness. Hasn't learned to convert athleticism into consistent rush, but could do that in time. Day 3 pick with developmental upside.
I'm seeing he ran a 4.73 40 at his pro day at 306 pounds.
So is he faster than the linebacker?
Yes, he is. I don't know what that weight adjusted 40 is, but I imagine it's very, very good.
Yeah. That sounds very. This is their new Rook. They're just like, all right, let's go. Let's just get a Rook replacement. I guess they think Mason Taylor's going to be their nose tackle. Yeah, we'll see. Again, guys, we're talking about pick 208. So, expectations obviously tempered, but yeah, not someone that I'm familiar with. So we will see. All right. So we got another pick coming up here in just a few. It'll be 2:15, and then Atlanta will be on the clock again at 2:31. That will be the closeout of their draft class. And yeah, we're just waiting for a few more picks here. But yeah, I mean, I know they wanted a defensive lineman. Makes sense to me. Not a nose tackle. It seems like. I guess they think Mason Taylor's going to be that guy for them. So yeah, seems like typical day 3 pick. That for the record, don't think he's a priority UDFA. I mean, I think he, according to Lance, had him as like a round 6 to 7 type of prospect. So this is probably about the range that he was expected to be drafted. Probably more of like a developmental upside type of guy. So yeah, he's going to have a tough path to the roster, honestly. So, if you're not going to be the nose tackle, it's going to be tough to make the roster as a defensive lineman here in Atlanta. Got Matt Golban, one of my centers that I like, going there to the Commanders. 209, 210 Steelers on the clock, and we just got a couple more till the Falcons make their second and final 6th rounder. But basically, this is just a bonus pick because they traded down. So we will see if we can get anything out of Anterio Thomas. That is I don't think I've ever heard the name Anterio before, so that's a new one for me. That I don't know if it's supposed to be like Antonio. It's like a little bit of like a little spin on that or what, but it seems like it has a little more edge to it than Antonio. So maybe there's an edge projection in his future. I don't know. But yeah. All right. So we have the Steelers taking their entire 5 minutes to pick. They're like, honestly, our board only went to like 100, so we're totally out of names here. But yeah, Steelers pick is in, and then we will keep this thing rolling. We are almost there. Yes, it's time for the giveaway, George. Thank you for reminding me. All right, guys, we are going to be giving away this NFL Shop gift card. All you have to do to enter is type in ! enter like it says in the chat. All one phrase. Go ahead and jump in there. We'll let this tick down for a little bit as the end of this draft plays out. And just make sure that you have a Discord set up so that we can actually get the code to you when we give it out. Otherwise, you'll have to get a Discord when you win, and it's going to take some time. So we prefer if you just got a Discord now if you don't already have one. If you're not a millennial like us and have your Discord already set up and use Discord every single day. But not judging or anything, just saying, please get one. And thank you guys, obviously, for hanging out deep into the dregs of day 3 here. We've got 440 sickos just here for the 6th round picks. I love you guys. You guys are the true OGs sticking around here. And also, obviously, love Aaron Freeman and Andy Gallagher for sticking out for the 6th round picks as well. So,
see, I assume everybody who's tuning in is here because they're actively trying to avoid doing something else that's more productive.
I mean, I'm fine with that. Yeah, that's cool with me. Yeah,
it works. It works. I get it. I'm with you. Mm-hmm, but absolute sicko behavior.
Oh yeah, big time. Degenerate behavior of the highest order. I love it.
If the highlight of your day was the 15 minutes I spent breaking down the Falcons fullback Mount Rushmore, then you are an absolute sicko, and I appreciate you. I do.
You're in the right place. Yeah.
I'm guessing Tabarco was.
Yes, that. Yeah.
Was he number 1?
Bob Christian, Ovi Mahaley, Patrick DeMarco, and then the curveball was Jason Snelling.
Okay. 4. Yeah, that was unexpected. Yeah, like that was I arrived just in time to hear that one. So.
Not Pullman, who had almost sealed the game against the Eagles in the playoffs.
You're talking about Derek Coleman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about Derek Coleman.
You just missed out.
His name, yeah.
I think that must be one of the wildest calls that has ever existed in sports. That's like straight out of a Disney movie type thing.
Yeah.
That was the embodiment of we're just trying stuff. I don't know what's gonna work. Let's just try some stuff.
Love it.
Is this going to be the year that we see Braylon Trice?
You know, I'm not even sure Braylon Trice exists. I've never seen him. You know,
as AI was starting to become a thing.
Yeah, Braylon Trice is sentient AI. Yeah,
that's how he fell for it.
It could be. Yeah, I'm not surprised. We've got defensive tackle Gabe Rubio going to the Steelers here, so Falcons kicking off a little DT run. We got Baltimore, New England, Buffalo, Indianapolis, then Atlanta on the clock here. So we're getting there, folks. Getting there.
We're getting to the D tackles that I have never heard of.
There you go. Yeah, that's about that time.
Yep.
All right, we got a commercial break is what's happening. They're like, well, what? We'll announce one more pick, then we'll go to commercial. So we got Michael Scott with the $15. What's up, Michael? Thank you so much. Saying appreciate the day 3 grind. Also shout out to Mr. AKA Aaron Freeman. Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Aaron, for pulling the overtime shift here late on day 3. But come on, you just can't stay away. You know, it's like a car crash. You just can't look away at the end of the NFL draft. You know, so.
Figured I'd get tagged out by this point in time, but appreciate you, Andy, for coming in and helping us out because started running out of gas.
Yeah, I think we talked about fast food chains. We talked about audio platforms. We talked about the Fullback Mount Rushmore. We're running out of our emergency topics here, so I hope these picks start coming in fast and furious over the final 20 or 30 minutes here.
As things stand, to slightly take it back to actual present day, do you think, where do you think there are spots that haven't been filled where either a late round draft pick or an undrafted free agent could make could come in and do something? Interior offensive line feels as if that's a possibility.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see them going with like a center. I could see them doing World if World ends up making it a couple more picks, and just taking sort of like a redshirt season as we get linebacker Nnamdi Obiazor. Obiazor? I don't know that one. Yeah, sorry guys.
I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I have heard of him.
We'll go with Obiazor. I'm gonna go with that. That sounds good.
I haven't heard of him because you had to do the research though, and you didn't want to look silly when someone asked a question and you then had to
yeah. I'll just say I've never heard of him. Yeah.
I was telling Kevin that in the past week I usually do my own sort of side consensus board, looking at 16 draft boards, and it's just really a process to just I already know all the top 100 guys. It's just really trying to figure out all the day 3 guys that I've never heard of and just at least be like, oh, I've heard of that guy. Someone had him in their top 300 somewhere, gave him a draftable grade. That's basically what it's for.
Yeah. So the Bears trade up to pick 213. So we're still getting trades here in the 200s.
Everybody trades in front of the Falcons. Trade with the Falcons.
Yeah, why not us? The Falcons price too high, No, please don't. If you're giving the Falcons a late 7th, actually don't trade with the Falcons. Yeah. We will see how that goes with the we will see who ends up as the pick here. Pick 213 coming up.
But there are people watching there will still be players that have passionate supporters in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who those people are. Feel free to throw them out there, but yeah, it's always remarkable. Even at this late stage, there will be people whose draft evaluation will be either positive or negative based on who is picked at 215.
Yeah. I mean, you're 100% correct about that.
I really respect it.
Yeah, I mean, some people are like, look, you didn't maximize that day 3 value. I mean, that was one of our criticisms of Terry Fontenot, right? So, hey, Ian Cunningham. I will say, I don't think Ian Cunningham has maximized that day 3 value, but, again, with the day 3 picks, it's like, well, if they show up and end up making the roster, then, especially these 200 picks, it's like, yeah, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. So we'll see.
I appreciate he's drafting guys with traits as opposed to, I'll be curious to see what Ontario Thompson's film looks like. Again, literally only heard of him in the last 10 minutes. But, again, that weight adjusted 40 that he ran at his pro day is basically like better than Milton Williams. And if you're Nate Ollie, he's just like, hey, man, just give me the guy that can get off the ball. Give me the 300-pounder that can run a sub 4 840, and I'll figure it out. And so I'm like, hey, Nate Ollie, you did pretty good work last year. Let's see what you got. I'm willing to give you a chance. Again, it's a similar conversation we had with the Kendall Daniels, where it's just like, if this wasn't a team coached by Jeff Ulbrich, I'd be like, ugh, I don't like that. But I'm like, hey, you got a decent hit rate with this type of player, so I'll give it a chance. So I like that from that perspective. We'll see how it holds up when you do the deeper dive on the film. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see. All right, the Bears traded up to be on the clock here at 2:13, so we'll see what that pick is. Then it'll be Indianapolis, Atlanta. So very soon, Falcons will be on the clock. We'll see who the pick is at 2:15. Perhaps the most anticipated pick of this month, and I'm saying that with true full day 3 energy right now. So we will see.
But then what happens is, you have this kind of feeling around round 6, round 7, when you're like, I don't care.
I honestly don't care anymore. I just want it to end.
The end of the draft, and his undrafted free agency is opened.
Yep.
You've got guys who you're banging the table for, and you desperately want.
Yeah. No, there's less banging on the table, certainly at this point in the draft. So it's Jordan Vandenberg from Georgia Tech, the defensive tackle, is the Bears pick here. So
Jarvis Davis is a fan of that pick.
Yeah, I know. I think he visited with the Falcons, so that was definitely one to keep an eye on. And then just a couple more picks here till the Falcons get themselves back on the clock. Who did the Bears trade with? Who had 213 originally?
I think it was the Bills.
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
From Seattle to Jacksonville to Detroit to Buffalo to Chicago.
that pick's bouncing around.
13,
Pick's bouncing around more than a beach ball at a Nickelback concert. Like, I mean, it's going crazy out there. It's those 13 picks. They're cursed, just like the Ty Simpson pick in the first round. So you don't want those 13s. You gotta get off of those. Let's see, Buffalo. Yeah, Buffalo got 241, I think. So they are torturing their fans. They're like, all right, we're going to now pick at 241. Cool. All right.
I think Brandon Beane thinks if he just keeps trading back, eventually someone will have to offer him a 2027 draft pick because
sooner or later
go back any further.
Yeah.
You think it's like cyclical type thing, like, when in old video games, your money used to go to the highest possible and they would just cycle over and start from the lowest possible.
Mm-hmm.
You think if he gets to the final pick of this draft and someone trades back, he'll end up in the first round of the next one.
Yep. He's like, we'll just start over at some point. So we'll see. The pick is in for the Colts. Atlanta about to be on the clock here. Well, they will be on the clock now at 2:15. We'll see how this one goes. Exciting stuff.
I've got a good feeling about this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see it, Aaron?
No.
He's just laughing.
I'm just, a Falcon fan saying I have a good feeling about this. It's like, the perpetual eternal optimism I always appreciate because it could never be me. It could never be me.
Yeah, that is a dangerous feeling. Hope can drive a man insane, as they say. So
I saw Matt Ryan's reaction to the linebacker pick earlier, and generally speaking, my fandom has been if Matt Ryan's happy, I'm happy. So at the moment, like that hasn't let me down really.
Yeah. No, I like that. If Matt Ryan, I mean, at least we have Matt Ryan in here. All right, we got Caden Curry from Ohio State, the edge rusher. Is that Ohio State tape that they're showing? What was that? I don't think that was the right play.
No, they're doing the.
Oh, they're doing Stump the Truck. I was like, okay, they're not even playing. They don't even have. They're like, don't even care about these
If you're
guys.
watching on NFL Network, they're doing the Stump the Truck.
Yeah.
Where they
Yep.
try to find obscure players.
Yep.
Finally got the Desmond Southwood film.
Yep. Yeah. The Desmond Southward. Oh my God. Oh jeez. All right, 2:15 coming up here for the Atlanta Falcons. Pick is in for Atlanta, so we will see this pick here in just a moment. Exciting stuff. All righty. It's coming soon, folks. I can feel it. You know, the energy is palpable in the room now. Oh, man. Teams are gonna start finishing out their drafts here pretty soon. We're starting to get, I think, 5 teams now are done. The Cardinals will have their last pick at 2:17. So we're gonna start the run of teams finishing out their drafts here pretty soon.
Jealousy isn't a good look for you, Kevin.
I know. That 217 pick looks pretty good, Falcons, if you want to trade up for that one. Yeah. At least we're not the Broncos that have picked 257. So.
I've done it. I like it.
There you go. It's your boy. It's your boy, Andy.
There you go. That's a fun one, at least.
Harold Perkins Jr., the linebacker from LSU. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is an upside one for sure. A guy that I think, I'm not sure what was it, injuries or something going on at LSU, but at this point in the draft, I mean, yeah, sure, I'll take a shot. Why not?
He probably ends up playing more kind of traditional linebacker, doesn't he? Than he did early in his career at LSU. But
yeah, I think so.
So there's things to like.
Yeah. No, he was 139 on the board, so this is plus value pick here for the Falcons. Linebacker 12. Significantly higher than their 4th round pick linebacker, actually, which is funny. But, to see how much NFL teams actually put stock in these types of analyses. But, what do you think about that one, Aaron?
Yeah, I know Perkins still has his fans from that 2022 season, as Andy kind of led on.
Was it that long ago? 2022?
Yeah, when he was the
215-pound
freshman phenom edge rusher, and everybody was like, "Oh, this is LSU got another one. He's going to be the next superstar." And then it kind of tapered off. They tried to make him a little bit more of an off-ball linebacker. Then he had the injury. I think it was an ACL tear in 2024, and then last year came back from that injury and wasn't quite the same sort of difference maker. But you see some of the traits, that pass rushing ability. The size is obviously going to be an issue for him. You just don't see a lot of guys that are successful rushing the quarterback at 220 as edge rushers. Vic Beasley's probably one of the more successful ones when it came to that.
Yeah.
And we all saw his limitations. So I think, as Andy said, like you're probably looking him at more of that off-ball linebacker role. But, if you can develop the ability, the pass rushing ability is still there. And if you can develop the other linebacker stuff to match what the pass rushing ability, you can see a player that can grow into sort of a Caden Ellis light role here in Atlanta, potentially down the road.
Yeah, I could see that. Definitely, yeah, like you said, a guy that hasn't necessarily matched the intensity from his early college years, but still someone I think that is fascinating, and we'll see what NFL future has him. But yeah, I mean, this was a guy Lance Zierlein had, I believe, as round 5 projection on the consensus board. He was 139, so a little bit of a value here. I think Lance calls him a undersized off-ball linebacker with good production, but not quite as like electric an impact as 2022 and 2023. Good run defender. Yep. Doesn't have quite the same athleticism as he used to have from back in the day. So, looks like the Packers traded up to take a kicker. So, if Trayshawn was here, he'd be having a field day. So, that's what happens when you leave early, Trayshawn. You don't get to talk about the kicker. But, and I think we're officially in the 7th round now. So, we're almost there, guys. We have nearly made it. The Arizona, we got another 15 or so picks. Falcons will be up at 231, and then we can all go home. I'm already home, but
I don't think so, Kevin. You're staying until after pick 257.
Yeah, I have to continue to do live polling for SB Nation until the draft is over. So, since the Broncos, I do have to post their survey after the draft is over for them. I will have to be around until 257. But at a certain point, we'll be able to work on some other things too. But not that I would want anyone to have to not have their draft coverage completely handled here on the show. And we have joining us for the late show, Corey Woodruff. Corey, welcome back to the program. How are you doing today?
Howdy. How are we, boys?
Good. Yeah, we're struggling through this 7th round. Now that the 7th round is here, we've made it, but I think a lot of us are running on fumes. So we're happy to have you could be our reliever, Corey. You're coming in here to inject some energy into the 7th round.
Yeah. How's everybody feeling?
I'm happy. I'm happy for many reasons,
which is a very big change from the usual.
Weird.
Yeah.
Basically, I guess you haven't watched enough players to be unhappy. So it's like it was a concerted effort from me, but yeah, mentally I'm all right.
Ignorance is bliss when it comes
exactly
to
that. Yeah,
that's
the
right.
less you know, the better off you are. Yeah. I've really enjoyed myself.
Yeah,
it's very strange. Yeah, I'll take it. I mean, my God, the bar is so low. I mean, might as well just...
Right. Yeah. No, what do you think about this class? I know we were talking in the Falcoholic chat a little bit about it, but I think you're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I think it's been pretty great. I think before if we had a 1st round pick, right, and somebody told you few months ago that 1st rounder, they trade back a little bit, they get Avion Terrell, and then in the 2nd round they take Branch, and then 3rd round they get Harold Perkins, they take a flyer. It's just we would be happy. And seeing the way this has gone, again, you never know with anybody how it's going to turn out. This is always such a crapshoot, but in Cunningham has a discipline, I think, with the way that he drafts and a willingness to let the board fall to him. And we haven't seen that in a very long time. Just somebody who is willing to go through the paces and, have a little bit of a steadier hand on the shift and not just switch gears whenever they kind of get antsy for somebody. And, them not, again, say they wanted Avion Terrell and they started to get panicky. And it's oh gosh, we didn't know he was going to be here. Let's hop up 5 spots and give up the 4th rounder, right? I feel like that's something Terry Fonda would have done like that and just came out of here with 4 picks. And you would have heard in that post-game or post-draft press conference that we came away with 4 guys we had a lot of conviction with, right? Mm-hmm. And Ian Cunningham didn't do that. And possibly you could have lost Avion Terrell in that process, but you didn't. He fell right into your lap. And again, it reminds me of the story that kind of gets told a lot about him, where he kind of convinced Ryan Poles not to trade up for the wide receiver out of Washington, whose names escape me right now. But play with my
Oh yeah,
quarterbacks. I can
yeah. I know who you mean. They're one of their top
Yes.
picks a couple years ago.
Yeah, if it wasn't right now, I could tell you. Yeah, and it's just like I think that level of prudence, like you don't get a guarantee with the players, but I've heard Aaron talk about it on his podcast a lot. Like you become more trusting of the process because it seems like there's an adult in the room. And it didn't feel that way under Terry Fontenot. I think that his Mickey Loomis style of always having to go for conviction gets you in a lot of trouble. Because like, what if your conviction is wrong? What if you get the conviction you're looking for and the guy turns out okay, but then you're giving up assets you could have used elsewhere? You're not getting as many throws at the dartboard. So, it was the Roma Dunze. That was his name.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Roma
yes.
Dunze. Yeah.
So it's like, I think that you have to look at just with the lack of resources that they came in with and the players that they're going to walk away with. I know they have one more pick to go, but I think you have to overall be pleased with the way that the front office has operated in this process. They didn't get ahead of their skis. They didn't try to get cute at any point. They drafted a bunch of guys who seemed to be either high-level prospects who they'll figure out a role for, like a Zachariah Branch, or guys who will fit this defensive scheme, which is where they really leaned, and I think is pretty smart. I'd like to see them take another wide receiver in the 7th round just to fill out that room with another guy who's going to be on a rookie contract that has more potential than some of the guys they have in house. But I think that for Ian Cunningham's first draft, I think that I think the future can be bright. It's going to be interesting to see how everything comes together, but like I really like the way that they approached this, because like even under Thomas Dimitrov, he was always big into trading up for those big swings, like just to see like I got to get this big move. And it seems like this front office is willing to eat its vegetables a bit, but I think what happens is when you do that, you start to feel better, right? Like that's the thing, is like once you start acting healthy, you start feeling healthy, you start getting the benefits of that. Avion Terrell falls into your lap. Zachariah Branch is there in the 3rd round. You stay patient, and then you get like a Harold Perkins in the 6th round, who I think has a pretty high ceiling. The floor might be a little lower with his injury history and the way his kind of came back from that ACL, but that's a guy who, before he tore his ACL, was projected to be a really high draft pick. So it's just like, I don't know too much about the Washington defensive tackle they took, but if that's a guy that they feel like can, be effective in Jeff Ulbricht's scheme as a back of the roster guy, I think why not? At this point in the draft, you take some chances. So I'm pretty pleased. I've really liked this offseason because of the fact that it feels so different. Now, different doesn't necessarily mean better, but it just seems like they're more understanding of where they are as a team, and they're not overvaluing some of the success that they've had in the last couple of years, and maybe being more realistic as to kind of what they actually are instead of trying to project out. And, I think that that's going to get some side eye for people. It's like, well, why'd you spend this money on all these guys that are not like super, superstars or whatever? But like, for where the Falcons have been, I think if you look at this team and you identify where the biggest issues have been, it's just that middle back of the roster has just not been strong enough to withstand. It's like the Falcons' problem is never having superstars. We always have superstars on the roster. That has never been the problem. The problem is the teeth. The roster has no teeth. It has no foundation. It has nothing to lean on when things start getting hairy. And I think that, for years and years, you heard the Falcons are a finesse team. Like if you can beat them up in the trenches, you can get past them. And then when they started to really lean a little bit more on, beefing up trenches, they did so at the cost of their depth. And I think that, between that and letting the offensive line get a little stagnant over years, like it's just the team building process to me was always just a little flippy floppied, and it was more fun than probably this approach can be sometimes when you get those big fireworks in the spring. But I think that Ian Cunningham's approach was pretty darn enjoyable Friday night, just to see them stay and take guys. And again, like I know folks wanted them to trade back with those picks and just get more assets for the future, but when you get 2 players of that quality and you get 2 guys who could emerge as real contributors without having your 1st round pick this year, I think is pretty commendable.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great explanation. And I think that's what they're hoping for, is that they can sort of get, work around the 1st round value. Obviously, it seems like James Pierce is probably going to get like the best case legal scenario for him. So he may play this year, which is a crazy turnaround from just a few months ago. But, you know, I think at this stage, if you're going to get James Pierce, theoretically, and you were able to, I think, get a first-round talent in Avion Terrell by sticking and picking, and I think you get a good player in Zachariah Branch, too. It's just it's going well for Ian Cunningham so far. I mean, you know, the day 3 picks, we'll see. I think pretty much with all day 3 picks, you're sort of like, well, okay, you know, we'll see how this pans out. And there's been some kind of wild swings in sort of perceived value with their selections thus far. But again, not going to get too bent out of shape about these guys. And really, Corey, I'm just upset that you didn't grind the tape on Ontario. You know, this man is coming.
I know of Ontario, Canada, but I don't know of Ontario, the new defensive tackle.
Didn't even know that was a thing until today. But yeah, me neither. For the record, for the record.
Man, but watch him end up being like the best player in the draft, and everybody else is just kind of like, They're just like, well, we had Ontario. So,
that's why we slandered him today, but he's gonna make us look silly in a little bit. So, no, it's exciting. I think it's a good class, and it just feels very adult. I think that's kind of the main takeaway I had. Is it feels very this approach just feels so much more mature than the last few years.
Yeah,
and it's sort of like you don't even realize what you had, like what it was like before until now. It's like, wait, is this how the adults actually do this? Or
it's so funny because like it feels like a draft that's less interested in giving Arthur Blank immediate gratification, which I think has been this franchise's issue for a very long time, is that you have an owner who's getting older and who is very desperate to win. And this might be the first GM in a while who's not willing to sell him magic meats. And I think that was Terry Fontenot's downfall, is that just he and Raheem Morris got together, particularly in those 2 years. And it's just like those two in the room together coming up with so many wild ideas. You know, it seemed, again, like it's just like you always knew in your gut something was off, but it's just you didn't really want to have to confront it. But then when the results just didn't turn out the way they did, you know. But I don't feel that this year. I feel like in Cunningham is at least using sound processing, which I think is a nice step in the right direction.
Totally agree. We got another late addition to the show. Everyone's here for the 7th round pick. Everyone's just jazzed up for 231. Mm-hmm. We got Evan Birchfield popping in. Evan, taking a break from the social media crushing that he was doing. Evan, how you doing today?
Hey guys, yeah, I saw Andy was on here and Corey's here and Aaron's here. It's just like that's a good time to pop on with all the cool people. So
exactly, yeah. How are you feeling, Evan? How you doing?
I'm feeling good. It's kind of funny because it's like I feel like over the past couple regimes they've kind of just to shy away from like expecting what we like want to happen. So doing like my internal mock drafts just like for fun. Like the 2 players I was hoping and thinking like, this would be a good, move is if we got Terrell and Branch, because I as many as mocks as I was doing on like the different simulators, those 2 names kept coming up. But then naturally I was like, well, I'm, overthinking yourself. I'm like, well, they're not going to do what I want. So like, let me start picking some like random other names. And then sure enough, like that's what they ended up doing. I think the values for both picks are really good. It's one of those where like, I can't complain at all. They, went after needs, but also got, arguably the best players at those positions at the time when they were picking. They also didn't lose any picks in this draft by moving up or anything like that. They gained a pick. So, I mean, currently it's a win-win to me. I mean, I know we still have another pick in the 7th round, but right now, I mean, B+ minimum. Like I like the draft so far.
Yeah, me too. I think it's been a good draft. And real quick, guys, I'm going to keep the giveaway open until pick 231. We're going to close it after the pick, and then we will give this card away. But if you want to join, you could still type ! Enter, get in here for a few more minutes until we get pick 231, which mercifully is less than 10 picks away. We've made it. We've crested the hill. We're on the way down. It's a good thing.
I think you forgot to mention in your prize that Evan will come to their house and wash their car for them in their driveway. That's the other,
That's
Will
part
he
two.
be in a
Yeah.
swimsuit though? What about
That's
Yeah.
what I think. And then Aaron, you have to come sing for them because it's either that or you do one of your accents. Like I think the Australian one's my favorite. That was always,
Oh man.
yeah, those are good perks.
That's for those who stick around for the undrafted free agency.
That's right.
portion of the-
We're gonna stay on for 8 more hours while we wait to hear the UDFA list that comes out. So it reminds me of dodgeball when they do the car wash for the fundraiser. It's the all male car wash. No one here's like no one's really signing up for this except for that one old dude that keeps paying Justin to wash his car.
All Falcons media creators car wash would be the most depressing thing of all time. It's just you just get all of us out washing cars, just like complaining about like 2027 the 2017 draft class. Yeah,
Everyone's just going to be kvetching over and over again about I can't believe we took Tack McKinley and oh man, what could have been, Yep. I can't believe we passed on TJ Watt, all that stuff. Good stuff.
They lost in the Super Bowl. It was awful. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I don't know if you guys remember. There was the Falcons were in the Super Bowl. Yeah, 10 years ago now. Crazy.
I know.
But
Falcons have the just to keep everyone upbeat, the second longest streak of missing the playoffs in the whole league, don't they, after the Jets? So that's positive.
Going to end this on a depressing note tonight, and
we're going to keep on the Mars before we get back to the playoffs. Like,
this is what always happens when you get more than 3 Falcon fans in a room together. It automatically turns to misery. Like, you remember that time you felt terrible about your Falcon fandom? Oh, you remember that other time that you felt terrible about your Falcon
when they
fandom?
lost to Jay Cutler ripping cigs on the sideline in the Miami Dolphins, and they blew that big lead. It's like the other
there's been some good ones. The onside kick.
That Dallas game. That was like one of the biggest Falcon. That like at the time, that was like the biggest Falcoholic live ever. I think like 700 people showed up to complain about the Falcons like not being able to get that onside kick. It's legendary stuff. Legendary.
And then Aaron comes in. It's like, you guys think this was bad in the 70s, Jimmy Two Shoes Johnson, tripped in the shower and got a concussion before,
Yep. Remember that 98 Super Bowl, Oh, we had Steelers on the clock now. We're inching closer. We had George Costanza with the $2 saying, Kevin, are you going to do cookout this year when you come down to Flowery Branch? Also, check out Zaxby's. Grilled chicken on the Caesar salad is lit. Also thinks cookout is better than In-N-Out. I don't go to In-N-Out that much. I don't know if people forget this. I lived in the South for like 20 years. Okay, so I've been to Zaxby's. I went to cookout when I went to the Senior Bowl.
Voluntarily when you have so many other options.
Yeah, I think Zaxby's is fine, but yeah, I don't typically go there. Whataburger is usually my go-to when I go back to Florida, but But yes, I did live in the South. I have gone to all these places. The one place I never skip is Waffle House. I have to get Waffle House every time I go back to the South. Apparently, there's a Waffle House in Pennsylvania, so I went to check this out. That's like within driving range of me, but otherwise, pretty far away from that good Southern cooking. But Waffle House is a must-do. That's like my football coverage meal. Like when you finish that show at like 10:30 at night, and you just go hit the Waffle House at like 11. And it's before the drunk rush, so it's pretty quiet, Waffle House at 3 a.m. is a very different experience, but the 11 o'clock Waffle House is very calm. So, all right.
That's your recommendation, is it, to everyone in the chat?
Yes.
It's Waffle House at 11 p.m.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, the Waffle House near Clark Summit near Scranton. Yeah, I take that exit. There's a couple places I go in PA, and I know that exit well, so I didn't realize that was like the furthest north Waffle House in existence. So pretty good stuff there. Tasty stuff. Hawks game starts in 10 minutes. That's right. Falcons will get this pick in before the Hawks kickoff, I bet. They'll make sure all the fans can get this one. All right. We have 6 picks remaining before the Falcons maybe close out their. They could trade back. We can't rule that out. I'm saying that as a reverse jinx so that they will not trade back from this pick. I think that would be. I can't imagine what you would get for that. Like it's like, is anyone like what could you possibly get for like trading a 7th? It's like all the 7ths kind of have like approximately the same value on the trade chart. So it's like maybe we trade it for like a 2028 7th or something. I don't know.
There are quite a lot of teams with multiple 7s still remaining, aren't there? So that's
Yep.
That's the fear factor of it. Broncos have 256 and 257.
That's right. Yeah, so
they could be circling.
Yeah, that they didn't have that many picks early, so maybe they're excited to get a few picks in today. But yeah, let's see. Check in on these last few picks. Starting to not know exactly who these guys are at this point, but we got since the start of the second round, we got offensive tackle Jaden Williams going to the Cardinals at 217. We have Anthony Smith, the wide receiver from East Carolina, going at 218. Cornerback TJ Hall from Iowa going to the Saints at 219. Cornerback Toriano Pride Jr. going to the Bills at 220. Tight end Jack Endries, that was a guy Aaron and I were talking about earlier, going to the Bengals at 221. Defensive tackle Tyree West going to the Lions at 222. Quarterback Adnan Kaliakmanis from Rutgers going to the Commanders at 223. Safety Robert Spears Jennings going to the Steelers at 224. And then we have the Titans about to make their pick here. And then the Bengals are on the clock now at 226. So we're getting closer and closer, folks.
Okay, this is super random. Have you guys ever noticed on the ESPN broadcast, like every now and again, when the Falcons make a late round pick, the broadcast will just completely skip over that player and they won't do like any highlights.
They don't even talk about it.
On to the next tweet. Like I feel like every other year, like the Falcons will just make a pick and they're just like, and they just like move on like the or something.
Yeah. It's usually a good time to go to commercial. So, you know,
yeah,
it's like, oh, okay, nobody cares about this one. Yeah. I care, ESPN. Okay. How dare you assume that I don't care? I care a little bit, you know, but yeah. All right. We're almost there. Yeah.
You guys know more about these prospects than I do. There seem to be, in the last month or so, people getting more into Nussmeier. And clearly the NFL teams are not amongst that fan base. I saw a lot of people saying that he had a bad year last year because he was injured, but then the year before that he actually like if you look back he was actually pretty impressive. What's the story on him? Is it that this is actually where he should be going, do you think, or what?
It's an injury issue, Andy, from what I understand. There's a cyst on his spine.
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah.
So I don't know what that means. I know Tom Pelissero tweeted about it last week about it's pressing on a nerve or something like that. And, you know, there's no short or long-term risk involved with it. But I think that's probably the biggest factor because he feels like the type of quarterback that NFL teams would love.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised no one's taking a shot now. I guess people are just like, yeah, we don't really care. But yeah, it's surprising to me. So
I feel like somebody has to at some like with a 7th rounder. Like, I mean, he in 2024, you know, there was a minute there, at least 2023, 24, where he was getting first round conversation. You know, he comes from a football family. His dad, I believe, is a coach with the Saints. So, you know, that would probably be where he goes, maybe if he's undrafted. But I mean, I think with him, I remember watching him at LSU, and I thought he looked impressive. He'll probably end up being a 10-year backup type, you know, and maybe can crack some starting games, you know, one day down the road. But, you know, I think the NFL sometimes is very nearsighted with the way that they look at prospects, and people want to know what you've done for me lately. I think especially with, you know, especially in these later rounds when people have talked about how much NIL is, you know, keeping a lot of these guys that usually go in those rounds in school. So then you're having to make some reaches. So I don't know why you wouldn't make a reach on that if you had a quarterback need, which, thankfully we don't have that, so we don't have to worry about it. There's no quarterback.
Yeah, no quarterback need in Atlanta. Yeah, we got two.
Signed two in the offseason.
Yeah, we're fine here. That. We're fine.
Yeah.
How are you?
It feels as if, like, it's like the injury obviously not great, but like the Rutgers quarterback's just gone off the board, and you think,
yeah,
without having intimately watched the Rutgers quarterback, this is the first time I've seen his name, and if you go on the NFL website, he doesn't have a profile, so it's like it feels as if it feels as if something's gone awry there.
Yeah, quite possibly. So. Yeah,
I'm very familiar with the Rutgers quarterback because I know a Falcon fan who's been obsessed with him as a late round flyer for the Falcons. So
this is what we were saying earlier.
Get a name and shame.
No matter what pick you get to, someone who's passionate about a prospect and furious when the team.
The thing I can say about Kaliak Manis is he has a quick release.
Okay, that's more than I knew. So
that's about it.
Yeah,
Dan Quinn will like that.
Oh yeah. Dan Quinn loves a quick release. Yep. If only Matt Ryan had a quicker release, they probably wouldn't have took that sack in the Super Bowl. So.
In fact, with the Washington situation, it's not impossible that at some point you see him warming up on the sideline at the very least.
Yeah, that's very true. Unfortunately, yeah, that Washington team that did not go well, sadly, last year. I know they were on cloud nine going into that season, and they were quickly in the dirt within a few weeks of that Jaden Daniels injury.
I got to get back to work for the post-draft rush.
Absolutely.
USA Today's for the win, so if you're looking.
Absolutely. Yes, go check that out. Corey Woodruff.
Everything, sports, pop culture, whatever. Come check us out.
Yeah, definitely. Appreciate you popping in, Corey. It's fun.
Yeah, of course. It's always fun to be with my fellow Falcoholics.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna make a dumb joke. I usually feel like I am these things with some atrocious fun, but
I don't have anything this time. So
I gotta keep this thing going. I gotta
consider yourselves lucky, guys. Yeah. Yes. Next time it's coming. Yeah.
You're in good hands.
Yeah. We got plenty of bad jokes for all of us. Have a good one, Corey. Thanks.
Aaron, can you give me a smile before I go? There we go.
There we go. Very nice. Very nice. All right, Corey. See ya. All right, guys. We are almost there. Just a few picks away. The Bengals are showing off some kind of a mural here. I can't hear what they're saying. Oh, it's Pat Tillman. Okay, I was like, I assume it's some famous person, but I can't hear what they're saying. So, yeah. Pick 226, Cincinnati Bengals now on the clock. And about to pick, theoretically. So we'll see.
We'll see how the Panthers nail this pick. They've had a good draft.
Yep. Who is the person I want the most? It's probably the one they're going to take.
Yeah. I feel like the NFC South stepped up their game this year with the draft.
They did. I feel like everybody got their shit together. So maybe that means good things. Landon Robinson, the defensive tackle from Navy, going to the Bengals there. He's a guy that I think was more of an early day 3 projection. So probably pretty happy to get him there.
Yeah, 5'11" D tackle. You don't see that very often.
You don't see that very often.
It's like Puna Ford, and I think that's about it.
Yep.
Moving to fullback, it'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go. Convert him to fullback. I like that. Yeah, I didn't even think of that one, but he's a perfect fullback convert, Aaron.
Wasn't there like a Wake Forest D tackle that the Steelers tried that with?
Maybe. It's entirely possible. It does sound like a very Steelers thing to do.
I remember him being a D tackle that was like 5'10", like 280, and then someone tried to convert him to a fullback.
Yep. Because they were like, well, D tackle's not working out, so let's convert you to the one position in the NFL that has probably the least ability to transfer anywhere else. That'll save your career. So
Nikita Whitlock.
He pulled it out. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that guy. Yeah, I'll be honest here. So Panthers now on the clock. This will be the Panthers' final pick, 227. Then we got the Jets, got the Raiders, got the Steelers, and then we got the Atlanta Falcons. So Jackson Kuwach from Miami, Ohio, the other Miami, going to the Panthers here at 227. So yeah, that's not one that I'm upset about. So I'm happy there.
Good for him.
Great job. All right. 228. Maybe I think they just don't even care now. They're doing commercials, but they're just announcing the picks anyway. So
Nice.
What'd you guys think of that first round moving quickly?
I liked it. I liked it. Sub 3 hours. It's fun.
Yeah.
Gave it a little bit of energy, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I saw people on Twitter complaining about it because was it Josh Norris or someone like that was saying that there wasn't enough time to be able to actually analyze picks.
Yeah.
And then people pointed out just because of commercials, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I feel like 8 minutes is enough time to analyze a pick, in my opinion. But maybe I'm not doing deep enough analysis on some of these guys, so I guess we'll see. But
would they trim it 10 to 8?
what's that? Oh yeah, they trimmed it down to 8. It was 10 per, and then they went down to 8.
Right.
So
I mean, minutes. I mean,
it's just a few minutes. Yeah, not a big deal.
I understand. Like a fantasy draft where you have only 2 minutes, then it might feel a little more.
I think it's
Yeah.
only a struggle for those draft shows where they have like 4 guys talking, and if one guy talks for like 3 minutes and then another guy talks for 3 minutes, then it's like, okay, well, you used up all your time.
Yeah. No, they it's not my fault. These guys can't manage their voice. They can't manage their takes. You know, they can't get kind of cut down.
45-second sound bites. That's it, guys. Like
That's all we can do. That's all we can do. VJ Payne, surprised he's still around. He goes to the Jets here at 228. All right. Final pick of the draft for the Jets there. Got a run of teams here making their final picks, which is good for my live polling. Means I can get those done. Get those done early. Yeah.
Pick a name then. Who's it going to be? Pick a random name.
Just pick anyone.
Yeah.
Anyone
I'll
at this
scroll
point.
down.
Yeah, at this point, like that's pretty much what we're doing. Like I don't know that I would be able to predict it with any sort of certainty. I mean, Isaiah World's still here, so there's Brandon Cleveland. That was a guy I thought could be a nose tackle prospect for the Falcons.
A gentleman called Diego Pounds is apparently there.
Yeah, that could be one.
Last
That could be-
Airlines rankings.
Yep.
Then you open it up and you see the analysis, and it's like plays with high pad level, spotty body control, inconsistent technique, and you're like, not filling me with confidence here, lads.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned, a little bit concerned. We're talking about pick 231, so my expectations are low, but we will see how that plays out, as the Falcons are going to be on the clock right now as the Steelers pick is in at 2:30. So, all right.
Well, going to drop so I can get that graphic
Yeah.
Ram, but congrats on another great NFL draft show, Kevin. Seems like
Yes.
every year it grows at this point. I saw it was like almost 400 right now in the 7th round, so that's impressive. I think it speaks to everybody who's still watching at this point. We may not be the greatest team, but we do have some fans.
We do.
Kudos.
No, I appreciate you, Evan. Thanks so much for coming on and dropping in,
Yep.
dropping some takes, and we
Yeah.
had some fun. Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah. All right, Aaron, Andy, good seeing you. Talk to you guys later.
Yep, good to
Later,
see you,
man.
man. Have a good day. All right, we're almost there, guys. We're just waiting to hear the Falcons pick, and then I will announce the winner of our giveaway, and then you will be released
I
from
can't
today.
wait for them to trade back and
Stop it.
prolong the
Stop
suffering.
it. Don't even
Okay,
joke
so-
about that, okay? Don't joke about that. Oh no, the Steelers took another fullback. Yeah. The Steelers took
My
Eli
boy
Heidenreich.
Heidenreich.
Yep. They can
He
never
was
have
quite
too many
tough.
fullbacks. Yeah.
He was another one who, came across my Twitter feed in the last couple of weeks. And he was, a running back in Navy who had like a ton of receiving production, wasn't he?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
first ever.
Yeah, he's not this player, but you can't help but see Christian McCaffrey when he's in the passing game, just in the passing game, not as a running back. He's not Christian McCaffrey as a running back, but when he's like running wheel routes and running down the seam, as a pass catcher, it's like this looks very McCaffrey-esque. Obviously, he's not going to be that player, but you can't help but your brain automatically goes there when you see it.
Yeah, yeah.
Something to like in the 7th round, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do think he's interesting. Like, I think this is a guy that I think can be a really good slot receiver. Does have some fullback sort of ability to him. I don't think you really want him like carrying the ball necessarily, but interesting player for sure. He's an intriguing talent.
Yeah, he's this type of running back isn't as common as it used to be, but the pure pass catching third down running back that used to be every team had one. And like nowadays it's kind of like you're either, you have to be a 3-down running back or else you don't play. But like that's the type of player I thought he could be. And again, that role is not as popular in the NFL in 2026 as it was maybe in 2016 when you had like the Shane Vereen's and the Patriots basically collected those running backs like James White, those guys. But that was kind of his skill set.
Yeah, I could see that. I think that's an interesting one. All right, the Falcons pick is in. Our national nightmare is over. A potential trade down. We will see the Falcons' final pick here, and then we will give away this gift card and thank our wonderful guests for sticking in here for the long haul.
The pick's in, but they're not going to tell you it.
Nope, commercial. That's it. It's Falcons pick time, baby. Time to go to commercial. Yeah.
They're just moving on to the Rams, and then you just have to work out who's still remaining.
Yeah. So this dude was at the draft just like randomly or what? Like I don't know why the 7th round pick is in the green room. Like he's just been waiting.
I remember seeing something where they specifically invited him for day 3 of the draft.
Okay, that's cool. Oh yes, there's the NFL Network reminding everyone the Falcons have missed the playoffs in 8 straight seasons, which is the 2nd longest drought in the NFL. So, thank you, NFL Network. I had forgotten actually that. Yeah, good to know. Yeah. Yep. Last chance to enter, guys. Once we get through this pick, we're gonna be giving this card away. So make sure you have a Discord. Make sure you've typed ! Enter, and we will get this one going. We got Anonymous tipping 283. Thank you, Anonymous. That number doesn't bring back any bad memories. Just for the memes, we go to draft Diego Pounds, and they accidentally write down Diego Pavia. I mean, they are kind of spelled the same. I also think Isaiah World would be a great pick. So you can't teach beef. I guess they think the O-line is fine. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on there. But I thank you. I believe this is George Costanza because he's talking about we can't teach beef, but we'll see. So we're going to get this final Falcons pick here. Looking forward to it. It's been a fun show, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. If you haven't liked and subscribed already, too, this would be a good opportunity to do that before we get this pick announcement. And then we will see how the Falcons close out their draft class.
What are they doing?
I don't know. They're really dragging this one out. You can enter the giveaway still. Just type ! Enter, all one word. That is that's what you need to do. All right. They are showing the Falcons background. Nope, not. They're going to Acrisure Stadium. So
big question: does an NFC South team have a finish with a winning record? this season.
Probably. I mean, it's not. They can't like go 2 years in a row with nobody in the division having a winning record, right? I mean, really?
If any division can, it's the NFC's out.
Yeah. Got Festo with the $5 saying W coverage and production. Let's go Falcons. Yeah, thank you so much, Festo. Appreciate that.
The pick has come in. There you go.
Okay. Let's see it. Okay, it is an offensive tackle. Ethan Onyanwa from Ohio State is the Falcons' final pick here at 231. So it is an offensive tackle added.
I feel like he played more guard in college.
We're going to find out, aren't we? Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, I know it. Okay, he played tackle. And then at Ohio State, he was supposed to play guard, and he lost the competition to play guard.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yep, absolutely no information on him. Lance Erline didn't even write him up. So, we're going deep down the board here.
He played for Rice, apparently.
Yeah, he was Dane Brugler's 28th ranked guard, had an undrafted grade on him. And I think a lot of that has to do, I remember hearing about him earlier in the process, just because he was a very highly touted guy in the transfer portal a year or two ago, and had a lot of expectations for him going into that year at Ohio State, and then didn't win the competition for a starting spot, and then just basically did nothing. And so his stock kind of fell off a cliff.
Yeah, 6'7", 331 per Ohio State, because it's literally the only measurements I can find. So probably like 6'5", 320 would be the actual measurements. But yeah.
The Beast, she has him at 6'6", 333, 34 and 3/8 inch arms.
I do like that. That one is pretty good.
83 and 3/8 inch wingspan.
All right. Cool. All right. Well, that is the final pick of the Falcons draft. Real quick, guys, to recap this Falcons class, we have Avion Terrell at 48, the cornerback. We have wide receiver Zachariah Branch at 79. Then, of course, we have hold on, I'm going to pull this up because I don't want to butcher any of these names. We've made it this far without any snafus. So we'll see if we can close this out effectively. But Kendall Daniels, the linebacker from Oklahoma, at pick 134. I knew it wasn't the original pick, so I was like, I'm not going to say the right pick number here. Then we had at round 6, pick 208, defensive tackle Antonio Thompson from Washington. Round 6, pick 215, linebacker Harold Perkins from LSU. And then round 7, 231, we had offensive tackle Ethan Onyanwa from Ohio State. And that will be the final pick for the Falcons. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're going to give away this gift card right now. So let's do this thing. All right. Thank you to everyone who joined. Please do like and subscribe and all that stuff too. We appreciate that. And let's see who our lucky winner is today. All right. We got Leon CS Ken Gilchain, which is a very long name. But Leon, please drop your Discord name in the chat, and I will send you a message and get that sent over to you this week once I finally get around to actually being able to buy these things. But we got Solaire with the $5 in the meantime, saying the red helmets were ours to claim, yet we cast them aside without hesitation. Because of that, the draft takes will return by week 3. Give up all hope, enter the darkness. Yes, well, I'm glad Solaire is here to counter our happiness with regards to this draft class. But yeah, this is a regardless of this, Solaire, I know Solaire is prone to darkness at times, and I don't blame him. Aaron, what do you think? How are you feeling about this draft class as a whole?
Yeah, I like the process. Obviously time will tell on whether or not we like the results. But love the Avion Terrell pick. None of the other picks are like, oh my God, this is an incredible pick. I love it. This is A+ sort of pick. But I think all of them make sense when you sort of look at them in context and sort of some of the roles that the Falcons are looking for. And I did like, some, at least on paper, without having done the film, as I said earlier, I like that some of these day 3 guys seem to have some athletic upside. And just again, another comparison, like similar to kind of what Foye Oluokun was, and sort of like I like those types of bets on day 3. So even if, I could sit there and be like, oh, I like this guy better, or maybe this would have been a better pick or better value, all that sort of stuff. I get why the Falcons are taking these swings. And, when you have limited draft capital and finite number of picks, I don't mind you looking, swinging for the fences. Maybe you can hit a double, maybe you can hit a triple in these 6th, 7th round range, as opposed to just constantly looking to try to hit singles.
Yeah. I agree with you there. I think it's good to bet on athletic upside late in the draft. I think that's going to result in it's already a low chance to hit, right? So the guys that you've got that upside on is more likely for you to find something, unearth something. And I don't know anything about Onyanwa other than what you guys have told me, and I also don't know anything about the defensive tackle, but I do think Harold Perkins is likely to at least be a good special teams linebacker for you. So I think that he's got a clear path to this roster too. I think JD Bertrand, buddy, you're gonna need to strap in if you want to hold on to that roster spot. Not sure that's gonna be able to you may not make it, but yeah, real quick before we get Andy's take here, Leon C.S. Ken Gilchain, which is a very long name. Gonna give another couple minutes here for Leon to pipe in his info. If not, we will redraw for someone that's here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. But yeah, Andy, what do you think about this draft class?
Yeah, I think one of the things I really like about it is there are players who have either shifted around between positions and so are still relatively new to that process. So theoretically, they should be only continuing to improve. We've got an offensive tackle taken later. We're expecting to play guards. Daniels, I think, he played linebacker and closer to the line of scrimmage recently, but before that, up until a couple of years ago, I think he played quite a lot of safety. Terrell, we've said, can play inside and out. Branch is still kind of like finding exactly what his fit is, because he moved around from USC to Georgia, and we'll see exactly how that works for him. So I think there's a lot of players who are going to be given opportunities to find roles there. I think, as you said, Terrell and Branch, we're expecting like decent sized contributions from. We should see them a lot. But I think throughout the draft, we've got guys who at some point and in some position you will see. And as kind of was said earlier, we haven't lost picks because of it. We haven't been trading up for it. We haven't been doing this or that. Been disciplined with it. So as a kind of first draft after being put in a difficult position as a general manager, I think it's been nice to kind of get that little bit of stability, really.
Yeah. No, I like that too. Honestly, like, it just feels very mature. Obviously we'll see how it plays out, and this is the first year of this new regime, and we'll see how it plays out on the field and how it plays out going forward. And I'm excited to see the future of this Falcons team. I don't know if 2026 is going to be great, but I think the future could be bright for this Falcons team. So, yeah. All right. We got Leon in the chat. Let me send you a message real quick, Leon. I'll have to send you a friend request probably first, because Discord doesn't let me just message random people, which is a good thing. But
I think it doesn't let anyone, Kevin. They haven't just locked it down for you. Just
yeah.
Everybody else is good. Not that guy.
They're like, Kevin, we cannot have him sending. It's just random people.
Right. Yeah, Leon, it says you're not accepting friend requests. So if you join the Falcaholic Discord, which is in the show description here, and just pop in, you should be able to add me because you'll see me up there, and then I can get in contact with you.
Or if you get the Waffle House at 11 p.m., Kevin will
Yeah.
be there.
I'll be there too. Yeah, if you're there.
That's
But
the password.
yeah. All right. Yeah, guys. A lot of fun. I'm running on fumes here, but I want to make sure this card gets given out. So we got Solaire once again with the $2. Long time friend of the show. Saying, keep up the good work, Kevin. Been here since 2017. Yep, that was our first show ever. We're almost at the 10-year anniversary of the Falcoholic Live. The true peak darkness was the Facebook Live days. No idea why you went with Zuck's platform. At the time, our numbers on Facebook Live and with regards to the Falcoholic were the strongest. So we were like, let's try that. Obviously, that was a terrible decision. Facebook Live was absolute garbage. But the good news is that we've grown since then. We're no longer on Facebook Live, to everyone's happiness, I'm sure. But yeah, it's been a ride. The football hasn't always been good, but the show has been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed hanging out with you guys and hanging out, obviously getting to know everyone in the Falcons community, getting to know a bunch of other Falcons creators, getting to go to some games. Maybe someday we'll get to go back to some games. Training camp's always a lot of fun. So looking forward to a good summer here. Hopefully, Falcons will be able to stay healthy and have a lot going on in a positive direction for this football team. All right. Yes. All right. I got you, Zero. Cool. All right. Well, anything else, Aaron, you want to send the folks off with tonight before we get out of here?
No, appreciate the sickos for sticking with us
Yep.
for these last couple of hours. And I'm glad we're sitting here, feeling good about the direction that this team is going. We've been spending the last couple of years being like, you know what, this is it. This is the year. And now we're at a place where the expectations are lower, and maybe just maybe this is the year.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Maybe this time they won't stab us in the back, but can't be sure. And Andy, anything else you want to send off with the people here before we close out?
No, echoing that, I'm still expecting that there will be predictions of 11 wins from people in August. But it feels as if it's like the fan feeling is relatively aligned with where the team is at the moment, and there's going to be a bit more patience, which is good. It's not always the most fun because it does feel as if we're kind of like just stacking up wasted seasons at the moment, but hopefully we're in good hands. And yeah, just incredible efforts over the last few days, Kevin. Congratulations on another successful year of it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Andy. It's been fun to catch up, and we'll definitely catch up with everyone throughout the season as well. It's been a lot of fun, as always, hanging out with you guys. If you haven't liked and subscribed yet, please do that before we sign off. We'd appreciate it. Leave a 5-star review in your podcast platform of choice too, if you're wanting to be generous. Obviously, check out Locked On Falcons with Aaron Freeman over there. He's at Locked On Falcons on Twitter. Andy's at Andy S. Gallagher if you want the Falcons takes from across the pond. And we will. The closest I'm getting to London, soon is the UK Pavilion in Epcot. But I have actually been to real London, and it is superior to the Epcot version, for the record. But I can't wait to get back to Europe. It's been about
the endorsements.
Yeah. Epcot London is pretty good, but it not super accurate. Let's be honest. It's not just like a fish and chip stand every 10 feet. Okay, and the real UK. But love Europe, love that. Can't wait to get back there, hopefully in the next couple of years. But maybe for one of these Falcons games, they're going to be playing internationally all the time. So, guys, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for tuning into the Falcoholic Live, presented, of course, by FanDuel. We will be back. We'll have a draft recap show for you probably on Monday. We'll be back with Trayshawn Diaz for more Tuesday takes next week as well. And then we'll have a Falcoholic Live getting you some more takes on this class. Yeah, we will be full on into recapping this draft. We'll have Thor Nystrom on to help us recap the UDFA class when that gets announced over the next few days. And make sure you stick to thefalcoholic.com for that tremendous written content. And again, we're going to have the UDFA tracker rocking and rolling here as we get signings, which could be coming in pretty much any time now. So, guys, we do appreciate you. We will be signing off now. Thank you so much for your continued patronage and just a real sicko day 3 here with the Falcons. At least we got an extra pick, and they didn't trade back again into the late 7th. So counting our blessings here. But until next time, guys, thank you so much for tuning into the Falcoholic Live. We will see you real soon. Have a great rest of your Sunday night. Enjoy the last few picks of the draft if you're going to just watch. I'm contractually obligated, but you're not. You can do whatever you want now. So enjoy your evening, guys. Thanks again to everyone who came on the show. Appreciate you. We'll see you next